Great frogs and others, the best. Great frogs and others, the best of who we are as a species, as a nation, as an imperial experiment, as an imperial democracy. And yet, as my dear sister Marianne said, recognize that there's the best in America that has always understood that if our lives matter, if Black lives matter, we're going to have to make sure that democratic practices and orientations and means of being in the world are reproduced and expanded. If any lives matter, you're going to have major radical democracy. But can you have radical democracy in America without empire, without white supremacy, without male supremacy, without transphobia, without homophobia, without losing sight of the humanity of Muslims and Jews and Arabs? It's an unanswered question. We just don't know.
Welcome to Radical Democracy, everyone. I am your host, Kamali Rose. Glad to have you here with me today. This is a Labor Day special for us, but it is not Labor Day. I did want to respect the holiday and not work on Labor Day, so made sure that we didn't do that. So we are doing our Labor Day special today. So thank you so much for being here with us. It is Tuesday, September 8th, 2020, and well, 12,020 if we follow the human era calendar. More on that some other time. But yes, I am so happy to have everyone here with us today. I'm going to give a few minutes for the stream to start up, just for a few folks to get into the stream. Hopefully have a few folks live here, and then we'll really kick things off. And today is going to be an interesting stream, actually. So going to do something a little different than usual, I would say. The plan for today is I'm going to do a regular live episode like I usually would. Got a bunch of clips to share of Professor and economist Richard Wolff sharing his thoughts on everything from the U.S. labor movement, U.S. labor versus capital, as well as the differences of capitalism versus socialism, what he sees as the way forward for the left, and what the left, what he believes the left should be focusing on. Spoiler alert, it's not electoral politics, but more on that soon. We're also going to do some, we'll chat a little bit about the NBA strike and significance around that. Maybe discuss a little bit about Obama and his anti-labor practices. And so, yeah, let's get to it. I need to first just pull up. So you're going to have to bear with me. We're live, and this is just part of being live here. I want to do a few shout outs at the top, but I really want to see, I'm trying to get this live stream working here and just see that it's live, but on one of my devices here just refuses to. All right, so thank you so much. If you haven't already, please do me a favor and hit the like button immediately. Just hit that like button below. If you're watching this on your phone or mobile, you got to close out the live chat, hit the like, subscribe if you haven't already, and hit the bell to receive notifications whenever we go live or launch a new video. This is super annoying. All right, give me 1 second. Let me just cannot figure out for the life of me. This is really frustrating. Why I can't get it live on my phone here. So I just don't want this to be the case for anyone else. I do believe we're live here. I do believe this is just being extremely stupid right now. So sorry, everyone. sincerest apologies. I don't think we got too many people in here right now, so we don't have to worry. Been experimenting with different times for the stream, and so this is going to be a little bit of an earlier stream. We're going to see how it goes, see how many folks we get in here at an earlier time. I wanted to start a lot earlier, but I am not a morning person, folks. I don't know about y'all, but I am not a morning person is what I realize. All right, so real quick, I'm just pulling this all up, making sure we're all live and everything's looking good. All right. Boy, oh boy. There we go. Oh my Lord. Okay, well, whatever. This thing will not pull up on my phone. Whatever. Stupid. All right. That's frustrating, but whatever. Okay, so here we are. Let's get to it, I guess. Let's get to it. If you drop in the chat, please, anyone, leave your thoughts, comments in the chat. I do have my producer, our producer. That wasn't very socialist of me. Our producer, Tammy, is in the building. So we will have Tammy here helping us out with the stream today. Shout out to Tammy for her assistance. Always appreciated. So she's going to be handling some of the comments as well today. So if we see any comments, she'll be highlighting and handling the questions, comments for us. So all right. And we are streaming live on both Twitch and YouTube. So shout out to all of our Twitch community, growing community. Hopefully we see some of our Twitch folks in the stream today, and it will be awesome to hear from them. Hopefully we get some of them wonderful Twitch emojis going. So, all right. Let's get to it. If you would like to support the show, if you would like to help pay for our labor here, please do me a favor and head over to patreon.com/radical democracy, and please subscribe, become a member of the show, and just you help the show to exist, to grow. And so that is deeply appreciated on the post Labor Day special. I feel like it's as good of a time as any to make sure that we are paying working folks for their labor. So if you would like to help support the work that we do here, please do us a favor and head over to patreon.com/radical democracy. We are trying to build a democratic workplace here, one person, one vote, trying to build an anti-capitalist institution. We'll hear a lot about that from Richard Wolff today as we go through these clips. And so just, keep that in mind. This is a democratic workplace we are building here. And so when you support this show, you are supporting, anti-capitalist organizations. And so that is a critical, as we'll hear from Richard Wolff today, it's a critical component to actually building a fair and just society. So if you believe in democracy, if you believe in justice, then the only way forward, there's only one path forward from here, and that's building democratic workplaces. And that's what we're doing here. That is my life's mission, really, and my life's focus. And so please do us a favor, support the show, patreon.com/radical democracy. If you're not yet ready to commit to a recurring donation, I do understand, times are hard, all that, totally understand. No worries there. If you aren't yet ready to make that donation, make a recurring donation, you can also tip us just a one-time tip at coffee.com/radical democracy. So that's ko-fi.com/radical democracy. So you can head over there. We don't have super chat yet enabled. That's another thing that I'll actually mention, is that one of the things that we're working towards is to reach the threshold for monetization on YouTube. Once we reach the threshold, once we cross the threshold once we meet all the requirements for monetization, then we'll be able to enable the super chat feature in YouTube. Good news on that front. It requires 4,000 total watch hours on your channel within one rolling year, within 365 days. You have to have 4,000 watched hours. And on this channel, recently we were at around 3,000. And in the past week, we've actually had a massive push between the Massachusetts live election results, the Massachusetts primary live election results, as well as the People's Convention stream. We're able to accrue about 300 hours of watch time. So we're actually only 700 hours away from being able to monetize. And if that sounds like a lot, and maybe it does, what that essentially is, I mean, if you get, if we had 100 people, average on a stream, which is not something that we do right now, trust me, unfortunately, but just to put it into context, if you had 100 people live on a stream, it would only take 7 hours of streaming to get to 700 hours watch time, right? So if I do a 7-hour stream and I have an average of 100 people sitting in the stream, that's 700 hours of watch time right there. So please do me a favor. In order to help this happen, the way that that's going to happen is by folks sharing this stream, sharing it out, social media, encourage folks to drop in, check it out, and listen in. And if you're a supporter of the show and you need a way to support the show right now, not financially, you can't afford to support it financially, the best thing you could do right now is just to open up this stream, run it in a tab. And even if you have to mute it and walk away, that's fine, but keep the stream running. And I know it's cheating the system, but you know what? We're cheating a capitalist system, and I am totally okay with that. So if you'd like to help me cheat capitalism, please do so. And support the stream by simply letting it run, letting it play. Mute me, put it up in another tab. If you have multiple accounts, sign in on different browsers with different accounts and run the stream. I don't care. We're trying to game this system so that we can get democratic institutions, democratic organizations some funding that they need. And so to help us get to the point where we can get more funding, super chats will really help folks. Just being able to donate right in a stream, just directly in a stream will really help. So thank you so much to everyone that's already with us right now. If you haven't already, please do me a favor, hit the like button. By hitting that like button, it just helps the YouTube algorithm. More people will end up seeing the stream. The more people that watch it, the more people that like the stream, the more people that will end up watching. So if you can please do me that favor, that one simple favor, and just hit that like button, and we will get going on some of what we're going to chat about today. So this is I said it was going to be a bit of a different stream, and I'm actually planning to do a bit of a longer stream than usual. I don't know how much I'll be able to get through. It's really just experimental. The show is still very young right now, and we're doing a lot of experimentation with format and such. And so just be prepared for that. We're going to be doing a lot of experimenting with format for the until we get settled in and something sticks. And so today's stream is going to be longer than usual, but so feel free to pop in and out whenever you have time. That's fine. We're really just trying to work towards hitting that monetization goal, that 700 hours. So that's the reason for doing this. It's literally, we just need to cross that threshold. And then honestly, we can make the content that we want to make and not worry about the YouTube's monetization, policies, at least for a while. So please support the show by just simply sharing this out as far and wide as you can. All right. Cool. So, all right, let's get to it now. So for today, there's so much to discuss. Like I said, it is going to be a longer stream. What I'm aiming for, I know it sounds crazy, but it's around an 8-hour stream today. I can stream up to 8 hours and have that recorded on StreamYard. I'm able to stream up to 8 hours, thanks to our Patreon community. So massive shout out to our Patreon community, who literally just give us the ability to continue to exist. So shout out to the Patreon community, all of my patrons. Actually, just want to just a side note for Tammy here. If and when Mark McKeever shows up to the stream, he needs to be granted moderator powers. So shout out to all of our mods. I don't think that we're going to have a crazy chat like during the Massachusetts primary live stream. Unfortunately, that was actually really great, and I look forward to that being the norm. That's a good problem to have, the chat being too hectic and active. That's a great problem to have. And so but we had some great moderator help in our last stream. So shout out and thank you so much to everyone that helped moderate the last stream. Tammy, lead mod and producer of the show. Also had my roommate, one of my best friends, Dave, in here moderating. Jamiko, the producer, is who he will be known as moving forward. And you'll see him. He has his account. You'll see Jamiko, the producer, another one of our great mods. And so we'll have folks in here helping out. And as we grow, you know, we got more and more of the community helping out with that. Steve Alvarez and Mark McKeever also volunteered. Mark McKeever volunteered to help moderate. So shout out to Mark McKeever, one of our Patreon patrons and a great supporter of the show. So really, really appreciate you, Mark. Really, really, really appreciate you. So thank you so much for offering to help. And thanks to the mods. Really, the goal of moderation for us is not to like silence dissent or outside voices or differing opinions. That's not the point of moderating for us. It's simply to, you know, refuse to allow any sort of abusive chat. If people are literally, you know, hate speech, that's the only kind of speech we're policing, is like hate speech and spamming. If you're spamming the chat or doing anything like that, we're gonna get you out of there. So, or at least mute you. So you can probably stick around in the live stream, but you know, we're gonna bump you out of the chat because we can't have people spamming the chat. So shout out to Mark McKeever who popped in. Ears perked up. Me? I feel special. You should feel special, damn it, Mark. You are special, all right? You are special. So thank you so much to Mark. Really, really massive shout out to Mark for all of his support. So, all right, I'm super excited to get to this stream today and hopefully get ourselves closer, one step closer to that monetization mark. And then all the goals after that will just be like subscriber count and expanding the show and growing the base and that sort of stuff. But we don't have, at least we cross that stupid threshold and meet their silly requirements for helping us to monetize the show. Okay. And I'm still, I lean towards refusing. I don't want to allow ads. If folks demand it and say, we want you to do ads because, you know, it'll help the show a bit and stuff, like I will listen to the community. We can vote on it in some manner, and I will definitely listen to the community. But my instinct, you know, is to not have advertising. I don't like ads. I think that it's, you know, it's propaganda. It's an assault on our you know, sensory, you know, just too much information. Like we get assaulted by all these different advertisements and all day long, constantly, especially with the personalized ads. It's really like invasive. And so I would like to be able to do the show ad free. One of my, you know, somebody that will be bringing into the show frequently today, Richard Wolff, economist, professor. He does the show Economic Update, and he does not have any ads on the show. And I find it to be a valuable thing. It's completely Patreon supported and funded. And honestly, I just prefer that. But we'll see. So Mark, you have been granted mod powers, you know, wield them wisely, good sir. And, you know, if you have any questions about that, we can chat offline a bit too. So, all right. And we will be shouting out, you know, anyone that tips, donates. If you would like to make sure that a comment gets read out or a question is heard, please just leave a question or comment along with a tip on coffee. And we will absolutely read all comments, questions that come in on coffee with a tip. So that's just because, you know, that's, again, it's essentially replacing Super Chat for us. So all right, let's get to it. Shout out to the USPS, you know, as we talk about labor strikes and labor today. Massive shout out to the USPS, who is a wonderful organization. Also, you know, just under attack from both Republicans always, as well as Democrats. And so we have to just note that and be aware. And so in support of USPS, definitely, you know, rocking their shirt today. So shout out USPS and the Postal Service, Postal Workers Union as well. So, all right. Let's get to it. Mark McKeever says, powers, hell yeah, gonna have to wear my cape now. Yes, looking forward to seeing that. All right, got some super powered mods up in here. So, all right, with no further ado, I think we can get to this. Let me sip this coffee and then we will get to it. All right, still waking up here. I swear I'm gonna bump this thing like 60 times during the stream. We're gonna count. I just hope that my wonderful little Temmie doesn't fall down up there. So, okay, folks, welcome, and let's get to it. That was a long little intro there. I apologize, but just had to get the stream set up and all that sort of fun stuff. So it's gonna be a long one today. So buckle in, get ready for the ride. All right. So the first thing I just want to talk about, I don't have any clips prepared or anything like that for this, but it's just something I want to talk about. So let's get right to it. I would like to give a shout out to the number one, who I consider the number one anti-labor entity in the US right now. And I just want to make sure that we draw some attention to them and recognize the damage that they are causing. And so, massive shout out to not Donald Trump, Barack Obama. Yes, you heard me right. Shout out to Obama for his terrible, awful, horrendous labor practices and anti-labor practices, I should say. His anti-union, anti-labor, anti-strike practices. The dude is a detriment to our society, and we need to recognize the damage that he's caused, okay? So I think I get, carte blanche here to say this stuff. And so I'm going to use my identity, I'm going to use my blackness as a shield to be able to make these statements that I know a lot of leftists want to make, but probably are afraid to, because if you dare to, question Obama, it's like you must be racist, if you question Obama, or if you say anything negative or critical of Obama, you must be a racist, right? And so I will use my blackness for all of my white leftists out there and other leftists out there. I will use my blackness for cover and shield y'all here where I can, to talk some shit about Barack Obama, because it must be noted and must be recognized what he did. And so really, there was a recent NBA strike. Okay, there was a strike, a labor strike in the NBA. The media has done a number on us and has used their propaganda tools to make this, to somehow label this a boycott. But let's be very clear on the differences between a boycott and a strike, right? A boycott is an external protest, right? Outside of an organization. It comes from outside. It's a consumer-based protest where one withholds support for a company or product in order to try to exercise some power and say, listen, we would like to make some demands, or to punish you for bad behavior, right? So that is what a boycott is. What the NBA players did was not a boycott, okay? They are not consumers of the NBA. They are workers. They are contract workers within the NBA league, okay? So this was a worker strike. The NBA players recently, for those who aren't familiar, it started with the Milwaukee Bucks after the Kenosha, Milwaukee's in Wisconsin, of course, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. There was the recent police killing of Jacob Blake, shot 7 times, Oh, sorry. I said killing. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I mean that, I'm so used to, I apologize. Thank you for the correction, Tammy. Not killing. Sorry. Police shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha, Wisconsin. He was shot 7 times. They shot at him 7 times. 4 of the bullets pierced through him, leaving 8 holes in his body, entry and exit wounds. And he was shot at 7 times in the back, paralyzed, and is still, hospitalized and paralyzed at this point. And so after that shooting, there were also some protests in Kenosha where a domestic terrorist went on a shooting spree and murdered 2 American heroes, Anthony Huber, and I can't believe I am so sorry for forgetting the second hero's name. I apologize, deeply apologize. Maybe Tammy can pull up the second person for me and give me that information, drop that in there. But 2 American heroes were killed by this domestic terrorist in Kenosha, and 1 more was wounded. And so in the wake of that, NBA players came out and they made this historic, unprecedented move to go on strike and to withhold their labor and to strike against and withhold they said, we're not going to go play this game. We're not going to play tonight. We're canceling a game. They caused the game to be canceled. It was the first time that anything like this has happened in the history of the league or any sports league, as far as I know. And what happened then? After these players went on strike in a very courageous move, because you got to know, like, they have a union. The NBA players have a union. Their union did not approve a strike. Oftentimes, in fact, in all the recent labor movements that I've seen in the US, like the teachers' labor movement that happened, that uprising that happened a few years back, it happened in, I believe it was Virginia. It was either Virginia or West Virginia. It was Oklahoma. It was Kentucky. There were teacher strikes, and these were people standing up and saying that they saw something that they considered an injustice, and they going and withholding labor in order to not just, and it was unique in the case of the NBA strike because they weren't withholding labor for the sake of demanding more money, right? They were withholding labor because they were saying, listen, we are fed up with police brutality. We are fed up with an unjust criminal justice system. And they were striking to say, we are striking because we see no other means. And they went outside of their labor union. So this happened with the teachers, and this happened with the NBA players. They both went on strike outside of the labor unions. They went outside the confines of a labor union. They said, listen, the labor union isn't responding to our demands. And we can talk more about why labor unions fail sometimes in that case, and why labor unions don't go far enough in generating workplace democracy. Thank you so much to Tammy for the correction there. The two heroes that were killed by the domestic terrorists in Kenosha, were Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber. The one who survived was Gage Grosskreutz. So shout out to all three of them. Just my heart goes out to those that lost their lives, literally just putting their own lives on the line in service of saving others. They saw somebody be murdered by this domestic terrorist, and a right-wing white domestic terrorist, let me be clear. And they saw they saw a person be murdered by him, and then they did what they could to go and stop him. That was the Anthony Huber and Gage both went after him. Gage was shot in the arm, and Anthony Huber shot in the chest and died. So thank you so much to those two. So continuing on the labor strikes, these were outside of unions, right? They had to go outside of their union because the union failed them, even in these cases. And it's a historic move. They said, you know what, we're going to withhold our labor. After the Bucks did it, then the Orlando Magic came out. They had to come out in support of it. And then the whole league pretty much went on strike. Then the MLB followed, and the MLS, Major League Soccer, followed, and people were so it spread, the strike spread. And then what happened? Obama happened. Obama came in behind the scenes. He used his power to convince the NBA players to back off of their strike and to return to work. Okay? This is what Obama's doing behind the scenes. And so let's just note too, this is something else I want to point out. I empowered Barack Obama. I helped to empower him. Whenever he does these anti-labor actions, or he drone bombs some black and brown people over in Africa or Asia, or, deports, has historic numbers of deportations, the deporter in chief. Whenever he does these actions, I feel complicit in those because I empowered him. And when you vote for somebody, you need to own that. When we vote for people, when we vote for these politicians, we need to own what they do and recognize that that's our responsibility. If we empower them, whatever they do with that power that we hand over to them, it's partially our responsibility. So this, I could get into, I could do a whole piece on why this is part of why I cannot vote for Joe Biden, right? Because I will not empower him. I will not empower Kamala Harris, because every vile thing they do under their administration, I will feel complicit in, and I will not go through that again. I do not want to feel complicit in their terrible actions. And so we empower him, and then this is what he does with his power. The NBA, that was people trying to help black people right there. Those were black players for the most part, standing up, going on strike in order to do what isn't being done. Where the Republicans, where the Democrats, where Congress, where the president, where unions, where all of these organizations and institutions have failed, the players stood up and said, you know what? We're going to step in and we're going to do everything that we can to try to fight against the injustice of the police brutality, the wanton violence, and the unaccountability by police officers. And they stood up and they took a stand. And Obama came in, and broke up a strike that was not just any strike, not just a strike in favor. Again, it's not just a strike to try to gain more. This wasn't about raising their wages or increasing their pay or something. This was literally a strike that said, stop killing black people, unarmed black people, with no accountability. These, police force, try to do their part to try to put a stop to police brutality. And here comes Obama. Who we have to remember, Black Lives Matter started under Obama. And these are the kinds of things that he can do. And people we got to recognize this stuff, because everybody wants to put it on Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's so bad, right? But look at when Obama does stuff like this, nobody talks about it. And that's what worries me, is that when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris come in and do these awful, terrible, destructive things that hurt and harm black and brown communities, nobody talks about it because it's Obama, or it's going to be Kamala, and she's a black woman, so she can't be, she can't be anti-black in any way. She can't do any, have any anti-black legislation or policy, right? Because she's black, she must be pro-black, right? Or she's Asian, she must be pro-Asian. No, these people will come in, and they will come in with their horrendous policies because they're neoliberals, and that's what neoliberal policies are. They are anti-black by definition. Because black, indigenous, brown people, they are already marginalized people. And when you have when you have classist policies, the people that are disproportionately in the lower and poor working class are black and brown and indigenous and foreign-born peoples. And so you do disproportionate damage to all of those communities when you go against labor and against labor movements. So I just want to just recognize that. Tim Black did a great piece on this, by the way, and he actually connected it to something really important as well. I had the thought, but never talked about the connection there. And it was connecting it to what else Obama did, which was Obama also came in behind the scenes on what Kyle Kalinske from Secular Talk refers to as Bloody Monday. That was the Monday right before Super Tuesday in the Democratic presidential primary election, where Obama worked his magic behind the scenes and had, convinced Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar to drop out of the race after Joe Biden won South Carolina. He came in, he convinced those two to drop out of the race and throw all their support behind Joe Biden so that they could stop Bernie Sanders. Because I'll tell you, the Democrats will always fight harder against progressives than they will ever fight against fascists, okay? Against the fascist, neo-fascist Donald Trump and the Republicans. They're not as concerned about them as they are concerned about socialists and progressives. Oh no, so dangerous. We want healthcare for everybody, and public college for everybody, and we want a living wage and housing as a human right. Oh no, so radical, so dangerous, so extreme. But that's who they choose to fight against, right? So Obama came in and he worked his magic behind the scenes, and he did untold damage to black and brown communities. Let's be very clear about that. When he came in and he did everything to stop Bernie Sanders and to end the Bernie Sanders 2020 campaign. And he did that. And we should recognize that and acknowledge that was in a anti-black, move that he made, right? That disproportionately damages black and brown communities, and particularly black women, by preventing things like Medicare for all that we could have gotten under Bernie Sanders, a Green New Deal. Those policies were going to disproportionately impact black, brown, indigenous communities, okay? And disproportionately trans as well communities. So that's what this is who Obama is. Let's acknowledge it. Let's recognize it. anti-shout out to Obama for all of his terrible, terrible policies. All right. And to make this final point, just to drive this point home, I'd like to play this clip from Professor Richard Wolff, economist and professor emeritus at UMass Amherst. He taught economics for decades. He graduated from Yale, Stanford, and Harvard. I think Yale, Stanford, and Harvard. I believe it was either Princeton or Harvard. So it's three of those massive major Ivy League schools. He has degrees from all of them. And so he's got all the credentials, and he's what he refers to as a Marxian economist. He wrote two amazing books, Understanding Marxism and Understanding Socialism, that everyone should check out and read if you haven't already, or share them with other folks that need to understand these things. Also share this, what we're going to do today and what we're going to cover today. Share this stream out, because we're going to be I'm going to be going through a lot of his material on those very topics. So that should be fun as well, and interesting, and really informative. Okay. So yes. So let's pull in this clip from Richard Wolff, where he's going to talk about the NBA strikes, and also connecting the NBA strikes to the concept of what is known as dual power. And this is a very important concept that I think that we need to start to grapple with more on the left. And I'll let him explain first. We'll come back, and then we can discuss it more. All right. Give me 1 second here. Just pull this up. Can you kill the volume on this? I just hear it a little bit in the background. Okay, here we go. Richard Wolff.
My next update is a bit of a shout out.
Oop. Too fast. Sorry.
My next update is a bit of a shout out, a celebration almost, you might say, of the courage of the professional athletes of this country, having stood up in a way that, frankly, I didn't expect. Shame on me. And I want to offset my little bit of shame that I didn't see it by celebrating and congratulating them, standing up for the justice this country so badly needs, and saying, and this is the important thing, we don't find, these athletes tell us, in the political realm anybody or anything that expresses our commitment, our determination to have social justice. And we don't find it in the labor movement either. So we're going to do it on our own. We are going to do what no political party or politician dares to do, and what no union, even our own union, has so far dared to do, which is the classic act of people who have really one thing to withhold to make their point, and that's their work, that's their labor. In the case of the professional athletes, their extraordinary skills in the sports they have devoted their lives to. They are making a clear message. No business as usual, none of this, we run around so you can be a spectator and have a nice beer while you watch. No, 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 no. These issues have to be dealt with finally. And when working people act like this, take this step, nonviolent, non-confrontational, but crystal clear, what's happening is, and this is so important, something which a great political leader of the past once called dual power. It's when the old systems of power are so collapsed, so weak, so irrelevant, that human beings have to find new and different ways to express their political goals. The parties in this country, Republican and Democrat, don't deal with our real problems. They give us fantasies to watch on TV. And our labor unions have lost their militancy and their commitment to real action. And so people are finding their own. Not only have the athletes done this, making this issue clear to everybody, but they've already spawned copycats. And the first one that I encountered was an email to me, since I'm a professor, by something that has a Twitter presence called hashtag Scholar Strike. Hashtag Scholar Strike, all one word. This is a movement of thousands of professors across the United States, teachers at colleges and universities, who have set the date of September 8th and 9th for actions across America's colleges and universities in the same quest for social justice that was pioneered by the professional athletes. Wonderful, long overdue, and I'm at least one voice that wants to support and strengthen what these courageous political pioneers are doing.
Sorry. Okay, so that was Richard Wolff, both shouting out and to the NBA players that went on strike, also connecting it to the concept of dual power that I really would like to discuss, and then connecting it also to the movements that have spawned out of it already, which he specifically talked about something called the Scholar Strike. There's a hashtag going around, hashtag Scholar Strike, where thousands of professors have already come on and said, you know, we're going to, because schools are starting up September 8th, September 9th, they're starting, you know, actions, mass labor actions in order to just voice their concerns about the dangers of restarting school in the midst of this pandemic without any real protocols in place and support for protective equipment, things like that, testing, all those sorts of things. So, yeah, I think that one, just, you know, what he talks about dual power, I think, is a really important concept. This is something that the Black socialists in America are just intently focused on, is this concept of dual power. They're actually building something called the Dual Power app. And so, you know, shout out to the Black socialists in America and the work that they're putting in there in order to try to build dual power. But this concept of dual power is this idea, and I think that it comes out of Lenin, actually, was the one who was the first to sort of coin the term and talk about the concept, which was this idea of when you have a collapse of a major institution, and in the wake of that collapse, you have a competing power coming into play here. So with dual power can be something like labor movements or another political party or something like that. In the context that was used in the Bolshevik Revolution, it was the idea, like the Bolsheviks had power, and then they were saying, listen, we could, the big C communists were saying, listen, we have dual power here. The institutions are collapsing here, and we're sort of vying for that power. And so it's a chance for these new organizations, new institutions to come in to take power, to take control. And so the Black socialists in America and Richard Wolff here believe we are in a situation of dual power, where these institutions, the Republican, Democratic Party, have failed the working class. There is no more party of the working class. People are trying to do things to fight, to try to, what TYT and other folks refer to as like boarding the ship of the Democratic Party and taking it over from within. Folks are trying all kinds of different actions. We have third party pushes, and then also these smaller sort of labor actions and smaller grassroots labor movements that are spawning out of that. And so that is, that's a part of dual power, and something that I think that on the left we need to start to have real conversations around, because if this is an opportunity to use dual power in order to gain power, we need to think about what it is that we want to put in power. What institutions do we want to put in power? And so that's what I hope to talk about today through discussing Richard Wolff and what he believes, and what he clearly believes are the institutions that we need to replace the current ones with, which are anti-capitalist, essentially socialist or democratic socialist organizations, 21st century socialism, democracy in the workplace. And I'm gonna let Richard Wolff explain, throughout this stream, we're gonna refer to a lot of his material, and he'll explain what he believes is both his diagnosis of the current situation and also his, what he believes his prognosis is, moving forward. What are the chances of us actually succeeding with these different labor movements, and what is the path forward for the left? And so let's get to it. I also just love that he notes, and he says it in another episode that he did. He really highlighted the fact that what the NBA players did was very unique in that they didn't just strike for demand in order to demand more money for themselves or better contracts or anything like that. This was a strike purely for a social issue. They said, we are going to withhold our labor because we have this privilege and we're comfortable financially. We are going to we're going to take that risk, and we're going to withhold our labor in order to stand up and try to use whatever power we have. It's a dual power. This is dual power here, because this is the union failing them. That institution is collapsing. The institution of unions we used to have over 30% of working Americans were part of a labor union at the height of the labor movement. Currently, less than 10% are part of a labor union, and the vast majority of those are in public sector jobs. And so we have to be aware of this. And so what I believe and what Richard Wolff believes is you gotta replace the dual power that we have, and what the Black socialists in America believe is that the way that the institutions that we need to build to replace the failing institutions are democratic workplaces. That's where we start. We start with democracy in the workplace, democratize the enterprise, and that's what we're building here. So if you would like to support those movements, if you are, as we're listening to Richard Wolff, and if you believe in what Richard Wolff says and you would like to support, then please do us a favor and support the show by heading over to our Patreon. I know this sounds crazy to some people, I'm sure, but it's, I mean it. This is a way to support dual power, to support building democracy from the ground up, and to actually build democratic institutions in our society. And so that's the only way you're going to get, we're going to talk about Mondragon later, and we're going to see that you can build, starting from a very small institution, just a few handful of people. You can build up from just a handful of people something very powerful that can literally build its own police forces, its own universities, its own banks. So if we can start from somewhere, which I believe we are starting that right here. And so if you would like to support that movement, please do us a favor. Head over to patreon.com/radicaldemocracy and donate whatever you can afford. I know money's tight, folks. Can't always afford it. You might only be able to do it for a month or two and have to, whatever. It's fine. Whatever you can afford, I totally appreciate. It's deeply appreciated. You never have to feel bad about, unsubscribing to it or anything like that. Don't ever feel bad about that. We totally understand that people are just doing everything they can to support. And so we appreciate it no matter what. I would like to get to a few comments before I move on. We're going to talk about May Day next and the real Labor Day. And we're going to hear from Richard Wolff on that. And he's going to give us a little bit about the history, and then we'll discuss that as well. But first, I would like to get to a few of the comments. So we have this great comment from Mark McKeever, who says, as much as I understand your points with Obama, the corporate government takeover started with Reagan, cutting corporate tax rates. The corporate powers grew with NAFTA with Clinton and have spiraled out of control since. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, the weakening of labor movements did not start under Obama. I didn't mean to imply that. If I did, I totally agree with this. It's been a long time coming. This has been in the works. And we're going to hear from Richard Wolff, who will talk about why that is and why that happens, and why a lot of the efforts that we see going on today and people working, fighting, build labor unions. Sure, those are good ideas and those will help us get a step ahead. But we have to recognize that we already tried all that. And those who, what do they say? Those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it, or something like that. So if we don't recognize the history, then we will be doomed to repeating it, and we will end up in the same situations that we are right now. And so I don't want to just put off and defer harm for another 10 or 20 years. So it's nice for me. And then we set it all on to the next generation and put that all on them. That's not my goal. My goal is to actually build sustainable institutions that will actually hold up and be just institutions. And so I totally agree. Yes, it absolutely started with Obama. It started with Reagan and his anti-labor practices, NAFTA, TPP. NAFTA under Clinton was an absolute, these free trade deals are not fair trade deals. And so the free trade agreements have by and large done massive damage to both the labor movement here, as well as just the working class, manufacturing, our ability to manufacture our own goods here. And so this is a long time in the making, but just, we got to note that it's not that a Democrat's not going to save us, right? We put a Democrat in power, it's not going to save us. If people think that, getting Joe Biden in power is somehow going to pause things, like Marianne Williams said it at the People's Convention, that we're going to get a pause on all the damage being done to the working class. Nope, not going to happen. They don't just pause. They don't just not do damage. The Democrats and the Democratic Party does their own set of damage. And I consider it to be a worse form of damage because people don't stand up and recognize it and go protest in the streets when it happens, because by and large, a lot of liberals get really complacent during these, when Democrats are in power. And so I am very much afraid that that is going to happen, and that under Joe Biden, we're going to get more anti-labor practices and anti-labor actions. And unfortunately, it's not going to create the same outrage that we have when Donald Trump does something. Everybody gets outraged whenever Trump does something, and we should be. He's terrible, he's awful, he's horrendous, but also so is Obama, and so are the Democrats and the Democratic Party. And so, I'm wearing this United States Postal Service shirt right now. The Democrats voted. It was Democrats that brought the bill that did that it was a Democrat co-sponsored with a Republican who brought the bill that did all the damage to the United States Postal Service. And every single Democrat voted in favor of that bill that caused the USPS to have to fund their pensions 75 years in advance, which is known as the move that began the destruction of the United States Postal Service. And that was both Republicans and Democrats. And so my point is just to recognize that both of these institutions are failing us, and both of these parties are failures. And their goal has been anti-worker, anti-labor from, for decades now. And they've been successful at that. That's why wages have stagnated. The income for the top 1% keeps going up and up and up, and their share of the income and wealth. And so, all right. Great comment, though. Thank you for the comment, Mark McKeever. And also, yes, I didn't get a chance to give a massive shout out to Steve Alvarez, who deserves one for sure. Thank you so much to Steve Alvarez, who gave us a massive tip after our last stream, tipped $80, which got us to our first fundraising goal. And so, Steve, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support. We love you here, and we really appreciate it. And thank you so much to Steve Alvarez for helping us out with that. So, all right. Let's keep it moving. So I'd like to bring in the next clip that we have is Richard Wolff, and he's going to give us a little bit about the history of May Day. So May Day is the real Labor Day. And I'll let Richard Wolff give us the history. We in the US, we're pretty much we're the only country in the world that celebrates Labor Day on whatever the hell, what is this? It's the first Monday in September, I believe. I believe that's how they do it. So first Monday in September is Labor Day. So we're the only country in the world that celebrates Labor Day then, really. Everybody else celebrates Labor Day on May Day. And the wild thing is that May Day actually started in the US. And so, but most Americans don't know the history of Labor Day. I learned the history of Labor Day through this clip of Richard Wolff that I'm going to show you. I did not know about about May Day until I heard this from Richard Wolff. So I would like to share that with you. He's going to give a little bit of the history of May Day, the origin of May Day, and then we'll come back and we'll listen to a couple other clips of that where he'll connect it to sort of current day events as well. But initially, we're just going to listen to a clip of him sort of giving the origin story of May Day. So let's check it out. And all right. Richard Wolff on the origins of May Day.
Today's program is devoted to honoring and explaining and taking lessons from something called May Day. Around the world, it's a major holiday. It's a time when working people think about their identity as working people, people who go to work 9 to 5 at least days a week, and do there what they're told and leave behind the fruits of their brains and muscles for the employer, which is how the capitalist system organizes it. May Day celebrates not just working people understanding what their situation is, but doing something about it. Working people getting together to improve their lives. And since they're the majority, it's improving society. I'm proud to devote this program to May Day. It deserves it. Ironically, even though the holiday began in Chicago in 1886, so it's been around for 135 years, nonetheless, it's celebrated in other countries in general much more than in the United States, which has always found it hard to admit that we are mostly working people, that our identity is shaped by being working people, and that our interests ought to be understood as those of working people employed by others. So let me begin by a brief, very brief history of May Day. Well, back in 1886 in the United States, and particularly in and around Chicago, a major industrial locus of capitalism in those days, people experienced what they felt were intolerable working conditions. Intolerable working conditions. That's the theme for what work means most of the time to most people, and what May Day has been the effort to change. And so it was back in 1886 in Chicago. What was the intolerable working condition then? The length of the working day. Average working days were 10 to 12 hours. That's right, every day, and often 6 days a week. You went to work kind of after you fell out of bed, and you went back to bed kind of when you ended the workday. There was very little of what Europeans like to call work-life balance. People were physically exhausted. It wasn't healthy. It made it impossible to have a personal life, to relate to your parents, your children, your spouse. It was awful. And the desire to lower the working day, to lessen it, to shorten it, began to mobilize thousands, then tens of thousands, and by 1886, hundreds of thousands of people marched in the streets to shorten the length of the working day. And the goal was the 8-hour day. The thing we all take for granted now had to be fought for by people in the streets. And so they went out May 1, 1886. And of course, the business community, the employers screamed and yelled, it mustn't be, it can't be, it shouldn't be, it'll drive us out of business, and then you won't have any job at all. It's all your fault. Stop doing it. The mantra is always the same. But working people sometimes don't listen. Working people sometimes are organized enough not only not to listen, but to say, we won't work unless the conditions are improved. And so, despite the police that were called out and despite all the propaganda by all the major newspapers against it, people did it. It's famous because there were also arrests and there were also incidents of violence, as that kind of a situation sometimes involves. Police arrested people, the organizers, in some cases, anarchists, which was the favorite term then for what later came to be called, I don't know, socialists, communists, terrorists. These are synonyms in the American vocabulary. And a number of the anarchists were even executed for what was never clear. Somebody threw a bomb, the anarchists were the fall guys, and they were killed. But it didn't work. The 8-hour day emerged as the norm in America, as did an invigorated labor movement. This was a success. Working people had won something when they were mobilized and organized. Big lesson.
All right. So that was economist Richard Wolff just giving us a brief history of May Day, the origin of May Day, which, as he said there, started May 1st, 1886 in Chicago, Illinois, in the US here. And it was, just a massive labor strikes. And that, that history is lost on us. That history is lost because they've done a number on propagandizing and trying to remove and whitewash that history of labor movements in the US. And so you have there, folks like communists and socialists and trade unionists banding together in order to create what was, to give us the 8-hour workday, right? And we take that for granted. And he says it there, right? We totally take that for granted nowadays. Like, 8-hour workdays, but people working 10 to 12-hour workdays 6 days a week, and they were fed up with it. And things like the weekend, that came out of the labor movement. Weekends didn't exist before the labor movement. That was communists, socialists, and trade unionists fighting for, putting their bodies, their lives on the line sometimes. I mean, police came, they broke up these strikes, they would beat people, they killed people. Fascists came out and murdered people. And so they were putting their bodies, their lives on the line in order to earn us something that we just now take for granted, like the 8-hour workday. But then he also, and I think that we'll hear from Richard Wolff soon on how the capitalists go about undoing all of the gains that we make under under a capitalist system. Everything that we ever gain will be taken back by capitalists, and we're going to hear from Richard Wolff on exactly why that is. So let's keep pushing through, and let's hear him connect this to modern day events now. So he's going to connect this idea to modern day events here, and so let's pull that up. Give me one moment here, and we'll pull that up. And so I'm just going to hear from Richard Wolff. He's going to now connect this to current day events under coronavirus and COVID-19, and how that ties to these labor movements from the past. And then we'll hear one more clip from this as well. So
now let's move to today, May 1st, 2020, right upon us. Once again, we're faced with intolerable working conditions. Here's what's intolerable. They're unsafe. To go to a store, an office, a factory, is to be among other people in an environment where the coronavirus can spread from one person to another. We now know that many people who have the virus don't show a symptom, so you can't tell easily. What has to be done is to make workplaces safe, but we're not seeing that. We're being told, go back to work.
All right. Sorry, folks. I think that I pulled that up with no audio. So I got to restart that back. I apologize. I'm going to start that clip back. I'm deeply sorry for that. Yeah, that's fine. Let me know. Could folks hear the audio from Richard Wolff there? I'm pretty sure I pulled it up without audio, so I apologize for that. Let me know in the comments if you could, so that I can know for next time, but don't worry about it. I'm going to start the clip over. And this time it will definitely have audio. Okay.
I hear the audio.
Okay.
Even not in streaming.
Okay.
Because it's behind.
That's fine.
Now let's move to today, May 1st, 2020, right upon us. Once again, we're faced with intolerable working conditions. Here's what's intolerable. They're unsafe. To go to a store, an office, a factory, is to be among other people in an environment where the coronavirus can spread from one person to another. We now know that many people who have the virus don't show a symptom, so you can't tell easily. what has to be done is to make workplaces safe. But we're not seeing that. We're being told, go back to work, go back to work. And of course, we want to because we don't have a job. We're worried about getting the old job back. We don't have enough income. The unemployment doesn't cover. The government check hasn't come. We all have the pressures, and that's being used to get us back to work. Just like in 1886, low incomes, poverty were the tools, the clubs used to get people to accept 10, 12-hour days. Look, I want to go back to work just like everybody else. But the employers haven't taken the steps to make work tolerable, just like the employers back in 1886 hadn't lowered the working day to make work tolerable. So let's go through what they haven't done today. Just like in 1886, it was easy to point out you're all being required to work 10 to 12 hours a day. The employers haven't responded to our requests. Here we go. In 2020, here's what we need. There has to be social distancing. We have to be kept 6 or more feet away from one another. That means you have to reorganize the factories, the offices, and the stores so that the work can be done in a safe way with distancing. Here's another thing. We need to test everybody. You know how often? All the time. Every day, every other day, because you can't tell from one day to the next who is or who isn't infected and therefore dangerous to everybody unless you do mammoth testing. As of the time we're doing this program, the United States hasn't tested 1% of its population. What in the world are you doing telling people to go back into a crowded store, a crowded office, a crowded factory when you haven't got the testing equipment, the trained testers in the workplace to do the work? Then you have to trace whoever's infected to see who else they've been with recently. That's a whole job. You have to locate those people and get them tested. And then there's the masks and the gloves and the temperature monitors. We don't have that. We don't have that in place. Employers haven't done that. And the constant cleaning and the constant disinfecting so that we don't get sick again. Here's the bottom line, friends. The employers who want you to go to work didn't want to take their profits, their money, to make the workplace safe. Just like in 1886, they didn't want to lose the profit of giving you a lousy wage and getting 12 hours of work. They didn't want to exchange that for giving you a lousy wage, but at least you have only 8 hours to work. And you know something? The government hasn't stepped in to compensate for the failure of the employers to make a safe working place, to make the workplace tolerable. The government's supposed to come in and compensate for what employers fail to do, but they haven't done that either. Look, we have 30 million unemployed people right now. They need jobs right now. And we need the work they could be doing. Testing, cleaning, disinfecting, reconfiguring, everything I just listed in a rational society would be getting done. So what do we see? We see scattered organization. We see people moving for a rent strike. The Cooperation Jackson in Mississippi is leading a notion of a general strike. Workers in Amazon and lots of other places have had the organization that demand they're doing what May Day is about. But the reality is we lack the existing organizations. We haven't built them up over the last 30 years to mobilize and organize and make the anger effective, to make the lessons from May Day learned. And also, there's something else.
All right, so that was Richard Wolff, and he is just giving us he's connecting, the events of May Day and the fact that pressure that was being put on workers to work in essentially intolerable, unsafe and intolerable working conditions, working, 10 to 12-hour days. And in a similar way, workers now today are being told to work in intolerable work conditions, right? Where they're literally putting their lives on the lines, particularly for these folks they called essential workers. And they were essentially treated like expendable workers, right? They were forced to go back to their jobs with no real, no permanent, and in many cases, no real increase in their pay. Some got, weak hazard pay. It wasn't even mandatory to give these folks hazard pay. The hazard pay that they did receive was like a few dollars more an hour, which is disgusting. Like, that's nothing. It's nothing. People should have been getting paid double time, at least time and a half, but likely double time. Pay them twice as much as what they're making before. They're risking their lives, literally risking their lives in very dangerous conditions that were made dangerous by the employer, things not putting in, and by the government as well, because we don't have the equipment to support these small businesses and other institutions as well. And so people are going into work and they're not given the proper protective, personal protective equipment, PPE. They're not being tested daily. People should be getting, at the very least, they should be getting temperature checks every single day. They, and possibly multiple times throughout the day. Folks should, every time they leave, come back, they should, breaks, come back, get a quick little, they have the little like temperature gun, just, it's not invasive or anything like that. And they can check temperatures. They could be doing daily. They would need to be doing daily COVID tests for every employee. If you got an employee coming in, those things are not comfortable. So again, this is why you have to make sure that people are being paid properly, because this is a lot to ask of a worker as well. So he's just connecting it to how currently we are now forcing workers back into unsafe conditions. And this is how they treat labor in the US. They don't care about the workers. These capitalists do not care about the workers. And so they simply care about what they call their bottom line. And they're going to work for, it's always got to be about the bottom line being how much profit are they making, essentially. So I think that was an important just connection to make, to realize that, look at, this is how the labor, the true Labor Day started, was out of people standing up and saying, we are fed up with these working conditions. And I would love to see, but Richard Wolff will talk about here why, next clip that we'll listen to, he'll talk a bit about why we're not seeing the same kind of response now. Why is it that in response to somebody putting all these workers' lives in danger directly like this, and forcing them into these intolerable working conditions, why is there not the same response? Why have we not seen the same response? Why are there not mass strikes and hundreds of thousands of people taking to the streets right now, demanding better? I mean, it's Labor Day. People are forced right now today. Schools are starting back up, right? People are forcing people back into schools right now today, September 8th, September 9th. There are going to be these scholar strikes where hopefully there'll be enough strikes from professors, but that's, they should be getting the support of the students and workers everywhere, right? We should all be supporting these movements and doing what we can to highlight these and prop these up and make sure that we recognize and honor the people that really are fighting for our rights. The people that we honor in our society is so twisted. And, we have this concept of celebrity, and it's like these entertainers, and but then, we don't recognize the people that are literally putting their lives on the line in order to keep our country and our economy going. And so they deserve support from all of us, and we have to build solidarity across, I worked in the tech industry. I was, constantly trying to build solidarity with everyone, not just other tech workers, but everybody that works in the business, customer service, that sort of stuff. You got to build solidarity there with everybody that's a non-employer. If you're not an employer, if you're an employee of the company, then you should be forming trying to build solidarity where you can. And so it's unfortunate that we see a lack of a response to something so vile. We have people being forced into unsafe working conditions, and not just that there's a second layer. If folks don't just care about these other folks whose lives are being put in danger, it's your life too that gets put in danger as well when we force people to go back into work or schools when we're not equipped to handle it. It ends up creating these super spreader sort of events. Look at University of Alabama, thousands of students testing positive for coronavirus. Like recently we had Northeastern, who essentially expelled. They dismissed 11 first-year students for violating social distancing rules after the institution themselves, after Northeastern, forced the students, a bunch of, horny teenagers, as somebody pointed out on Twitter. They forced a bunch of horny teenagers who have been self-isolating for the past 6 months. They forced them to come together and to congregate together by holding classes, not remotely, but on campus, and forcing that in. Why? Because of greed. They wanted to collect the money for, they get, it's like $17,000 a year for room and board. And so they're out of greed, out of sheer greed, these institutions force students in there. And then when they do what teenagers, high schoolers, essentially first year students are high schoolers, when they do exactly what high school students are, you can expect them to do, and go hang out together, then they go and they expel them, and they lose. And these were a bunch of international students, lost $36,500 tuition for a single semester. And they just kicked them all out. And so, but like, it's going to create these events where people are going to congregate together more. It increases the risk to the community as well when we do that, especially when we're not protecting these people. And so it's one of the things that I will try to continue to harp on, because it's incredulous, and we shouldn't be allowing this. And unfortunately, this is the situation we have right now. And so I'd like to get Richard Wolff's commentary now on why it is that things are this way, why there isn't this response to these terrible working conditions, why we don't have the same sort of labor response in this country, and why it is that capitalism is part of the system of capitalism is undoing everything that we do when we fight for any little reform, how capitalists manage to take that all back from us over time. And so lessons that we need to learn. These are crucial lessons for the left to learn, because otherwise we'll just end up fighting. If we ignore the history, we will fight to get the same kind of reforms that we already got. And why do we think that it would be any different this time? Why would it be any different this time? If we get these reforms and these same exact reforms were taken away by capitalists, things like, so let's listen to Professor Wolff. We'll come back and we'll discuss. I'll let Richard Wolff kick it off. So he says this much better than I ever could, of course. Okay. Sure, I got the right one queued. Okay. This is Richard Wolff on how capitalists fight and will always fight to undo any reforms that we get done. All right.
Here's the lack of understanding. We cannot keep reforming a system the way we have and expect things to work. Let me give an example. We got rid of everything other than the 8-hour day, but the capitalists, the employers, they got back and they got around it. We have the gig economy where people work more than 8 hours. We have overtime where people work more than 8 hours. And we have companies that have gone all over the world to escape. The reforms are hard to win. And then the worst of it is, after you've won them, the employers figure out ways to undo them. They fight you before you get them, and then they undo them after they lose and we win. There's a lesson here we have to learn. Making reforms, improving, making capitalism less awful, less harsh, less intolerable doesn't in the end solve the problem, and it never did. Even if we got what I just listed, an army of people paid for by the capitalists to clean, to disinfect, to test, to trace, to reconfigure, to do all the things that a decent society would do before telling people to go back to work, before risking their lives and those of their loved ones. Even if we did it, we leave in place a capitalist system which concentrates the wealth and the power at the top, We leave in place those small groups, boards of directors, owners of enterprises, major shareholders who have every incentive, as soon as they can, to undo the reform if they haven't blocked it. That's why, after the 8-hour day is won, we have so many people today working more than 8 hours a day, of course, because the capitalists undid it. They have the incentive because it's more profitable for them, and they have the means, they have the profits which gather into their hands, which give them the funds to undo. They use their profits to move production out of the United States to places where there is no 8-hour day law. Come on. If we succeed in making the workplace safe, we will have to worry forever that the employers will make them unsafe again. There's a reason we have something called OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, because capitalism has always not cared for and not taken care of the health and welfare of their employees.
Okay. That is Richard Wolff explaining. This is somebody who is a historian of economics. This is his life's work. This is what he spends all his time focused on. And he's been right constantly. Check the receipts. You can see him predicting essentially these constant collapses of capitalism, these recurring instability, the recurring instability of capitalism. He's not a Monday morning quarterback. He's somebody that tells you in advance, and then you can see. I mean, this is him talking about this back in May, and we can see what's happened in this country since then, right? They didn't equip these workers properly. We have 5% of the world's population, but 25% of the world's COVID-19 cases and COVID-19 deaths, okay? 5% of the population, 25% of the deaths, okay? That is, it didn't need to be this way. We could have helped these people. We could have saved people. We could have protected people, but instead, capitalists, non-capitalists, they needed money. They needed to keep the economy going. And so they were in keeping the economy going in an unsafe way. And so they wanted to, it wasn't about keeping the economy going. It was about keeping their profits rolling in. And so they weren't focused on protecting employees, keeping people safe. That wasn't a focus. The focus was on making more money, right? We gotta get, otherwise the business is gonna close down. If we can't keep making, we gotta be pulling these profits so we can keep the shareholders happy. I love how he talked about the fact that, the problem with reforms and doing this reformation, reforming capitalism, this is what I hear a lot of people fighting for now, and even these things, the best things you can reform and fight for: universal programs. Those are the hardest for the capitalist to break. When you provide universal programs, he doesn't talk about it here, but he does talk about it in other places. When you provide universal programs, those ones tend to be the hardest ones for capitalists to destroy, because everybody's got a piece of them. Everybody gets a little piece of them. And so when you hear people arguing in favor of things like a public option, or these means tested student loan solutions like what Elizabeth Warren had, you just got to have like a red, alarm bells, and you should, lights should be flashing, red lights flashing in your eye. When you see that stuff, when you hear that stuff, it should be a major signal that these are the kinds of reforms that are going to be undone. These are the kind of reforms that, because we leave capitalists in place with all these reforms, what they do is they leave the underlying system in place. They leave capitalism in place. And what that does is that allows them to eventually, we leave them with the power and the incentive to undo everything that we've done. You leave the board of directors, all the people, the politicians that have come into power, but that have been bought by those corporations, and you leave them in power, and you leave them with all the incentive to undo and to fight against you. So you can't do that. We got to find a way to take away their power. And that is by building democratic workplaces. That is by doing what we are trying to do here at Radical Democracy, and building democratic workplaces. That's why it's so crucial. And you should feel very good about when you take money out of the capitalist system and you put it into a truly socialist organization like this, that is a democratic institution like this. When you launder money out of that anti-democratic system and you put it into this system, you are helping to build anti-democratic workplaces. You're helping to build democratic workplaces. You're helping to build anti-capitalist workplaces, socialist workplaces. I got to be less afraid of using the word. Yes, socialist workplaces, 21st century democratic socialism. And we will finally, you don't leave anyone in power. You're not, when you donate to Radical Democracy, I will never be the CEO. There will never be a CEO of this company. We are going to run it democratically. All workers will have an even say, and we will also be bringing in one person, one vote, and we will also try to bring the community into the decision-making process as much as possible. So if you would like to support that, please head over to our Patreon or drop us a tip at coffee.com/radical democracy or patreon.com/radical democracy. So tip us there, coffee.com/radical democracy, or you can, donate on Patreon there, patreon.com/radical democracy. You can subscribe, do a monthly donation, whatever you can afford, as low as $1 a month, whatever you can afford. It helps. It really does. It helps. And again, you are part of the solution to all of these problems that we face. And we'll talk more about why this is a solution to all of these problems. But, one more thing to point out from that clip was just how Richard Wolff also just noted that the 10 to 12 hour workday that they fought for on May Day, on Labor Day, as we remember what the real Labor Day is, the May Day being the real Labor Day, May 1st, where the rest of the world tends to celebrate May Day, tends to celebrate Labor Day. That was a fight to end the 10 to 12 hour work week. And if you look at the statistics now, Americans, and maybe I'll probably pull this up in post, edit this in, show the stats on how many work hours Americans work on average. We work some of the highest hours on average out of any country in the world. And so people work more today than anywhere else around the world, and more than ever. The average work week is something like 50 hours in the US now, which is a 10-hour workday, 5 days a week, right? So that's a 10-hour workday. When I was working in the tech industry, 10-hour workdays were the expectation. Working weekends was the expectation. Nobody had to explicitly say it to you, but when you saw everybody else around you doing it, you knew you better be doing it too, or you won't be around everybody else for much longer. And so they put that expectation on you. 10 to 12 hour workday, 60-hour work weeks was a total norm for me all throughout my career in the tech industry. It was 10-hour days was just automatic. It's going to be 10-hour days a minimum, and oftentimes 12-hour days and more. And so just know that whatever we do, when we make these reforms and we fight for these reforms, that the capitalists, if we leave this system in place, if we fight for all this stuff and we leave the system in place, just get ready for it to all be undone and taken away over time. So we see some countries that are doing better than us right now. They got labor unions, strong unions. Germany, shout out to Ben 2K, our German correspondent there, who, he's living in a country, strong labor unions, all that. Trust me, you leave that system in place long enough, Ben, and the capitalists will come in and they will undo it. They will fight and scrape and claw for every little bit, and they will undo it. So speaking of Ben and our community here, I'd love to take a few comments, questions, anything from the community. Awesome. Ben 2K says, and shout out to Tammy for helping us with these, our producer Tammy for helping to get everything in order on the stream, and she's helping us go through comments and pull comments and everything. So thank you to Tammy. If you would like to help pay her for her labor, please, patreon.com/radical democracy or ko-fi.com/radical democracy. And if you're watching right now and you haven't already, you better have liked this stream and subscribe. Ben 2K says, yeah, you need stronger labor rights in the US. It's unsafe, especially for teachers and healthcare workers. Yeah, like we absolutely need stronger labor rights, and we gotta build those labor rights. If we try to do it through capitalist institutions, they will just undo those labor rights. So we can get little reforms, we can get some temporary harm reduction, but it's only temporary. And I really respect somebody who's Roderick Douglas on Facebook said it's not just harm reduction. It's harm deferment with interest. We end up deferring the harm with interest. And if you got some student loan debt here in the US, you know about interest. You know all about interest. And so we're going to be paying it down in the future, and we're just deferring it to another generation. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I want to do better. I want to do something sustainable, something lasting, build lasting reforms. And so, yes, we absolutely need stronger labor rights in the US, but the way we need to build those labor rights is through building democratic workplaces, is through not empowering a handful of people ever again to be making all the decisions for us. This board of directors makes all of the decisions. So, all right, let's keep it moving. Oh, let's keep it moving with some more comments. Here we go. We got Ben 2K who says people here fought for Saturdays off too in the 70s. If I recall correctly, with the slogan "Saturday, my dad is mine." I think my dad is mine, or my day. Oh, I get it. Saturday, my dad is mine. Saying, because this was obviously a, slightly sexist, or like patriarchal. It was a patriarchal framing of it, where it's saying, the dads are the workers, right? And so this is the 70s. This was still widely a sort of accepted language. They're implying that women don't work here, essentially, but we can put that aside a little, the patriarchal language behind it. But the message is clear. Saturday, my dad is mine, meaning you get to, we should, children, this is speaking from the voice of the children, saying we want our parents to be home on Saturdays, on the weekend. So before they were getting 6-day work weeks. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, I love Germany. They have a word for everything, and I freaking love it. They have the best words. There is literally a word for everything, and I absolutely love it. We should do a little segment where Ben teaches us some cool left-wing words for stuff. Like, I always, like, people are like, oh, what's the, that feeling that you get when you got this and there's no hope and this is this, and like there's a German word for it, I swear, for everything. So I love it. And so I won't dare try to pronounce that right now. I would embarrass myself. I need to learn some German. So my German accent's not good. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ben 2K, but you said 40-hour work week there. Did they fight for the 40-hour work week? In Germany, there is it's not a 40-hour work week anymore, right? I know at least the average, but I believe full-time work week, right, is like 35 hours in Germany, correct, Ben? Let me know what a full-time work week is in Germany. But most other places in the world, most other OECD countries, industrialized nations, it's not 40 hours. Why? And I don't know why we take 40 hours. We should already be at I would say a 32-hour work week max right now. Really like a 30-hour work week, like 5 days a week, 6 hours a day. Like, that's a lot of time. Plus the travel that you have to do back and forth to work. Like, that should count as part of your workday, whatever time you have to spend traveling. Before you woke up, and in Jamaica, where my family lives, you wake up and you live on your farm and you grow your own food. You don't have to travel miles to work in traffic and, breathing exhaust. And Ben 2K says, it's less than 40 hours now. So they got less than a 40-hour work week there. We're just stuck on this 40-hour work week. I would love to see, and folks like Cooperation Jackson are leading strikes to a general strike, trying to build support for a general strike movement. We haven't had a general strike in this country in over 100 years. Those things are powerful. If we ever could pull off a general strike, and now is the time. I just want to see it happen. I really want to see it happen, and I encourage it. And for anyone who has the ability to strike and won't face absolute destitution, please do so when you can. Stand up with other workers. I often, there were teacher strikes over the summer, was it? Or I forget exactly when. We had some teacher strikes here in Massachusetts recently. I was out there, striking with, just supporting, bring some water, just bring yourself and show you support them. And it means so much to people. Grocery workers going on strike at like Walmart and stuff. You just head out and you just say, hey, just stopping by to say, thank you for everything you do. I appreciate you. I stand in solidarity with you. We need more of that. So if you can do that, support strikes, support labor movements in every way you can. Do we have any? So Ben 2K says, it's about 37 hours now. Okay. Yep. It'll be hard to fight. It'll be a hard fight to do that here. If they try to come for the unions in Germany, good luck to them. Trust me, Ben, we were strong here too. We had strong labor unions in the 50s, in the 40s and 50s. We had strong labor unions. They got us all kinds of massive reforms, Social Security, GI Bill, everything that FDR got, that was through labor movement fights. So I hope that you're right in that, and that it won't happen to you the same way. But I'm sorry, I gotta take Richard Wolff's opinion and his analysis into account here. And he says it, and he's seen it. He's studied the history, and everywhere that capitalism exists, it follows the same pattern. So as strong as those unions are right now, does somebody know the percentage of people that are in Germany that are part of a labor union? Whole union membership produces a 10C figure. I'm gonna need to look that up. I need to find out what the percentage is. I'm sure it's a lot. We were at over 30% in this country of people were part of labor unions, and now we're down to less than 10. They will absolutely, just give them enough time, Ben. They will get enough money. They will gain enough power. They will purchase your politicians. They will fight for these little reforms. They will use the US as a model, and they will get it done. So if we rest on our laurels and think that we got it good enough here, and trust me, I mean, Germany, homelessness hasn't been eradicated in Germany. Poverty hasn't been eradicated in Germany. Hunger hasn't been eradicated in Germany. So with all those reforms, and as strong as the labor unions are there, it's still not enough. If you really want to see a just society for every, human being, then we got to go further. We have to take it further. And democracy in the workplace is the move that is the fundamental change we need to make to our society in order to prevent these reforms from all being taken away. So 18% as of 2013 in Germany. So I mean, Ben, as strong, and you got strong labor unions. Labor unions are all over the place. They have all kinds of great laws there that say you got to have certain amount of percentage of labor on your board of directors. That's very powerful. Those are really powerful reforms that were put in place, and that will hold on a little bit longer, but it's only like 45% of the board. The capitalists still have the power. They still maintain power. It's like a 55-45, and they will never give you over 50%. And they will slowly but surely tear those reforms down until there's nothing left of them. So Ben 2K says, yeah, about 6 million in the DGB, which are 6 smaller unions combined. Okay, nice. Awesome. Thank you so much. See, this is Ben 2K, our German correspondent here. Shout out to Ben 2K, also a Patreon patron supporter. I saw the comments earlier. Ben 2K, don't you worry about that. Nothing to worry about. We love you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for all your support, and just for always being here and helping out and giving us this great information. Always appreciate it. Thank you so much to all of our community. Really, I really appreciate all of you. And then Mark McKeever says, being a union man myself, it's sad to see our union participation at 8% and slowly declining. Unions need to return with the fury. I agree, but we have to note that unions, and we're going to hear more from Richard Wolff on this. Unions have been here, and we try with unions, but the problem with unions is that they are undemocratic. They are not democratic in their nature. They are a little bit more democratic. They put more democracy, and the more democracy you have, the closer we get. But the real solution is we got to stop playing with this partial democracy. We can't play games with that. We can't let people, if you build hierarchical structures, and you build these top-down hierarchical structures that don't rely on democracy, then it creates a situation where all that the capitalists have to do is corrupt the people at the very top, right? And you see it happen. And I don't want to shit on labor unions on Labor Day too much, but we should be critical of labor unions so that we don't make the same mistakes. Don't repeat the same mistakes that we've already made. And so, yes, I believe we got to build up unions. We need to have unions, but we also need to build more democratic unions to start with. And then eventually the real reform that has to be made, and what we really need to be focused on is full democracy in the workplace. Stop. Why are we playing games with all unions end up being is representative democracy? Yet again, it's not direct democracy. It's representative. And we got to stop being afraid of real democracy. We can't be afraid of real democracy. If you're afraid of the tyranny of the majority, you should be much more afraid of tyranny of the minority, right? I don't get why that's a better situation for us, right? So just this idea that, the majority of people are just too stupid or something to be able to control and have self-determination or something, I absolutely disagree with. And, I believe in the people. I really do. I believe in people's ability to govern themselves. And so that's what I want. I don't want to be controlling people. And we're going to hear more from Richard Wolff on this. And he'll make a much better case than I ever could on why building democratic workplaces is the real solution to these problems. And so, yes, I want to see stronger unions, but I only want to see that as just a very short stepping stone to, we can build it as unions, but they need to be democratic. One member, one vote for every single member on all major decisions. No more union leadership. And we can elect people that will get to be union leaders, but it needs to be rotated in and out so that people aren't sitting in power too long. There needs to be term limits on these sorts of things. We have to put all these things in place if we're going to even allow things like union leadership. I much rather prefer, I don't want unions in the end. I don't want unions. I want democratic workplaces. You don't need a union in a democratic workplace. Every single person that works there is a part of the quote unquote union automatically. And it's better than a union because you have full democracy. You got full control over that profit. Okay, so we gotta get some more Richard Wolff in here soon because he's gonna make this case. So I really want to make this. I really want to watch Richard Wolff make this case for us. So all right, so we got a few more comments. Tammy says, all right, let's go through a few more comments. Thank you for the comment, Mark. Mark says also worker productivity skyrocketed during the '08 crash because of desperation of being fired, and corporations took advantage of workers knowing this. It's happening yet again. Sickening. Absolutely. This is such an important point. And Richard Wolff makes this point, not in anything we'll watch today, but he makes this point over and over again. And he really tries to hammer this point home. This is very critical, is that I talked about it and we talked about it in the video that I did on Richard Wolff on class war. If you want to Google that and check that out, Richard Wolff on class war, we talked about this and he makes this point. It's titled something like "This is Class War," is the title of the video that I did. And so Richard Wolff talks about it though. And he says that this is what they're going to do. They're going to use the desperation of workers right now. And the fact that they can threaten workers with this unemployed workforce. Part of capitalism is maintaining a pool of unemployed workers that you can use for two reasons. One, as a backup resource of labor. If in the case that one of your employees gets sick or dies, right, you need a backup, right? So you want to be able to easily pull more in. So they want that. Also, they use it as a threat to the existing workers. They threaten them and they say, listen, if you don't do what we say, if you don't accept longer work hours, lower wages, lesser benefits, then we're just going to take one of these desperate people and we're going to hire them instead. They're desperate. They're unemployed. Their unemployment's running out. Evictions moratoriums are expiring. There's nothing. Congress and the government are doing nothing to help people. We have nothing like a universal basic income. These people are desperate. They're desperate out there. And so they will use their desperation to pit two workers against each other. And they will use that. That's a form of demagoguery that they do. And they will divide us up and they will have us fighting against each other. Some workers will be mad at the workers will be mad at the unemployed because they're saying, oh, these unemployed people, they're sitting at home and they're not having to risk their lives and they're just getting paid on unemployment, and they get mad at the folks that are unemployed. And then the unemployed people, they're getting mad at the workers saying, oh, they're so lucky. They have jobs that they can at least rely on. We're getting reduced pay and uncertain pay under unemployment. You're constantly getting bumped off of unemployment. You never know if the next check is going to come on unemployment. They trip you up with all kinds of identity verifications and they put all these kind of obstacles in the way of you obtaining the unemployment, and it's limited. It's going to run out. And so you're looking at that cliff. You're going to fall off at any point. And so they are all stressed and they go and they start blaming the workers instead of banding together and recognizing that the real people doing this to all of the working class is the employer class. The employees need to all, have solidarity and don't get angry at other workers for missing time or calling out sick or anything like that. Like, don't be mad at your coworkers for calling out. It's not that they're leaving you with a bigger burden. It's the employer that didn't hire enough people because they wanted to have this reserve pool of labor because they want to make a profit. They could operate not at a profit. Fuck, I don't care about profits. I don't care if you don't turn a profit. If you don't turn a profit at a democratic workplace, it doesn't necessarily matter. As long as everybody's being paid a living wage, an actual living wage, who cares if we make profit? We're surviving, right? And we're living. We do want to make a profit, and there's an incentive there to make a profit. And we'll talk about institutions like Mondragon who are able to build up these worker cooperatives, these democratic workplaces, and not only turn a profit, but become one of the most profitable businesses in the entirety of a country of Spain. You know, they're the fourth largest corporation in Spain, and they're a worker cooperative. So we're going to talk more about them, and we'll get to that very soon. Do we need to take a few more comments before we go? Okay, let's take a few more comments. Ben2K says, I find it funny that the German wiki calls it Haymarket Riot. The English wiki calls it Haymarket Affair. Haymarket Affair. Like, it's so, and I don't even like the language of riots necessarily. I accept it though. I'm accepting it more and more. Like, there is a difference between a protest and a riot. We should sort of try to differentiate when one is, there's a more like anger behind one. There's more like, you know, it's a little stronger outburst, you know, more, I don't know how to describe it without using language that would be, you know, sort of conservative right-wing framings of it. So I don't want to do that. But yeah, they do this all the time with this language. Like it's softer language. George Carlin talks about it with soft language and the way that they use soft language to hide and mask the reality of what's going on. The Haymarket Affair, or they'll call it like the Tulsa riot, when it was a Tulsa like massacre where Black Wall Street, they called it, was they came in and they massacred people in there. And they'll have, you know, just the way that they name these events is they try to mask the reality with soft language. So that's a great one. Haymarket Affair. That's what are they trying to, you would think that, you know, it's about some, you know, couple who, you know, some love triangle or something right there, like the Haymarket Affair. It's just a, you know, little love triangle situation went on, and you know, whatever. This is how our history gets whitewashed. So thank you so much for that, Ben2K. That's hilarious. Ben2K says the Haymarket riot leader was from Germany, August. I think that's a name. Spy. Great guy. So nice. I didn't know that. Spies, not spy. Okay, he was hanged because he was framed for a bomb. Holy shit. Okay, that's wild. Yeah. I need to learn more about this. Thank you so much. You've been 2K dropping knowledge up in here. Any other comments that we want to get to? Okay, we can get to more comments. We'll keep going. We'll pull back more. I do want to get to the next clip of Richard Wolff here, and he's going to. Oh, this is one of my favorite. This is one of my favorite Richard Wolff clips. So while we got a bunch of people in stream, I'm going to play this Richard Wolff clip. This is literally one of my favorite Richard Wolff clips. He's going to explain to us essentially Marxist area of production, but I don't want to scare you away saying things like that. It's just how capitalism works, how essentially how capitalists exploit the labor of workers. Okay, so let's check this clip out from Richard Wolff, and then we will come back and discuss. I will tell you, this is a longer clip than anything else. This is probably the longest clip we're going to play. Buckle in, but it's about 10 minutes. Okay, so check it out. Richard Wolff. He drops so much knowledge here. This is so critical. So if you listen to anything on the stream, please listen to the next 10 minutes of the stream, because you are going to learn something that you should have learned in school and you didn't. And so please listen to this clip, and we will come back and discuss.
In Marx's way of thinking, capitalism is easily represented in the following way of understanding what the process of production is. And because Marx is interested in human beings, and Marx is interested in how people relate to one another, because that's what he's concerned with, he's going to analyze what happens in production in terms of labor, of this activity people give themselves to when they go to work, and how they relate to one another as they go about transforming nature into chairs and software programs and haircuts and everything else. Okay? So we're going to start this way. Every act of production makes use of some kinds of tools, equipment, raw material, whatever. For example, let's use a chair as an example. If you're going to make a chair, you need some wood and some glue and maybe some nails and a hammer, and you get the idea. And all of those things that are used in production were made by human beings, labor, that's now available for us to use to make more things. Somebody did work a while ago to make the hammer, which I'm going to now use to make the chair. Somebody a while ago put together whatever needed to make the glue that I use and to cut the trees into the lumber that I use. And so we're going to use a simple EL, embodied labor. Every production makes use of embodied labor, labor that's embodied in some product that was done earlier that's now an input to what we're doing now. Basically, simple idea. Here comes another simple idea. With this embodied labor, labor embodied in all the tools, equipment, and raw material, production involves the addition of living labor, the worker, you, him, her, the people working. So we're going to call that living labor. Embodied labor plus living labor gives you the total labor in whatever we produce in an economy. It's real simple. Okay? You can say it in other words. There's the value of all the stuff we use up when we produce, tools, equipment, and raw materials. And then there's the value added by the worker who uses those pieces of equipment to transform the raw material into the final. So this is nails, glue, lumber. This is the chair maker's effort, and the outcome is the chair. Okay? This is very simple. What is capitalism about? By some process, which we can talk about later, the embodied labor, the work done by working people in the past, becomes the private property of a few people. You know their names. They're called employers. They didn't make this stuff. Absolutely not. Somebody else did. Workers. But those workers didn't get to keep what they produced. They lost what they produced, and it became the property of somebody else. And that capitalist brings to the production process whatever it is he owns. Let's just say, just to make it simple, that it's worth 100. It doesn't matter what it is, just 100 of anything. So we know we're using up in making chairs 100 worth of hammers, nails, glue, lumber, all of that. And now the worker adds value to what he or she produces by transforming the lumber, nails, and glue into a new finished thing called a chair or a sofa or any other piece of output. Okay, and let's, just to make it real simple, say it's another 100. And so the final chair is worth 200. I told you this would be easy. 100 plus 100 equals 200. Economists think this is an enormous achievement here, but most of you probably don't. The arithmetic is simple. Okay? Now let's follow the logic as Marx did. This is what a capitalist does. He brings 100 of what he's come to acquire somehow, we don't know how. And by the way, we never asked the capitalist quite how he got it, do we? It's really only, do you got it or do you not have it? And if you have it, you can be the employer. And if you don't, you can't. The fact that the employer who has it didn't produce it is a nagging problem we prefer not to ask, but we'll come back to it. And you know you can't be an employer because you don't have it. You didn't get it. Somebody else did. So the capitalist brings his 100, but he uses that up. That's the tools and equipment used up. So that 100 shows up in the chair as half of the 200 that chair is worth. And we know that the chair is worth 200 because in addition to the 100 of stuff used up, there was 100 more value added by the worker who worked to make the chair that's worth 200. Now, says Marx, and you're going to say it with me because you're going to understand this. Now Marx says, let's see. For the capitalist, he wants to get back what he laid out, the 100. He gave 100 to the production process. So when he sells the chair at 200, he's going to take 100 of it to replace the tools and equipment and raw materials used up in producing the chair. That's how he can keep on being a chair capitalist. That's how he can keep production going. He has to replace the tools, equipment, and raw materials he used up, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. I don't have the time to be Socratic because we don't have enough time. Okay, let's see. So out of the 200 worth of chair, you need to take 100 to replace what you used up. That leaves you with 100 after you sell the chair. What are you going to do with the 100? You could, here we go now, because this is the crucial part. You could take the other 100 and you could give it to the worker. Because after all, it was the worker whose labor added the 100 of value to this stuff to make the 200. You could, couldn't you? And the logic would be, gee, the worker added the value, he or she, here we go, folks, should get it. Because he gave it. He created it. He made it happen. He should get it. Do you think that happens in capitalism? No, you don't, do you? We don't give the worker the value added. Ever in capitalism. It's not how it works. You all know that. But I'm putting it kind of right up front and bold for you to deal with. What is it that capitalists do? They divide that 100 into two parts. One part is what we pay the worker. I'll be generous and say 50. Now you get it. If you made a chair of 200 and you used 100 to replace the tools, equipment, and raw materials you used up, and you used another 50 to pay the workers, that leaves what? 50. Good. Higher math of economics. 50. And Marx called this the surplus. It's what the capitalist has left over after he pays out to himself the 100 worth of tools, equipment, and raw materials he contributed that got used up, and he pays the workers. He's got to pay the workers, because if he doesn't, they won't show up anymore, and the game is over. So to keep it going, he has to replace the tools and equipment, and he has to pay the workers. But he has to pay the workers, here we go, folks, less than the value added by the workers when they work. Or to use the technical term economists like, he has to rip the workers off. He has to steal from them part of what their labor added. You know what the lesson here is? For those of you who imagined that when you graduate from here, you will get a job. In fact, the only job you will accept is one that pays you what you're worth. Never gonna happen. The condition of your employment is that you produce more by your labor than you get paid. Welcome to the capitalist system. That's how it works. This thing, surplus, that's profits. That's where the profits of enterprise come from. The best way to describe your work in a capitalist enterprise is not that the employer gives you a job, it's that you give your employer the surplus. The giver and the getter are in reversed order from what the language suggests. You are doing wonderful things for your employer, and they will keep you in that job exactly as long as you can keep producing a surplus adequate to what they need. Okay? That's step one. Volume 1 of Capital lays all that out. And for those of you who have never seen this before, no one has ever done this with you before, this simple took me 5 minutes. Now you get a taste of that repression that I talked to you about at the beginning. That's what happens in a society which is not allowed to think like this. So for some of you, maybe it's the first time. Let's continue.
Okay, so that is Richard Wolff breaking down the theft of capitalism in less than 10 minutes. You know, I mean, I could have shortened that clip to about 7 minutes or so, but I just wanted you to get the full effect of his lecture because he's a great lecturer. And if you haven't watched or don't watch Richard Wolff's lectures, you're missing out. You're missing out on something. And it's where I gained so much of my knowledge of economics. It's not the only place. You can't just have one resource. You gotta draw from many sources. David Harvey's another great source. I can name a bunch, but I won't even. So you got to have taken a bunch of different views. So Ben 2K says, I like it. Well explained so far. So yeah, no, he absolutely, he's great at just boiling these things down to such simple terms. And when he puts it in those terms, I hope that everybody was able to not just listen, but to watch, because he also, just to have it up on the whiteboard and be able to hold it in your mind. Hopefully that helps. But I think that you could just listen and get the same effect from it. So some of the things that I think are just so crucial are the fact that he describes clearly how he throws up that equation, very basic equation. The embodied labor plus the living labor is equal to the total labor, right? And then out of the living, out of that total labor, some amount is taken and then given back to the laborer, but it's not the full amount. There's always this surplus that's held. And that's what Marx was really focused on, was every economic system has a surplus. And the question of your economic system is who controls the surplus? And in what's the surplus? How is the surplus determined? So in things like in the system of slavery, surplus was everything. You had 100% surplus, right? You took all the whatever you owned that worker, right? And so you own the slave master, not you, not me for sure, but in slavery, the master owned the slave. Whatever was, they would give them the whatever tools were necessary, right, to do whatever the job was, and then they would take 100% of the surplus, right, and then they would take a small amount of that, whatever was necessary, the bare minimum that was necessary to feed, house, and clothe those slaves, right? So that they could continue to do the work, because you don't want them dying of whatever sickness from not being clothed in the middle, in the cold or anything like that, or not being sheltered. And so you had to, in slavery, that's how the surplus was controlled. In the feudal system, that you had the lord and the serfs, would work the lord on the land of the lord, landlords. Some little feudalism still going on in the society today. Yes. So you had the lord of the land, and so that the serf would work that land for, usually, I think it was like 4 days a week you would work, and whatever you produced in that 4 days was your production for the lord. And then for the other 3 days, you could produce enough. You would produce for your own family. So you gave some of what you produced, most of what you produced was given to the lord. And then you were allowed to keep some, about 3 days work, for yourself and your family. So that's how they sustain there. And that's how the surplus was determined there. So in a democratic workplace now, the surplus, you make that surplus, all the workers go in, they put into contributing into that surplus. And it's very hard to determine who puts in what, right? How do you value one job over another? Every job in a workplace, you're all sort of sharing in the work in some way. And honestly, I get it for some specialized skills. Yes, for certain specializations, we should pay people more. And we'll talk about some models of democratic workplaces. Let's be clear. Having a democratic workplace or worker cooperative does not mean that everybody gets paid the same amount automatically. That doesn't have to be a rule. It's not a rule in some of the cooperatives that we'll talk about today, like Mondragon. They set a rule of what the differential can be, but they don't. It's not one-to-one. It's not that everybody makes the same amount. Some worker co-ops do have that rule, and you get to vote on that and decide what type of cooperative do we want to run, and you continue to give people a vote. Over and over, you should hold annual votes essentially on a bunch of these sorts of rules, so that as more people come in, you can constantly refine the system. You can't just like make a set of rules when you establish the company and then that's the set of rules that everybody's going to be governed by for the rest of the time. No, you democratically determine that rule set over and over every year. And so in who determines the surplus in a democratic workplace? The workers do. The workers get to determine what gets done with the surplus. They worked for it. They developed it. They should get to decide, right? And I love how he broke that down, that like even it's the embodied labor, right? The embodied labor is all the stuff that like in the example of a chair, right? You have the chair maker or whatever. And so in the example of a chair, you know, the capitalists would come in and they would say, here's the wood and the hammer, the nails, the glue. And so, and then they would provide the laborer with that, and the laborer would come in and apply their living labor to it to actually build and model and structure it. And that's all the living labor. And that creates what the total labor is. What's the total value sort of this item that was produced. And so you know, just that point that those the nails, the glue, those were also produced, right? Not by the capitalists. Though the capitalist doesn't come in and build. They don't come in and provide. They don't build the hammer. They don't go, you know, mine the ore themselves by hand, right? They got other workers, right? There were other workers who created all of these goods, right? Who created all of these materials, the nail, the hammer, the glue, the wood. They refined it, some other workers, right? And then we could talk about, and he talks about how their labor in the same fashion is now taken in, that there was a surplus from that, and that wasn't decided what to do with that surplus by other workers who made the hammer, the nails, the glue. It was some other capitalists in this system who also got to extract that surplus, and then this small, you know, collection of people, board of directors and major shareholders, get to decide what gets done, where it gets done, who it gets done by, and what to do with the surplus of all that labor. And I talk about this constantly on the show, and that's why we are building a democratic workplace here. We are building a democratic workplace, and it's so crucial. And he tells you why it's so crucial here. And because I don't want to be somebody's boss. I don't want to have that power over somebody. And we should reject that power on the left. You shouldn't want to hold that power over somebody. I don't trust myself with power any more than I trust any other person with power. It's, you know, they say, you know, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And like, I do believe that power itself is corrupting. And so if you hold power over another person, then you can exploit that person just by definition. And so I don't want to hold power over someone. That's not what my goal is in building radical democracy. I want to make sure that what I see as a success is every time we're able to hire somebody, when I'm able to hire a new person and grant another person democracy, that will be when I celebrate. I won't celebrate, you know, oh, we reached some profit mark or something like that. I don't care. I want to make money so insofar as it helps human beings live better lives and be able to determine for themselves these sorts of things. And when we build those institutions up, we will be able to build them strong enough. We've seen that Richard Wolff is going to show us examples of places where this is a thriving, economic system. And so this isn't fairy tale fantasy stuff. This is being done. It can be done, and we can do it. And so if you would like to, you know, shameless plug here, if you would like to help us do that here, what you can do is head over to our Patreon at patreon.com/radical democracy. There's a link in the description below. I should have said that before. So you can hit the link in the description box below. And there's also a link to our coffee at coffee.com/radical democracy, ko-fi.com/radical democracy. There you can just leave us a tip for the stream, or essentially it operates like our super chat. So if you would like to help us contribute towards getting some new lighting for the studio, so we would like to improve the lighting here because these lights are very harsh and it's very hard to see, and it's just not good enough lighting. The camera has to do a bunch of extra work, so the camera ends up giving poor resolution, poor camera quality. So there's a lot of sort of technical issues that just improving our lighting here would give us a better quality stream. And the more we can improve the quality of the stream, the better it will be for helping the channel to grow, to just make it look better, sound better. The next thing up that we're going to do is get a new mic. This is a very cheap, inexpensive mic, and we really need like a professional mic because my voice is terrible. And that's one of the next things that we'll do. But also, next goal after that is like, once we build enough Patreon patrons, that's where, by subscribing on Patreon, that's really the best thing you can do for us for support, if you can afford it, is on Patreon, because that allows us to now have a steady income, a steady cash flow, where we can then hire people and bring people into the organization. I say hire, but I don't even know if that's the terminology I should be using, but essentially hire people into this workplace and give people, help build workplace democracy, one institution at a time. And that's really what Richard Wolff talks about and says, we can do it. This is the way that we do it. Is we spend a lot of money into like donating into like, electoral campaigns and things like that. I've poured literally thousands of dollars into electoral campaigns at this point in my life. I'll pull up my Act Blue receipts if I have to. Collectively over time, over the past, and I've only been donating to political campaigns for about just under 4 years now. It's ever since like probably like 4 years. 2017, I think, was the first time that I donated to a political campaign when AOC announced her run. I think she might have been the first person I ever donated to. So, or just Justice Democrats. But I was donating to TYT at that point when they would do fundraisers, but that wasn't really like electoral stuff. And so the first real electoral thing that I donated to was Justice Democrats, and then directly to AOC and Cori Bush and Sarah Smith. And there were so many, Paula Jean Swearengin and Amy Vilela. I could just go on and on and on and on. Anthony Clark. I love, just great candidates. And so I poured thousands into this. So I'm coming from a place. I was a software engineer. I had expendable, disposable income. So I had the privilege to do that. And I definitely, I see Tammy flagging me down here. Give me 1 second.
Just explain, like, it's just normal people amount that's collectively thousands. So like it's like a small amount per month.
Oh, yes. Just to clarify, I don't donate thousands at a time to a single campaign. Just to clarify, I donate, I have donations for like $20 here, $50 a month. Even when I was unemployed, I was giving $50 a month to the Bernie Sanders campaign, $50 a month. I just donated $50 to Jessica Rain in Delaware, who I'm going to do a live stream on tomorrow, where we'll talk about her and her race. And actually, cool thing, I should let you know, next week, we're going to be doing a live stream of the Delaware primary results. She's running for the Senate seat against Chris Coons, the Democratic primary. Whoever wins the Democratic primary is going to win the election, the general election there. So it's a very safe, solid blue area, and so state. And so we're actually going to have our guest on the show, our first guest on the show, the folks from Vanguard, Gavin and Zach from Vanguard. You can check out their YouTube channel. It's Vanguard, or the Vanguard, I believe. I'm sorry that I don't have that on, ready for me right now, but I believe it. And they also at vanguardblog.org, or I'll have to check. I'll try to find that. I think it's vanguardblog.org, I believe. I'll check them. I'll check that out. I'll get you that information. I apologize, but they're going to be on our show next week as guests while we're doing our live stream of the Delaware primary election results. And that they actually had the opportunity to interview Jessica Rain a while back. And so it would be really cool to have them on the show and have them, hear their feedback, get their opinions on their analysis on just her chances in the race and what we can expect, what is the sort of, why is this race important, and also just sort of chat about other, third party politics, the People's Convention maybe, and some other things. So it'll be really great to have Zach and Gavin on the show next week. So look out for that. And that's going to be next Tuesday for the Delaware primary. So from 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's probably too late for our European folks, but that's going to be like 5 hours ahead or 4 hours ahead there. And so might be a little bit late for those folks, but you might catch the end of the stream. Maybe if you wake up really early, I don't know. You'd have to wake up pretty damn early, but we might stream till later, depending on when the results get called. We'll definitely stream till the results get called, and then we'll just keep chatting. I might have on another guest. I'm trying to get in touch with one other person to get on the show. Ben 2K says, hope you get maybe a girl on the stream someday. She's great and totally flew under my radar till the People's Convention. Yeah, I did a video on maybe a girl's speech at the People's Convention. You can check out. The Vanguard actually interviewed her. So I think Ben 2K, I've actually seen Ben 2K commenting on some of their videos, so which was really cool. So Ben 2K knows about Vanguard blog, knows about the Vanguard as well. And, you know, you should definitely check out their stuff. I'm trying to connect with other lefties and have folks on and guests on the show. And so that's going to be a part of growing the show. Again, helping us in any way you can, supporting the show helps us to be able to do that work and not stress over how are we going to eat food and pay bills and just, you know, house ourselves and those sort of basic things. And so if you can support it, please support our work. Patreon.com/radical democracy. Or if you just like to leave a one-time tip, you can head over to coffee.com. No, Tammy got me. Coffee.com/radical democracy. And just leave us a tip, whatever you can afford, and we'll give you a shout out. If you have any comment that you want to make sure gets seen, we'll definitely read any comments that we get on the coffee tips as well. It's sort of a stand-in for our super chat. We are working towards the 4,000 hours needed for super chat capabilities. We are 700 watch hours away, which is a lot less than what it sounds like. We've picked up about 300 hours just in the past week. So we are likely a few weeks out from being able to use the super chat feature. The more you watch, the more you share this stream, get other folks to watch, the faster that will happen. So please support the show by just sticking around. Keep the tab up. If I'm annoying you, just hit mute, leave the tab up, and let me play and give us the watch time so that we can get this thing over 4,000 hours. We're 700 hours away. Thank you so much to everyone that's watched so far. By the way, their Twitter is Vanguard at Vanguard_blog. And they are, and we have links to the Vanguard channel in the chat. So if you want to check them out and subscribe to them as well, you can, and we'll have them on the show next week, Zach and Gavin. So looking forward to that. All right. Just going back, one more thing that I wanted to make sure I noted about what Richard Wolff said in that last segment, and I may play that again during the stream sometime because I really want to make sure everybody catches that video. That is so crucial. That was some really important information that he gives there. And he said he pointed out that we give, it's not that employers give employees a job. We always use that language. They gave us a job. It's not that they are giving us a job. It's that we are giving them the surplus of our labor. So that's the real give and take. They would like it to be set up and to appear as though, and the language makes it sound like they're giving and we're taking, right? We take a job from them. They give a job to us, right? But the real givers and takers, it's actually reversed, he pointed out. And that's really important to note as well, is that we are giving them the surplus of our labor when we go to work every day. When you end that day, you're giving them the surplus of your labor. And so it's not the other direction. And we just should always keep that in mind, because that reminds you of how powerful you are and how important you are. And it's not them giving to you, it's you giving to them. And it's constantly them taking, and you giving up the surplus of your work. And so people shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have to work in a workplace where you don't have democracy and a democratic say in the major decisions. You just, what happens then, we see what happens. This happens. What we're surrounded by. This is what it leads to when we set this up. They want us to believe that the only way that a company can succeed is if you have this hierarchical top-down structure where there's a boss at the top and they can dictate down orders to everyone below, and that helps decision-making. I've had people tell me, COO of a company I work for, tell me that, that's why public institutions and, are inefficient, in these bureaucracies. You need less people making the decisions so they can make quick decisions. And it's like, no, we see what that leads to. We see what it leads to. It led us to this, right? They could have prepared. All these capitalist corporations, why did nobody prepare for this? Why didn't we have the ability to make masks and gloves and get enough thermometers to everybody and the equipment that they needed and ventilators? Why was that lacking in our country? Why couldn't we just spin up production in an instant? because it wasn't profitable. It's not profitable to do those things. And so they won't do it. And they will leave us because it's not profitable to make a bunch of masks and gloves that nobody's going to buy for years. It's not profitable. So private institutions will never do that, and they won't save us. And so if we leave that power in their hands, those things will never get done. And we'll be right back in these sorts of crises again, where we're stuck in these lockdown situations and you're sheltering in place. But what do you do when you don't have a home? What about the homeless folks? They can't shelter in place. Nobody's thinking about them right now. Tammy says democratic and thorough decisions are better than, greater than quick decisions. Exactly. We've seen it when you can build democratic decisions are what lead to things like Social Security and, Medicare and things like that are these these big universal programs. And democracy allows us to not get taken advantage of every day. Every day that you go to work, you're being exploited, and we should recognize it, and we should be bothered by it. So it should piss you off. This stuff should piss you off, and you got to be bothered by it, because if you're not bothered by it, you're complacent, and you're just allowing this stuff to happen, and not just to you, but to future generations as well. So we got to stand up, and we got to do more to fight on the side of labor and to build strong labor, initiatives, which is building democratic workplaces. That's the only way it happens. Support democracy in the workplace, build democratic workplaces. We're trying to do it here, and I hope that you'll support us in that initiative. So, head over to our Patreon, patreon.com/radical democracy, and you can support us there, or at our coffee.com/radical democracy. Everybody who's watching, I hope you've liked and subscribed. I should have the stream up so that I can see how many people have liked. That's the reason why I actually need to get it going, so I can actually see who has, how many people have liked this video, so I can yell at you if you haven't. So make sure you've liked. If you're watching this on Twitch, follow. Please like, subscribe, and share, and support us in that way. We really do appreciate it. All right. So, okay. Some more comments that we'd like to get to. Ben 2K says, if you tell people read Marx, they won't do it. It's a big book. That clip explains it well, to at least get into thinking about it, which is great. Yeah, because Marx it's not an easy read. Listen, I have not read anything except the Communist Manifesto. That's the only Marx that I've really read. Everything else, I've had it filtered through other places that are I'm sort of getting it a lot secondhand. And so I need to read more Marx, and it's a tough read, but on the path to that, you got to get, it's folks like these, like Richard Wolff, with these great, clear explanations that just, boil it down to you can almost explain it to a 5-year-old there, and a 5-year-old could understand what was wrong about that. And so he really boils it down to sort of core concepts and simplifies it down to a point that, lay folks like us can, we don't have to be an economist to understand this stuff and recognize that, hey, we're being, as he says, the technical economic term for it being getting ripped off, like that's what it is. And that's the relationship that we have with our employers every day. And we got to recognize that if you don't have democracy in your workplace, full democracy, one person, one vote, you're being ripped off right now, because you don't have any say in what really gets done. You don't have real control over an equal, fair amount of control over the decision-making process. And so if you don't have democracy in the workplace, you don't have a fair economy. And if you don't have a fair economy, it's very hard to build a fair political system, because we empower the people that take this stuff away from us. So, all right. And actually, that's what we're going to talk about next. That leads perfectly into our next segment with Richard Wolff, is going to talk about and explain to us how capitalists, what they do with their surplus to maintain the system. So let's see. Let's have. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. We got another comment. Let me, Ben 2K says, COVID won't be the last pandemic. We are going to have, COVID won't be the last pandemic we are going to have, and watch it all fail again in 5 years. What's being done to prevent it again? So far, nothing, right? As under Trump, and we'll see. I'm betting, I will bet anyone that enough is not done under Joe Biden to prevent the next one from happening. I don't care if it doesn't happen under Joe Biden, that he won't have built something else Richard will points out, I wish I had that video clip pulled up. Maybe I can pull it up at some point. He points out that the US at great and immense cost, we stockpile oil, barrels of oil underground in these, bunkers, and we stockpile what they call the oil reserves in the US. And they do this at immense cost to us, to the US government, to taxpayers. We pay to store all this oil. And look what happened. We did all that. We stored all that oil, right? Because why? Because, we want to make sure that we can sort of control the price. And it's just about, amassing this fuel that we have to burn, that is this dirty fuel that we burn. And while we ignore the fact that we got like a sun pitching down nuclear bombs worth of energy at us every day that we just don't utilize properly. And so we store at immense cost to the US government and taxpayers barrels of oil in our oil reserves. But we don't stockpile, medical supplies, equipment, masks, gloves. We could have done that. We could have stored that. Why don't we build that stuff? We could have American manufacturers, right? We could have American workers building this stuff right now. Donald Trump could put people to work right now. Tell me that I can get a good paying job I would prefer at a Democratic workplace if they were doing it, but I'll take just a good paying job, a living wage, to go and build the masks and the gloves that we need, or to be testing people. I'm trained as a phlebotomist. I used to do that. I used to draw blood. I can do that. I can help in that way. You put me to work, pay me a decent living wage, and put me to work. I would show up 8 hours a day, knowing that I would feel great helping my community, knowing that we were, getting people testing and helping people get the COVID testing. Put me to work in that way. But they don't do that. And those wages are depressing, and I can't work for that amount. It's not a living wage. And so that's what you have to do. But we're not doing that. We don't do that. We don't prepare in that way. We don't offset these issues in that way. And more of the same happens. And we're not preparing. We're not preparing right now. We should be already building. In order to do that, we'd have to build enough. We'd have to have enough mask, gloves, testing kits, all of that in order to test every single person in the country every single day. We'd have to be able to at least have the capacity to do so, and then have a surplus over that. So think of all the manufacturing that we'd have to spin up and give workers jobs, and make sure protect those jobs with at least unions, public jobs with unions at the very least. But possibly, if it were me, make them democratic workplaces and allow the workers to have control over those things. And we would prevent things like when government does government shutdowns, worker cooperatives don't get affected by that. They operate outside of that system, especially when you build up places like a Mondragon that have their own banking institutions and can financially support other, an entire community of people. And that can happen through democratic workplaces. So if you would like to support a democratic workplace, please, it is day after Labor Day. Please help us by contributing to, help us pay for our labor here, and sign up as a subscriber, become a member on Patreon, patreon.com/radical democracy. Or you can also just drop us a tip at coffee.com/radical democracy. And it is so greatly appreciated and keeps us going, keeps us existing. We need to hit a mark on Patreon of about, and until it's like $2,000 a month, it's not, that's what it costs. Taxes have to come out just to pay for, that's like rent where I live, like that's what rent costs around here. I paid $2,200, almost $2,400, about $2,500 for renting utilities at my last apartment. So it's expensive out here. I could, I move to a less expensive place, sure, but I don't have any connections there. I just don't have the ability. So, it's a massive number, but we're going to get there through little donations, the same way that I was saying, little donations, $1 here, $2 here. And we build that up by expanding the community and growing the community. I don't expect this small, community right now to be supporting that sort of thing, but by helping us to grow, you help us to, bring those people into the fold that can afford to support the show. And if you can, please do so. Link in the description box below. If you're watching this on your phone, you just hit that little arrow next to the title, and in the description box will drop down. You can find links to our coffee and our Patreon pages there. Please drop us a few dollars, whatever you can afford. It is greatly appreciated. Shout out to Steve Alvarez, who tipped us, on coffee, $80 to help us hit our first fundraising goal of $100 on coffee. He is a superstar for that. I really appreciate it. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much, comrade. And Steve has had some great comments, by the way. Steve, I just want to let you know you've had some great comments recently on some of the videos. And what we're planning to do is do a segment, likely on the next show, where we'll pull up a few of those comments and we'll respond and hopefully get some community dialogue around them. And so I'm not ignoring them. I should have left a comment just to let you know that I was working on that. I apologize that I didn't, but that is something that's in the works. And we want to make sure that we highlight those comments because there's been some great comments and they've spurred great discussion, not just from Steve, but other members of the community. I believe Ben 2K was in there and just some really great discussion happening. I also saw some follow up on that discussion here about, things like talking about Jimmy Dore. And I have a take on that as well that I'd love to share. I won't get too much into it right now, but I pretty much agree with everyone in what we've sort of, I think Jimmy sort of serves a purpose on the left, but he can be grating sometimes. And he's done some stuff that I definitely want to highlight, but I watched, by the way, Steve, I watched that stream that you shared with me, the Katie Halper, and watched the full clip with her and Jimmy Dore, but I think it cut out, like you said, before things got really spicy there. So I'll hopefully maybe I can find that clip, and she referred to it in another podcast that she did. She kind of referred to it and just said that they had sort of made amends and that they were talked right after, and things were sort of cleared up, but it doesn't give you an excuse to be an asshole in the moment and say shitty things and treat people like shit. And so in that sense, and I know Jimmy Dore can do that stuff and can be divisive and polarizing on the left. And so he's somebody that I think can be polarizing on the left, but he also does have some ability to pull people over. He's sort of part of the funnel of funneling people over to the left. And so I used to listen to him and now I don't listen to him anymore. I don't think it's a problem if you listen to Jimmy Dore in a sense. That's not what I want to argue about. But I love Michael Brooks and he always got on Jimmy Dore. So I just saw, as you can see there, shout out to FL for tipping $10. Thank you so much. Thank you, comrade. Thank you. That is so greatly appreciated. Thank you. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. So thank you so much. We love you. We love our community here. You really are. The support has been amazing. And as we grow, we'll bring more folks into the fold and the community will just continue to grow. And so don't feel pressured to support if you can't afford it. I don't want people that can't afford it doing that. I don't want you to do that. Don't force it. Okay. If you can afford it, do it. And it's so greatly appreciated. You're helping to build democratic workplaces, which is pretty much the topic of the day, essentially the sort of, so FL says, I'll usually read messages that you tip with coffee, but I'll just read this out, but I hope it's not weird that I read it out. And let me know. I'll try to figure out a way to be if you don't want this read out loud or something like that. But I think it's like super chat, so I'm sort of treating it like super chat. So yell at me, let me know, community members, let me know what you think, if that's a good idea, reading the comments out automatically, or if you want me to sort of get permission. But they're public anyway, so whatever. On coffee, FL says, just realized my last tip didn't actually go through with my bank, but I saw my comment on coffee, so I didn't realize until now. So no worries about that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I just appreciate it. We appreciate it so much to everyone that's able to help out in that way. And so thank you so much, FL. All right. So yeah, Jimmy Dore can be definitely a, What Up America says Jimmy Dore is a mixed bag of good and bad, just like everyone. I agree. We have to have some, and if we're on the left, we can't just, I'm not down with the cancel culture. It's just not something that I'm going to do. I'm not going to be like, Jimmy Dore needs to be canceled and he needs to be completely outcast by the left. I don't see the reason to do that. He's somebody that agrees with us on most issues and we can bring him along, and we don't need to We don't need to cancel him in order to do that. We don't need to act like he's irredeemable. I believe in redemption. And so I'm not going to like completely shun him or anything like that. I think that he's angry for a reason. It's just that sometimes he doesn't, he's a comedian, and I don't know what we expect from him. Like, he's just a person, and he's gonna be a human, and he's gonna err. And so I just don't, I get it. I get saying, like, if you don't like him, don't listen to him. You don't have to listen to him, and you ignore him. And I know he'll pop up on stuff, but that's because people that I like him. I like Tim Black. Tim Black likes Jimmy Dore. I like Katie Halper. Katie Halper likes Jimmy Dore. I like folks from TYT and Anna Kasparian, and she's cool with Jimmy Dore. Like, I don't. Yeah, Katie Halper had him on a show, and they're friends, and Katie Halper. Yeah, but she made a comment after and said that they're cool again. And I saw a stream where she was like, no, we're totally cool. And I want the folks to know. And I think that she recognizes that we have to build. That's what left solidarity is, right? It means that there's going to be some people. And I'm going to find this clip from Michael Brooks today. I got to play this clip. I can't keep talking about this clip and not playing it. There's a clip from Michael Brooks where he talks about the difference between program and rhetoric, and how, we got to draw the line somewhere and be like, listen, what are we going to do? Fight amongst each other about Jimmy Dore all the time, instead of just like focusing on the shit that matters, and like focusing on the fact that we gotta be building solidarity, and like, okay, we can call out the things that he does wrong, but without saying that like he's beyond the pale or something. I don't believe that. He's somebody that cares about the shit. He's genuine and sincere in that. And even if you're wrong, I saw a clip from Joe Rogan recently where he was like, people can be wrong, right? And people will get on me about Joe Rogan. Listen, I know he's transphobic and he has issues with transphobia. I despise that, and it's not acceptable. But I also think that he's a genuine person who tries to understand the issues, and he's just wrong on this issue. My dad is wrong on issues of homophobia, transphobia. I don't think he's beyond my, so people, and there's people in our families. I think that it's just not. It sometimes, listen, I'm not saying you have to be the one to deal with them, because I don't think that burden should fall on any one person, and it's not your burden to have to deal with these people. Just, you can cut them out. I'm okay with people like boycotting somebody. I don't think that's cancel culture. What I think is cancel when you're talking about like, oh, we need to get rid of this person. This person is like talks, I want to bring in Steve's comment, because Steve commented and said he's like toxic to the left. I try to be a little bit more careful with these words, and so did Michael Brooks. But I know this is one person that he actually did feel like was actually toxic to the left, and so it's tough. I'm so torn on this. This is a really tough one. We can have this debate out, but I want Steve here when we have the debate, and I want to bring in his comments because he made some really great points, and I want to highlight those points they made, because they were great points. And I did watch all the material that you shared, or a lot of it. There's a lot there. So Steve gives you some homework to do when Steve drops some knowledge. So Steve gives you some homework. All right. Tammy says, because it's one thing to be an asshole and a leftist, and it's another thing to be an asshole that actually contradicts your ideology. So yeah. Yes, absolutely. It's like, if they're assholes that are leftists, like, we got to try to get them along, right? We can't, we're small already. We're pushing people out when we're already small. It just, unless they are actually doing damage to the movement, and you can say that the damage that they're doing is just so clear and obvious and more. I mean, he's an asshole to individuals, and like, I don't care about the little individual spats between people. I'm not so focused on that stuff. I'm more focused about what can they do to move the left agenda forward. And we need people like that, like being a little aggressive and stuff like that, even if it's not our taste. And trust me, I don't watch a lot of Jimmy Dore. I don't watch a show like that. I used to watch him on TYT, and he was a little bit more tame, and he's really gone. Like, I didn't like the Tulsi Gabbard stuff. And he was standing for Tulsi in a way, and just being like, he was ignoring actual reality for the Tulsi's during the Tulsi support stuff. And I was like, when he was like, saying that she supported Medicare for all, when she so clearly, was doing this Medicare for all choice, which was like a Medicare for all who want it, like Pete Buttigieg style thing, a public option. And so it's like, call her out on that. And if you're not recognizing that, then that's damaging to the left. And that's the kind of stuff that I call out. And I did call out at the time, and I will call out when I see people doing stuff like that, because that's actually damaging to the left, when you're misrepresenting, left positions and trying to elevate or empower people who actually don't believe in the same goals as us and don't want the same outcomes that we want, like a Medicare for all, a Green New Deal. So, all right, I'm going on. I'm ranting here. Do we have any more comments that we need to get to? All right, we can move along here. Thank you so much to everyone that's here. If you haven't already, please like the stream. Just hit that like button. Like, you got to do it right now. It's so basic. Just hit the like button. Don't be lazy. Do a little labor for me on in this post Labor Day special. We didn't go live on Labor Day because, you know, just wanted to support not working on this day, and so yeah, didn't do any work. I hope y'all don't mind that. So, all right, let's get to some more Richard Wolff. Just some more knowledge being dropped here. Let me grab some water real quick. Yes, I got my water on the floor down here because I got nowhere to put it up here. Let's see. Okay, that's out of camera shot. I'll put it there. All right. So this is going to be, all right, we got some more Richard Wolff here. Let's hear from Richard Wolff. I think I was getting into this and never did it. Let's hear from Richard Wolff on what employers do with the surplus of our labor and how they use that to hold workers down. So how the capitalists, the employers, use the surplus of the workers' labor. They take from us what we produce, and then they use that to hold us down. All right. So let's hear from Richard Wolff on that. Give me one sec just to cue this up. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Got to pull it in with audio. One more second. Okay.
Let's continue. What does the capitalist do with the surplus? A lot of things. And they're very interesting, and they shape the economy. In order for the capitalist to survive, he's got to take this 50 that he appropriates from the worker who produced it, and he's got to make sure it's distributed in society to keep himself in office, to keep himself in the job, to keep the capitalist system going. He has to take steps to make sure that this stuff keeps on happening. He can't, as you might imagine, take the 50 of surplus and have a wonderful evening on the town, going to an expensive restaurant and a lovely piece of theater and then a trip to the Bahamas. He wouldn't be a capitalist very long. He's got to make sure that things are taken care of in this society. Let me give you an example. It's possible that these workers, let me be more blunt, that people like you in a job might encounter a person like me in a classroom, which would mean the next day when you come to work, your attitude might have changed. You would be beginning to understand that at the end of the day of a job that you've had, when you had that funny feeling and spoke to a person right next to you on the way out of the building, you feel vaguely, I don't know, ripped off. Yes, good, you got it. There's a reason why you do. You're actually paying attention. Most people in capitalism feel that way. It doesn't show up in the language. We have to disguise it, so we do. Here's an example. At the end of the working day, on your way home, you stop somewhere before you get home. And you stop in a place where you can sit down and have a drink. And the name of this experience in our culture is called happy hour, to help you understand what the previous hours aren't. It's your happy time, because the other 8 hours, to use another technical term, suck, don't they? Don't they? The culture does recognize it. It does. It just needs a little help interpreting. So it gets distributed, this surplus. You know what it does? It's taken by capitalists and it's given to, I don't know, let's see some institutions who get distributions of the surplus. In many capitalist societies, capitalists support local churches. And why might they do that? Because in the church, something is taught that says none of what I've just described is going on. Or maybe they fund a university. Maybe they take a part of the surplus and make a beautiful building, sort of, like this one. And why might they do that? Because in the university, like in the church, a completely different story is told about all of this. Let me give you an example. Here's a way to understand economics. Production is a wonderful, harmonious collaboration. The worker brings his labor, the landlord brings the land, and the capitalist brings the money and the equipment and the factory. And they all cooperate to produce the output, and then they divide the revenue earned amongst each of them in proportion to the contribution each has made. You might call this fairsies. This is an economics in which everybody is fairly treated. It makes you vibrate with the harmony of it all. That's how we teach economics in the United States. I know that because for 50 years, I did that. That's what we taught, because that's what we learned. And that's no accident, because that's a completely different story from this one. In that story, everybody gets in proportion to what they contribute. Fairsies. There's no surplus. There's no ripping off. You got nobody to be angry at. If you don't have more wealth than you would like, it's your own damn fault that you didn't contribute more. So how can you expect to get more? It's wonderfully comforting. It's like knowing that there's somebody up there who, despite everything else, really likes you, even though your best friend doesn't. Okay, it's very important. Here are some other things that have to happen. Suppose these workers, for one way or another, discover they don't like this arrangement. They might decide one day to come into work and say, you're a nice boss and all that, but we're not doing this anymore. You want us to work and add value of 100? We want the 100, because we do it, we add the value, you give us the 100. And the employer says no, and things get kind of ugly. At that point, the employer has an option, very interesting option. He can go and pick up the phone, and he can call a place in town, and he says, I'm getting scared, and very quickly something interesting happens. A truck or a van leaves an office downtown filled with people in dark blue uniforms who come right to your workplace with a big stick and beat up on these people to help them change their mind. It's called the police. And for the capitalist to do what he does and be what he is, he has to have that phone there. And there has to be a bunch of people in blue uniforms, and there has to be a van, and there has to be an office, and that all costs money. Where do you think that comes from? That's another use of the surplus. Let me pick some that aren't so confrontational with you. The capitalist also, in order to be a capitalist, he has to make sure that these 100 value added by workers, that the workers know what they're doing. He wants to be able to hire workers who know how to add and know how to read and know how to take orders. They need, in short, to go to school, to learn those things. And the capitalist knows he has to take a part of the surplus to sustain the school system. So he pays a part of the surplus in taxes to the government to run the schools, to teach the people so they can produce the value added when he hires them. The surplus has to be distributed. Marx goes through all this, by the way. All the different ways the surplus is distributed to keep this system going. And you know what it adds up to, says Marx? The way this surplus is used by the employer who gets the surplus is to keep himself in the dominant position, to keep this system going, and that's what he wants because he's the guy at the top. He's the guy who gets the surplus. He's the guy who knows how to use it in such a way as to keep himself in the dominant position, which he's been doing a good job of for 200 years or so that we've had capitalism. Done a good job. What's the implication of this for socialism? What is socialism, given what I've described here? I'm going to answer the question. You're going to see where socialism is now going way different from what it was before. Socialism now becomes this story, this surplus, but instead of the surplus going from one group of people, the workers, to another group of people, the employers, that's over. The implication of Marxist theory is that a new and different society is one that would say here, in this situation, the workers will still come to work, they'll still add 100 of value, they'll get 50 for themselves for their wages and their income, but the other 50, the surplus, they get that. They don't give that to anybody else. They take it and collectively, democratically decide what to do with the surplus they themselves produced. That's what socialism is about. That's the end of capitalism. No more capitalists. The workers who produce the surplus, as individual effort outputters, you might say, then collectively and democratically decide what to do with the surplus they have produced. They become, to use a language that as an American you might find easier, they become their own boss, don't they? In the only way that's actually available to them, to become their own boss in a collective way. What is the simple American phrase that captures this? Worker co-op. It's very old. You don't even need Marxism either. All that Marxism does is provide us with the logic and a roadmap back to
Okay, so I let it run a little bit longer than I actually wanted to there. I apologize. I should have cut it about a minute or so shorter. We'll play that. We'll play the rest of the clip out in a different context here. But yes, that was Richard Wolff explaining how the capitalists use the surplus of our labor in order to oppress those laborers, in order to oppress the workers, and to continue upholding the system, the very system that, you know, we are oppressed by. And so he talks about, I loved when he talked about, calling it like, let's call this system fairsies, where everything's just so fair. And that's the imaginary system that and he talks about how this is what they teach us in schools. And he's an educator. He taught this stuff himself. He says, I know because I was made to teach this myself. So I'm telling you from the inside, and this is somebody with all the credibility and credentials. He's got, he's a Harvard, Stanford, Yale graduate. So he's got all the big, that Ivy League credibility that he takes in with this when he makes these statements. And this is somebody who this is the history that he studies. And so we got to listen to the experts on these things. And he's saying, look, they take the surplus of the labor and look what they do with it. And they disguise this usually under the image of, what do they call it? Not charity, but what is that thing called when you give to people? Why am I just completely spacing on a word? But they essentially give it as like charities where they can oftentimes like take tax breaks on it and all kinds of things. Philanthropy. They do it under the guise of philanthropy, and also they pay into the tax system, and then what they do is they make sure that they control the tax system. They make sure that they're the ones writing the tax laws, and then that way they write the rules, so rules are going to benefit them, right? Don't be surprised when the people that write the rules write them so that they benefit them. And so he talks about how it's done in churches, in schools, with politicians. That's why they teach this stuff in school. It reinforces this way of thinking, and we keep on reproducing the same things, right? You always get this who got a critical analysis of capitalism during any part of their American education. I know I didn't. I went through all kinds of schools. I've been through public schools, charter schools, private schools, And, I went to college here and I didn't learn anything. I didn't get a critical take on capitalism. It was all, oh, capitalism is how it's going to have to work. It's the system. Enjoy it. It's great. It creates harmony and equilibrium. And it's this false flowery sense, view of capitalism. And we don't get a real critical view. And so I thought that was just, he also talked about how, the money we, through our taxes, right? They're happy to pay that tax money to build a organized law enforcement in this country, right? And we know that in the US, organized law enforcement grew out of first slave patrols in the South, and then people in the North who wanted to have a set of people, other poor people that they could pay in order to maintain control of the other people and extract taxes from them, right? They wanted to extract the taxes from these people, and they had to make sure that there was somebody that they could send. If you didn't, pay your taxes and pay up to the government, they could send some guys, like you said, in blue uniforms with big sticks to come and beat up on you. And if you try to do union activities, they did this. This is what May Day was, and we talked about May Day earlier, and he gave a little bit of the origin and the history of May Day, and cops were sent to break up these strikes and to beat people up, and they assaulted people, and they were there was all kinds of violence done against them. Excuse me, my voice cracked a little bit there. Even these companies even create union busting, anti-union propaganda that they take the surplus of our labor and they use it to pay for these things. And then he also just pointed out that in a democratic workplace, there is where the surplus will stay with the workers in that case, right? Surplus stays with the workers, and you have control over that surplus. And that's the only fair system. That's the only system that would actually be a fair-y system. It's when the people that produce it are able to decide what happens with it. And it shouldn't just be them in a truly democratic workplace. We would also incorporate all the major stakeholders, which would be the consumers of a product, right? Or a business or a service. The consumer should have some say in what goes on there, and also members of the community that are directly impacted by the business existing within their community, right? They should also have some sort of democratic say. If a bunch of workers shouldn't be able to get together and decide if for some crazy reason they may, could for some reason decide they want to pollute, or dump, toxic waste in a river. We don't want to allow that to just happen because some workers decided it would be profitable for them either. That's why the community should have a say. If they're going to be impacted, if they're going to have to, their children are going to have to, play in that water, and they're going to have to, use that as a source of water, like in Flint, Michigan, they should have a democratic say. And I guarantee you in Flint, Michigan, they wouldn't be pulling water from a toxic river when they have the largest area fresh water body in the entire planet sitting right next to them. I guarantee you those people would not choose democratically to poison themselves and their children. So that's just the sad reality of what we have going on right now. And this is why we're trying to build a democratic workplace here. I saw a question in the comments of whether I was a socialist. Yes, I am a proud socialist. Shout out to Shin for the question, and Shin Sung. And so shout out to Shin Sung, new commenter. Thank you so much for the comment. Appreciate the comments and questions here and your thoughts. So yes, I am a socialist, and I believe in 21st century socialism, what Richard Wolff describes as democratic, or socialism, 21st century socialism. Some people call it democratic socialism. One worker, one vote on all major decisions in a workplace. And I also believe in extending democracy, not just in the workplace, but also to things like our housing as well, where healthcare, we should have democracy in our healthcare, housing, and, food. We should be able to have democratic say in those sorts of things, try to build towards local sustainability, and allow one worker, one vote on all major decisions in a workplace, and then also extending that out just everywhere throughout our economy, right? Democracy in the economy, democratize the economy is how I would describe my ideology, really. and I believe in doing that in an in an internationalist way. We need to be also simultaneously fighting along multiple fronts. And so while we're fighting along this front, we also have to be fighting for human rights globally, because that stuff comes right back around to bite us. And if we damage people elsewhere, the damage only comes back around. And it shouldn't need to take that. We should want to stop damage to other human beings because it's damaging other human beings. We shouldn't need a self-serving reason. But for some people, not folks that watch this show, I'm sure, it's going to be mostly a conservative mindset of thinking, what about, what do I get out of it? That's, sort of the right wing conservative mindset. Well, you get a safer country, and also, just a safer country and a more productive country. That's what you get. A more productive world that you can benefit from the production of that world, right? The technological advancements that other countries could make if we weren't bombing them into the Stone Age. Folks could be making all kinds of technological advancements, and human beings could be prospering in a way that we don't allow with all of our, foreign wars that we keep up at great cost to the country. I was watching recently Dwight Eisenhower speech, President Dwight Eisenhower, Republican president, talking about the military-industrial complex. And you know what? Let's see if we could pull that up. Let's see if I can pull up the one that I was. There's so many of these things, and like. Okay, here we go. Give me 1 second here. This is President Dwight D. Eisenhower. This is a speech he made. I mean, this is a Republican president from like the 40s. I think he was elected late 40s and then through the 50s. So, all right, Republican president speaking about the military-industrial complex and the cost of war.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone. It is spending the sweat of its laborers, the genius of its scientists, the hopes of its children. The cost of one modern heavy bomber is this: a modern brick school in more than 30 cities. It is 2 electric power plants, each serving a town of 60,000 population. It is 2 fine, fully equipped hospitals. It is some 50 miles of concrete. We pay for a single fighter plane with 500,000 bushels of wheat. We pay for a single destroyer with new homes that could have housed more than 8,000 people.
We cannot keep giving more money to the Pentagon than it needs when millions of children in our country are food insecure, when 140 million Americans cannot afford the basic necessities of life without going into debt.
Okay, so the only one I could find was the Bernie Sanders version, so sorry about that, but that's what we got. Shout out to Bernie still. So as you can see, that's President Dwight Eisenhower there talking about what the cost of a single, bomber are. And it's, the cost he relates it to the cost of housing 8,000 people, the amount of food that could have been produced for that cost, the education that could have been provided to children. So it's when we make these decisions, these are all political decisions that get made. And the people that get to make those decisions are the people that control the surplus. That's who always ends up getting to make the decision. So that's the best way to put this, is that the people who get to make the decisions in a society are the people who control the surplus. Look at any economic system dating back through the history of human beings, and you will see that whoever controlled the surplus, it was the lords under feudalism, right? They controlled the surplus, right? It was the lords of the land under feudalism, right? They controlled monarchy. It was the kings and the queens that controlled the surplus, right? In slavery, it was the slave masters that controlled the surplus, right? And who controls the surplus? And they had all the power, right? They had all the political power too, right? Whoever is controlling the surplus in these things, look who has the political power in each of these systems. It's the person that is controlling the surplus, right? And then who's controlling the surplus in the capitalist system? It's the employer, right? It's employer and employee. You're one or the other. And let me tell you all who's watching this, everyone who's watching it, you ain't it. You ain't the employer, right? You're an employee. And so you don't get control over the political system because you don't control the surplus of your labor. And so whoever gets control of that, they get to make the decisions. That's how decisions get made. It gets made with the surplus of that. And we got to recognize that we're generating the surplus. Workers are generating the surplus, but workers aren't getting back the decision-making power that comes along with the surplus. So it's time for us to take control of that. It's time for us to take control of that and to get back that surplus that we are producing. We're producing it. And the way you do that is through democratic workplaces. So we're going to take some comments soon, but I will keep on hammering the point home. I would love to get a few new subscribers. We really got to grow the channel. So I'm hoping to grow. I know that's part of our job here is to just keep growing, but I got to try to, I got to keep asking because we do need to grow. And we do need some more Patreon subscribers in order to make this show sustainable and to build a democratic workplace that can, give people this ability to have democracy over themselves. When you support the show, you support that movement, you support this movement. So please head over, and even if it's $1 if you can afford that, please, $1 a month, you can become a subscriber to our Patreon, patreon.com/radical democracy. Just there's a link in the description box below. If you are like me and you're too lazy to type that out, I totally understand. Please just head to the description box below and hit that link to head over to our Patreon and sign up, become a member. Don't wait. Do it right now. Don't even wait. Just do it right now. And we will give you a huge shout out on stream. We would love to get to 10 Patreon subscribers in the next week, really. And so we're really going to be making a push. It's just 3 more subscribers, I believe. We need 3 more subscribers to get to 10 subscribers. I don't care if it's even $1 that you subscribe for. It is deeply appreciated, and it helps to build a democratic workplace to help to fight in this movement. So patreon.com/radical democracy. I'm sorry to keep having to say it, but it's got to be said. We need the support. So I'm going to keep asking for the support until we hit our real goals, which is having enough to give other people jobs and to extend democracy to other people in this community. And then when we have a surplus, we will use that. And I will tell you right now, we hope to give you a lot of the inside sort of inner workings of how things work. We want to help to build up other democratic institutions and to support other democratic institutions. We're trying to get off of these capitalist platforms. So we're going to try to get to other platforms, and we will hopefully find other, democratic platforms that we can use as alternatives to things like Patreon and even Coffee for that matter. But Coffee is much fairer they don't take from anything. When you donate on Coffee, they don't take anything from it. And so if you can, that's the number one, that's the best place you can tip us right now, if you just want to do a one-time tip. But if you want to really support the show long-term, please head over to patreon.com/radical democracy. Short-term, if you just like to do a one-time tip, it's coffee.com, ko-fi.com/radical democracy. So please head over there. Don't hesitate. $1, $2, 10, $1 million, whatever you can afford. We appreciate it so much. Really, really do. So I'd like to get to some comments. Tammy, if you have any that we should check on. I've seen a lot of activity in the comments. I love it. Please keep it going. Love to see the engagement in the chat. And Arno the Way says, I love Richard Wolff. You and I both, my comrade, you and I both. I absolutely love Richard Wolff. I admire him in all of his work. He is a massive influence of mine. I mean, I feel like I've studied under him for I've watched hundreds of hours of his lectures. I'm pretty certain that I've watched more lectures of Richard Wolff's than actual students of Richard Wolff's. So do you say wolves? Do I say wolves when I pluralize Richard Wolff? I don't know. Richard Wolff's. So Richard Wolff's, I love his work, and I encourage everyone to check it out in your spare time. Not right now. You better stick around and watch the stream. We're going to be playing plenty more of him. I'm going to show you a ton of my favorite clips of Richard Wolff. We're here celebrating Labor Day. It's a day late because we weren't going to work on Labor Day. Also, talking about the real Labor Day, May Day, and we did that at the beginning of the stream. Feel free to rewind and watch it. We would like everyone to watch as much of the stream as possible. We're also trying to reach a goal on YouTube. YouTube has a goal for monetization. You have to get to 4,000 watch hours, and we're actually only 700 hours away. I'm sure we're much closer right now. So if we can get, an average of, say, even 10 people watching the stream like we got now, about 12 people watching the stream right now active that I can see at least. And if we can keep this going and keep folks, in the stream, we can get those hours up and at least cross that barrier to monetization, so we can start to use the super chat feature as well for the channel and just help the channel to grow in that way. So that's the last, little stupid goal that we have to hit. And then it's all about just trying to grow and get more eyes on and grow the community, because that's the way that we're going to keep this thing going and build on it. And so Shin Sung says, do you think all housing should be provided by the government for free at the point of service, paid for by taxation? I do. I'm okay with that system. I think that all housing should absolutely be, what I want to see is housing not controlled by the government, because I'm afraid when you give that much power over to a government, then all it takes is somebody like a Donald Trump getting into power, and they can just easily destroy that because they have all the power. They're in control over that institution. So no, what I prefer to see is us building, democratic housing, things like people have like tenant unions. That's fine with me. But what I really want to see is tenant owned housing, where the people that live there are the people that own the housing. They democratically control it. However we coordinate our housing, you're living in an apartment complex, whatever it may be, we coordinate in that sense. But yes, I think that housing is a human right. Every single person deserves to be housed, and whatever the hell we have to do to make that happen, I don't care what way we have to do it, not a single damn person deserves to be without housing. And there are very simple ways. I think the government could absolutely provide the housing, right? I think so. In that sense, yes, provided by government for free. Yes, if we can do that, yes, let's do that. If we could do providing housing for free. Now, of course, housing takes money to maintain, right? So it has to be maintained. So I'm cool with if we did it through taxation. But again, my fear, Shin, with that is that if we empower the government in that way, and all that we do is just do that, and then I'm afraid that a bad government could, a bad administration could take control and could destroy that. I'd much rather see something along those lines where we are, at least, I don't necessarily need it to be free. That's a small sort of semantic point. If people have living wages provided, if we have something like a universal basic income, then it doesn't need to be free. We can let the dollar cycle so that people feel good about that sort of thing. And that, I'm totally cool with a moneyless society. In Noam Chomsky talks about this. That point about whether money needs to exist or not, he doesn't focus on. He doesn't think that that's a big issue that we have to focus on. It's really, how is it working? How is the money working in the situation? I want nobody to be worried about housing. I want housing to be provided to every single citizen as a human right. So yes, in that sense, I do believe government can do it. I think that we can do it without government. We can do it within communities, and maybe in that sense you can call that government. But I just think as long as there's democratic control over that housing, as long as we have real democracy over that housing, so that we don't create the situation where we provide all that housing, but then we leave the people in power that are going to go and fight against us until they finally wrestle control from us and make that capitalistic and create that same institution of like rent paying and landlords. Again, I want everybody to be their own landlord the same way I want everybody to be their own employer. So that's really my take. But I do support any sort of, government provided. What is it in Austria? Vienna, Austria has a really great program. I mean, average rent in Vienna, Austria is something like it's like $400 or $500 a month. And the housing is amazing. It's better than most private housing in the US in the public housing, and it's public housing. And like 66% of the people live in public housing in Vienna, and it's very, very affordable. And so I'm totally cool with like a system like that. I just want everybody to have housing. I want the housing to be hopefully built, as green housing. There's great developments. Vienna has the Vienna housing model, the Vienna model, they call it. And it's beautiful. You build these beautiful environment friendly, green, sustainable buildings, and it's beautiful stuff. But I just want to see democracy over the housing, have a democratic say in the housing. And yes, housing as a human right. I want every single person to be provided housing, whatever way we need to make that happen. There's enough housing units. There's more empty housing units in the US than there are homeless people. So it's really just like, what the hell are we doing? Just let people, give this housing. We should be fighting on all fronts to get people into housing and we could do it. It's so, I broken down in previous videos how affordable it would be to house every single homeless person. It would be beyond affordable by literally, we could pull the money from the surplus of our military budget, just like what's excess over the rest of the next number one country, which is China, in spending, on military budget. And they have 4 times as many people. So it would make sense, that they would spend the most, since they have the most people to protect technically. So, but we're number one, of course. So, all right. Next up, Shin says, do you think that most businesses should be required by law to be worker co-ops, or is that authoritarian? Yeah, like, I don't think that it's necessarily, I don't think we can necessarily say it's authoritarian. Look, is it authoritarian to say that you can't have slavery? You can't do slavery? Like we have regulated that it is illegal to own another person. So no, I don't think that it's authoritarian at all to say it is illegal to rent another human being. I don't think that that would be authoritarian at all. You're literally saying, I want people to have democracy over themselves. That is the opposite of authoritarianism, right? That is the path towards egalitarianism, is to give everybody democracy. So no, I don't think that forcing people to have democracy is a bad thing. It's saying, listen, you get to control your own life. I don't want authoritarian control over you. To allow people to exist within authoritarian to exist within capitalist enterprises is to allow authoritarianism to exist, because a capitalist enterprise is authoritarian by nature, right? It's totalitarian, it's authoritarian. There is a handful of people, the board of directors, that have all the power and get to dictate all the decisions of who gets to work, what you do for work, what you use to work with, how you do it, where you work, and what gets done with the surplus of your labor is all determined by a small handful of people. And that's authoritarian. So absolutely not. I do not think it is authoritarian to mandate and to require by law that all enterprises be democratic workplaces. That's literally, if we believe in democracy, that's how we create democracy in the country. So I would absolutely love to see that eventually exist. We've regulated out slavery. We said, no, it's illegal to own another person. I don't consider that to be authoritarian to say you can't own another person. And so therefore I don't consider it authoritarian to say you can't rent a person either. So Tammy's got...
contradictory to the definition. Like authoritarian is like having one person have all the say, but it's not authoritarian to be like, I want everyone.
Yeah. So Tammy's point is that, and we're gonna get Tammy a mic. Maybe we'll do a fundraiser so Tammy can just pop in and say and comment from time to time. So we'll get Tammy a mic soon, because we really want to get her voice in here as well. And so. But Tammy says that, it's like against the definition, the very definition of authoritarian, because you're literally coming in and saying, no, authoritarian being like the power amassed in the hands of a few who get to dictate to others with no accountability. You're literally saying, no, I want the opposite of that. I want everybody to share in that authority, is that, nobody has authority over another one. Everyone is equally, in control over their own self as well, and share in the responsibility, and can then therefore be held accountable, right? In some democratic workplaces, like in Mondragon, the workers elect the managers. It's not the other way around. It's the workers hiring the managers, not the managers hiring the workers. So the workers get to have democratic say over. So if you're a manager and you come in and you're mistreating your workers, well, it's very easy to correct that problem because the workers simply vote you out. And it doesn't mean that you necessarily have to be kicked out of your job or anything like that. It just means that you're going to be a worker now. And a lot of democratic workplaces or worker cooperatives rotate who is the manager so that no one person is ever in power too long. Yes, you're going to be a manager this year, but next year, or this month, but next month or next quarter, you're going to be a worker. So how the things, the way you treat your workers, you're going to be a lot more careful about how you treat your workers, knowing that they're going to be your coworkers, not just your subordinates. And you're going to be the one in that same position soon. And so you're not going to create the conditions of like, oh, workers going to have these bad conditions as a manager, because you're going to be a worker soon again, and you're going to have to deal with those conditions that you created. And so I find it to be, the opposite of authoritarianism, and absolutely acceptable if we mandated that in our political system, to say our economy should not allow people to be rented, wage slavery to exist. This is wage slavery is the system that we're under. And so if we got rid of slavery, let's get rid of wage slavery as well. Thank you so much for the comment and the question, Shin. That's a really awesome question. I really appreciate that. What Up America says, this discussion reminds me of Medicare for all who want it. Yeah, it's that garbage right there. Like those means tested, the public option. It's very we talked about that earlier. Medicare for all choice that Tulsi put out there, Medicare for all who want it from Pete Buttigieg. It's like, these non-universal systems that don't actually get to the root issue and solve the problem. So you end up with more of the same. All right. So I think that we are right. Shin says, what time? Oh, and Shin, by the way, her name is Tammy Trin Van, but small correction. But yes, Shin says, what time is the Jimmy Dore stream? We're going to do that next. Oh, sorry, not next. We're going to be talking about that tomorrow. And stream times are still a little fluid. I have to admit, we're aiming for a 9 o'clock stream tomorrow. So we'll start the stream at 9 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time is what we're aiming for a stream tomorrow. But it will be another fairly long stream like this. We're not going to do an 8-hour stream, most likely, probably just like a 4-hour stream or something like that. So that is the aim. Let me know if that time works for folks. It will likely be 9 a.m. Eastern Time until about 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So around now. So hopefully that time works for folks, and I think that'll be a really interesting conversation to have out. It really is. It's a flashpoint on the left, and it's really important to get all of our voices in, because like I said, Steve left the comment that initially, spurred the conversation, and he made so many great points. And I want to really make sure that we get Steve in here I hope that Steve will be around to chat and to give his full take on it, and just to sort of defend his position. And I hopefully he doesn't have to defend his position or anything like that. I think we kind of all have a similar feel to this, like we kind of get, Jimmy might irk a bit and things like that. So it'll be a really interesting conversation, and I look forward to it. And I think that, I look forward to folks being in there. So we'll do that tomorrow. That's Wednesday at 9 a.m. is what we're aiming for. Wednesday at 9 a.m. And we're also going to talk about the Delaware primary that's going to be happening on next Tuesday, and Jessica Scarane, who's running against Chris Coons for Senate. So going to talk a little bit about her before her primary, because I'm hoping to encourage folks to donate, as early as possible. If you can, it's justforcongress.com. You can go there and find her link to her, her Act Blue page where you can donate. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow, and just talk about that race and the importance of the race and her chances of winning and that sort of stuff. That's happening tomorrow. We're going to discuss Jessica Rain tomorrow, and then next Tuesday we're going to live stream results of that election. So, but we are going to be discussing Jessica Rain and hopefully encouraging some folks to support her now while it's not too late, because it's a really important, really critical race, and I want to get into why it's such an important race. If you believe in Medicare for all, if you believe in a Green New Deal, and you want those things to succeed, if you believe in those, you got to do whatever you can to help Jessica Scarane for Congress for that Senate seat against Chris Coons. That is a critical seat. So we'll talk more about that tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to do that on the same stream as the Dore stream. So we're going to do they're going to be, two focuses of that stream. We're going to do the Jimmy Dore stuff, and we're also going to talk about that upcoming election and that race, and we'll chat about that a bit. So we're going to try to do those both in the same stream, but there is some chance that we're gonna do one on each stream. Honestly, I need to hear. I'm hoping to hear from Steve on when he's going to be available, so that if he's available at night, we'll save the Jimmy Dore conversation for the evening if we have to, if Steve's only going to be around in the evening. So we'll see. And Steve, you're that important. All right. You are that important. You're determining the stream times for us here. All right. So thank you so much to everyone who's in the chat. While I have you here, please do me a favor and hit the like button below, subscribe, and share this stream out so that we can continue to grow the channel. It's really crucial. Really appreciate you all being here, taking some comments from the community. We are talking about labor movements in the US and labor versus capital, capitalism versus socialism, how the left needs to move forward. And we are doing we're reviewing a lot of clips of Richard Wolff, economist, professor of economics, emeritus at UMass Amherst, and a graduate of, I believe it's Stanford, Yale, and Harvard. I mean, he went to all the big ones, and I think it might be Princeton instead of Harvard. I always mess that up. But 3 of the big Ivy Leagues, and he's got all that credibility behind him, all those credentials, and he's a Marxian professor who has a lot to teach. And we don't get this education in school, so it's been a really hopefully informative stream here, and we're going to continue to inform in support of the labor movement. And yesterday was Labor Day, didn't stream because shouldn't be working on Labor Day. Take those days off. Holidays are important. People, get your rest, get time off, take vacations. You got to do it for mental health reasons. I mean, right now it's really tough, and we're already so socially isolated that all that stuff is very difficult. But make sure you're taking care of yourself. Definitely support that. All right. We got a comment from Social Democracy. I will let everyone know about your channel. Thank you so much, Social Democracy. I will do the same. Everyone can, you can just check out Social Democracy. They have a channel on YouTube. They're also a new YouTuber, just like myself, starting out. So we got to support other leftists. So definitely, I appreciate that, Social Democracy. I will do the same here and encourage my viewers to go and subscribe to Social Democracy. We have to build a unified left. So we need to hear from all these different viewpoints and try to, Social Democracy, maybe we can have you on the show sometime. Would love to have you on sometime to discuss. So we'll chat about some stuff, and we'll definitely, it's really tough right now. We're still growing, and we're still just figuring out logistics and formatting. So things are slow moving, but we are going to have our first guest on the show next week during the live results of the Delaware Senate primary next Tuesday from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be streaming those results, and we're going to have on some folks from Vanguard, the Vanguard, and Vanguard blog. And that's Gavin and Zach are going to be on to discuss Jessica Skarain versus Chris Coons, the importance of that race, her chances of winning. And then we're going to watch those results stream in and hopefully be very, excitedly celebrating a win for Jessica Skarain in Delaware's Senate primary. If you haven't already donated to Jessica Skarain, please look her up. It's at, I believe, justforcongress.com. I can grab a link, maybe from Tammy can grab a link for us and drop a link in the chat to where you can donate. Maybe you can grab a link to our donation page and donate, support in whatever way you can. She is running a great campaign, and it is a critical campaign. If you care about Medicare for all and the Green New Deal, then you should care about this race between Jessica Skarain and Chris Coons in Delaware for that Senate seat. So she has a real chance to win. She just needs a little bit of our support, as much of our support as we can offer. If you can volunteer, that is amazing. That is the best and biggest kind of support you can offer. And so if you can volunteer, make a few phone calls, head over to her page. It's I believe justforcongress.com, and Tammy's going to grab a link and drop that link in the chat. And she dropped a link for Social Democracy's YouTube channel. You can hit that link, subscribe to Social Democracy. It's another, left-wing YouTuber who's trying to, grow in the same way that we are. Check them out, and hopefully we'll have them on the show to chat some, and we'll do some crossover stuff. So we gotta build left solidarity, and that's the way that we do it, right? We gotta build a united left, and in order to do that, we gotta start to coordinate across these different left platforms. So sorry, it is justfordelaware.com. Thank you so much. I am so sorry for screwing that up. Jessica Rain, it's justfordelaware.com. Please head over and drop her $1, $5, whatever you can afford. Donate, volunteer if you can, and support her movement. If you care about Medicare for all and a Green New Deal, then you're going to care about her race. So we'll talk more about that tomorrow. Thank you to everyone for being here. Really appreciate you all. If you haven't already, if you're watching us on Twitch, please follow. If you're watching this on YouTube, hit the like button below, subscribe, and share. We're going to get into some more clips from Richard Wolff and maybe some others from some other folks, but let's keep it on here. So yeah, we were talking about, the last clip we watched from Richard Wolff was him explaining, what capitalists do with the surplus of our labor. Next up, what we're going to watch is him talking about the concept of 21st century socialism and why capitalism is inherently anti-democratic. Okay. Just give me a sec while I set up. 2 seconds. Here we go. Richard Wolff on 21st century socialism, aka democratic socialism, and why capitalism is inherently anti-democratic.
What's the implication of this for socialism? What is socialism, given what I've described here? I'm going to answer the question. You're going to see where socialism is now going way different from what it was before. Socialism now becomes this story, this surplus, but instead of the surplus going from one group of people, the workers, to another group of people, the employers, that's over. The implication of Marxist theory is that a new and different society is one that would say here, in this situation, the workers will still come to work, they'll still add 100 of value, they'll get 50 for themselves for their wages and their income, but the other 50, the surplus, they get that. They don't give that to anybody else. They take it and collectively, democratically decide what to do with the surplus they themselves produced. That's what socialism is about. That's the end of capitalism. No more capitalists. The workers who produce the surplus, as individual effort outputters, you might say, then collectively and democratically decide what to do with the surplus they have produced. They become, to use a language that as an American you might find easier, they become their own boss, don't they? In the only way that's actually available to them, to become their own boss in a collective way. What is the simple American phrase that captures this? Worker co-op. It's very old. You don't even need Marxism either. All that Marxism does is provide us with the logic and a roadmap back to capture what it was that made people all through history decide that working cooperatively, producing a worker co-op is an attractive way to organize work, is an attractive institution to pursue. That's why you have examples of it thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago, and right now. But it's going to take off now because it isn't an idiosyncratic, odd leftover from an earlier period. It is a new direction. So let me conclude with spelling out for you what I've just told you. Socialism, having changed dramatically, is basically saying that what went wrong in the Soviet Union and China was that they never transformed the workplaces. They never created democratic decisions. What they did is substitute private owners of businesses and put in government officials. For the average worker, it didn't mean all that much. They didn't have the workers make the decisions collectively what to do with the surplus they produced. They didn't do that. They substituted planning for markets. They substituted public for private ownership, but they didn't change the micro-level organization. Another way to say it, the co-op represents, like the critique of capitalism here represents, an appeal for the democratization of enterprises, to bring democracy to the workplace. Now, think with me in the final 5 minutes that I take. Think with me what I am saying. You live in a society that makes a fetish out of claiming that it is a democracy. If democracy means anything, it means that if you're affected by a decision, you have the right to participate in making it. That's why we vote for the mayor, because the mayor of our town makes decisions that affect us. We have to have influence. Okay, if you believe in democracy, then the first place it should have been instituted is at the workplace. Why? Because that's where you spend most of your adult life. 5 out of 7 days, when you're an adult, you're at work. And for many of the other hours, you're either recuperating from happy hour or getting ready for work. If you believe in democracy, then the workplace would have been the first place you would have instituted it. But you live in a society, the United States of America, which has never had democracy in the workplace. You go to work in a corporation today, there's a group of people, the board of directors, 15. They make all the decisions. What you produce, how you produce, where you produce, and what gets done with the profits you help to produce. You know what your influence is on those decisions? Zilch, nothing. There is no democracy in the workplace. You live in a country that is fighting wars halfway around the world to bring to those countries a democracy we don't have. You wonder why they're critical of us. Are you kidding? You must be kidding. Democratize the enterprise. That means a worker co-op, a democratic way to decide what is done with the surplus that everybody helps to produce. Would it make a difference? Oh boy, would it make a difference. Let's give some examples.
All right. So we are going to, okay. So that was Richard Wolff breaking down, what this democratic socialism, what this 21st century version of socialism is in his eyes as an economist who literally has written books defining the major economic system. He literally wrote the textbook that many people use that many people study on, that defines that literally defined the economic system. So this is the person who literally wrote the book on this stuff, telling you. First off, he said, he's talking about how this system, no more capitalists, right? You get to be your own boss. And that's something that everybody wants, sort of. So many people, most people I know kind of have that feeling like, I want to work to be my own boss. Even what I'm doing here, right? That's what it's about. I was sick of being discriminated against in the workplace, and I couldn't take it anymore. And it feels like suffering every day I go into the workplace in these capitalist workplaces. And so I wanted to be my own boss. I wanted to, have a democratic control and self-determination over these major decisions that affect my life. You just show up to work one day and other people can decide, just take your job away, right? You don't get a vote on that. You don't get any say in that decision, right? They just show up, you're fired, right? Pack your stuff and go. It's happened to me. So it's a terrible, awful feeling in a system like the American system of capitalism that has no social safety net. You just get dropped flat on your face and hope for the best. And so we can't. That definitely strikes a chord with me, the idea of, that be your own boss. And I think that that's something that a lot of people feel, especially folks when you're going through, you're just like getting out of high school and you're like looking at what do you want to do in the future. I think most people think of like a job where they're their own boss, and that's the way that you do that, and you allow it to happen. You give everybody that benefit, that privilege, that right, really, to be their own boss, to have control over their own lives, then the only way to do it is through a democratic workplace, right? You can't build another capitalist thing where you're your own boss, but then you're some other people's bosses. You're just recreating the same system and reproducing that same system. And he points out that what they did in, Soviet Russia and China is not what we would declare to be socialism. It's what it is because it doesn't remove the employer-employee relationship. It simply shifted the employer from a private employer to a public employer, right? To the government being your employer. And we realized, it didn't change all that much, right? Whether it's just a different name on it, right? Just in a heartbeat, Donald Trump can become your president and then he can shut down the government. And that happened in this country. Not too long ago, just a few years back, we had a government shutdown and 800,000 workers were just instantly out of work and desperate. And there was massive damage done, economic damage done to those people. And that can just happen in the snap of a finger, depending on who your president is. If they and their Congress don't agree, all of a sudden you can be without a job. You can have no job to show up to and no check coming in the next week. And mind you, 80% of Americans, 4 out of every 5 Americans, working Americans, live paycheck to paycheck. So they're one paycheck away from destitution, from not being able to make rent, not being able to put food on the table. So most Americans are facing that right now. That's the situation for most people. People watching this right now, if you're watching from the US, odds are you're living paycheck to paycheck. And so that's just the reality. And so he points out that what some people call authoritarian, socialism or authoritarian communism or just capital C communism, that is, the Soviet system, the Chinese system, those are not what we would recognize as a socialist government, because it's not. Workers don't control the output of their production, right? The means of production. Workers aren't controlling it. The state controls it in those situations, and that's not we shouldn't empower the state either. We can't empower a handful of people that have control over us. Every time we do that, the system gets out of control. Those people have all the incentive to then make sure that system, since they have all the power in it, works the best for them and not for the rest of people. And that's what we have here. And that's why we have massive wealth inequality and economic instability. And so he draws a distinction between 20th century socialism, aka capital C communism, authoritarian socialism, some people call it, and democratic socialism, or what we would call 21st century socialism or democratic socialism, which is an actual building an extension of democracy. And this is what socialism was understood as in the 19th century. In the 19th century as well. This is what socialism was understood as, and the definition was warped only when the Bolshevik Revolution happened and they took power, and then they instituted, Leninism, Lenin, and they took power, and what they instituted became what was understood as, socialism then. But as early as 1918, Rosa Luxemburg is on record opposing that form of socialism, saying, no, that's not what we believe in. We believe that workers need to have control over the means of production. And that's the real labor movement that I want to see. And the way that happens is through building democratic workplaces. And that's what Richard Wolff talks about here, is that's the only real way, is when workers control really control the means of production, and do that through worker self-directed enterprises, aka worker cooperatives, aka democratic workplaces. One worker, one vote, all major decisions, where to work, who gets to work, what to do, where, what gets done with the surplus of that labor. And that's the real critical one. That's where the power lies. So just some other great quotes from there. Cooperatives represent the appeal for democratization of the workplace. That's what they are. That's what they represent. And so this is a democratic workplace that we're building here. Please, if you can, support this workplace here by contributing to our Patreon, become a member, become a subscriber, patreon.com/radical democracy. Or if you'd like to just do a one-time tip, you don't have to sign up for it with an account or anything like that. You can just leave us a tip at coffee.com, ko-fi.com/radical democracy. And we really, really appreciate that. That helps the show to exist and to continue to grow. Every single tip helps. So thank you so much to everyone that has already become a Patreon patron. We would like to get to 10 Patreon patrons. We're at 7 right now. We'd love to get to 10 before next week. If we could do it on the stream, that would be amazing. If we could get to 10 Patreon patrons. So if you can, even support with $1 a month, we just need to show people we have support with the numbers. We just want the numbers, really. And so if you can afford $1 a month, please head over to the Patreon right now. Support independent Black left media and independent media in general, left media. Patreon.com/radical democracy. Please do us that massive favor and help this democratic workplace to exist and to grow. Thank you so much if you can afford that. Also, again, just coffee.com, ko-fi.com/radical democracy. Links in the description box below. Please hit that, head over, drop us a few bucks. We will give you a shout out. If you have any comments that you want to make sure get read, definitely, drop us a few dollars over there, and we will definitely, we'll shout you out, and we'll make sure that comment gets read. So it's our substitute for super chat until we can get to enable super chat, which in order to support that movement, all you got to do is just keep this stream going. Keep watching the stream. We need 700 more watch hours in order to get that. So if you watch a 5-hour stream and we get, 140 people watching 5-hour stream, that's all we need. If 140 people watch the full stream, that's all we need. So if you can, please keep this stream going. Even if I annoy you, mute me, leave the tab open and go. And that is a massive support for this show and for this channel. So again, I'll just say it once more. We're trying to hit 700 more watch hours on YouTube in order to monetize the channel and enable super chat. So if you can't support us on Patreon or Coffee, please support us by simply keeping the stream up. If you're here, don't go. If you get annoyed by me, which is totally understandable, all you got to do, mute me, leave the tab open and go. If you can also share out the stream, just, tweet it out, share it on Facebook, whatever you can do, help more eyes get on it. The more people that watch it, the more people they'll show it to. So that's literally how we grow it. So just, share it out there far and wide. Really appreciate it to everyone that's here. If you haven't already, one more thing you can do, really massive favor, and it's super quick and easy, is just hit that like button below. It's like right here. Hit that like button. If you're on YouTube, just smash that like button down there. If you're watching this on mobile, you got to close the live chat out, hit the like, subscribe if you haven't subscribed to the channel. I don't know why you haven't subscribed already. You should subscribe right now. Subscribe to the channel. If it's not too annoying, you can hit the bell and click all to receive all the notifications whenever we go live or launch a new video. And so, just getting back to that Richard Wolff video, he also talked about, the U.S. fetishizing democracy. I think that's something that we see happen all the time in our, the pro-military stuff. Oh, we're spreading democracy all over the world. We need to, go spread democracy. We're going to go spread democracy to Iraq and Afghanistan and Libya. We need to spread democracy there. And what we really see is, how can you spread democracy other places when you don't even have democracy yourself? You haven't even established democracy yourself. And he says it, if you believed in democracy, the first place that you would have instituted it is in the workplace. That's where the majority of adults spend the majority of their waking hours. That's where we spend the majority of our lives, either at work or heading home from work or, getting ready for work. That's where most of our time is spent nowadays. And so we should have democracy there. If we really believe in democracy in a society, you got to have democracy where you're spending all your time and where most of your energy is spent. Why shouldn't you have democracy there? Why does this democracy have to be this external, distant thing where we only are able to participate every 2 to 4 years? It's very distant. That kind of democracy is not a real democracy at all. Representative democracy, it's not democracy. That's republicanism. You're a Republican. If you believe in representative democracy, you're a Republican. That's being a Republican. I'm not a Republican. I am a true Democrat. I believe in true democracy, radical democracy in the workplace, democratizing our entire economy, our housing, our food, our healthcare need to be democratized. He says, yeah, so that was a great clip. Great. That's another one of my favorites from Richard Wolff. That was a really great lecture that he gives there. And so check out the full lecture if you can. It's awesome. We're going to leave links in the description. There are already links in the description. We left links to all the different segments that, the exact points in the video, so you can actually, oh no, sorry. We took those out, but we do have links to we'll have links to all the videos that we shared clips from today in the description box. If you want to check out the full lectures, they're all amazing and worth the time when you have the time. If you can listen to me for 4 hours, you can definitely listen to Richard Wolff for 4 hours. Okay, so let's take some comments here. What Up America says Artie Wolff doesn't pull punches. I love it. Yeah, man. And he has a great way of infusing humor into his lectures. It's subtle, but it's so good, and it makes it very engaging material. He's not a dull watch. It's really, you're like glued to the screen. You're like, what the hell have I been missing all of this time? It's really informative, very informative stuff. I'm telling you, it's like getting an education without having to pay for a degree in economics. You can get a degree in economics by just watching Richard Wolff lectures and videos on YouTube. It's awesome. I highly recommend his weekly economic update. He also does a bi-monthly global capitalism live economic update, where he does like this bi-monthly thing that covers global capitalism, and it's very informative and very engaging stuff. Support Richard Wolff, support the Democracy at Work Institute, democracyatwork.info, and you can check out his stuff and support and subscribe and follow Richard Wolff and listen to him all the time. Yes, and that's just so true. What Up America? I love it. He does not pull punches, and it's awesome, and it's something that I love about him. You get some really raw truth from Richard Wolff, and I did definitely appreciate that. It is a dream, an absolute dream of mine, and we will make it happen. Richard Wolff make an appearance on the show someday. I promise you that. There is no doubt in my mind. Well, I can't say I promise, because you never know what's going to happen. But all things, knock on wood, all things allowed, we will grow until this is a show worth Richard Wolff's time, and we will have him on, and that will be great. He used to do these great episodes with Michael Brooks that I miss so much. They're just such a good combination, and I'm really gonna miss those because the humor, and they're both like New Yorkers, and it's really, really, if you can catch some of the episodes of Michael Brooks with Richard Wolff, check those out too. They're all amazing, all just incredibly informative. You walk away just like, oh man, it's like that Dave Rubin clip where he's like, yeah, man, these high level, my brain's like saturated from these high level ideas. And yeah, it's like, that's how you actually feel. You're like, you just walk away like, holy shit, I just learned some real stuff right there. So that's Richard Wolff. Let's get to some more comments. Shin Sung says, in my opinion, Richard Wolff does not go far enough. He only really talks about worker co-ops. Please, I'd love to hear what you consider far enough. I genuinely believe that he talks about worker co-ops, but he doesn't only talk about worker co-ops. I'm pulling videos up of a lot of his conversation on worker co-ops. I cut short when he was talking about, and we'll see a clip later. Maybe I'll play out the clip maybe that I was going to cut short. He talks about Medicare for all. He talks about the ACA. He talks about those fights. If you watch his global capitalism live economic update, it's not focused on worker cooperatives. He's saying, listen, this is the fundamental change that we need to make to society. And he genuinely believes that. What's further than democracy in our workplace? Please let me know what you believe is further than that. I would love to know, because I want to go further. I want to take it as far as I can. So I am totally down to go further with you, Shin. I will be there. So would love to hear more. Okay. Shin says it's mostly what he talks about. He does not talk about nationalizing things. Yeah, he doesn't talk about nationalizing things for a very specific reason, Shin. He believes that nationalizing things are dangerous. When you nationalize systems, and he doesn't say, it's not saying that nothing should be nationalized. He supports a Medicare for all. He says, yeah, sure, it's a decent reform. We should appreciate those gains. It's a good gain to make. He absolutely is in favor of a Medicare for all program. He believes that some systems should be nationalized, but within that nationalization needs to be democracy developed within these workplaces, within these institutions, or the same thing will happen. And that's his concern, and that's the issue that he's trying to help us all understand. So this is something that it's really crucial, is that people have tried nationalizing things. That's not a totally new idea, right? People have nationalized things. They did it in China. They did it in Soviet Russia. They nationalized a lot of their systems. Look what came of it. They didn't end homelessness. They didn't end poverty. They didn't end hunger. I mean, they made massive advances in those areas, but they weren't able to completely eradicate it. It wasn't a foolproof system. And it also allowed for a lot of repression. We have to talk about the repression under these, authoritarian, big C communist governments. That it creates a room for repression. When you give power over to a national organization like that, you are just, who's going to be in control of that national organization? We have to put somebody at the head of that. When you nationalize something like that, then that means that there has to be a bureaucracy created, somebody who has to be in power over that, right? Somebody who has to direct those sorts of things, right? And who's going to do that? In this country, it becomes the president often has the power, the executive branch or Congress, a small handful of people, yet again, having decision-making power over masses of people. It just never works out in our favor. He doesn't talk about it for a very real reason, because it's not the direction he wants to see these things go, and it's not the direction that I would like to see these things go in either. I mean, I support Medicare for all. I'm a strong advocate, and I think that is one of the biggest fights we can fight along right now, is a Medicare for all fight. But we have to recognize the weakness of it. It's not going to be an imperfect system, and people are still going to go and there will still be hospitals that are trying to, these privately owned hospitals that are going to have these crazy administrative costs and still try to exploit and try to, build for profit. Of course, you say nationalize. So you believe in nationalizing, say, the healthcare system, nationalize healthcare. Sure. But once again, we've now put it in the hands of a handful of people who, if at the snap of a finger, Trump can become in power. And then all of a sudden Trump is the head of your national healthcare system and he's in control. Do you trust that? Do you want to leave it in the hands of a roll of the dice of whoever can get elected? And again, our political system isn't very democratic. So we don't look at our choices right now between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Like, we don't get real democracy. We get to, choose between two really, terrible choices here up ahead, and we don't get real democracy there. So to leave it up into that system and to say, I'm going to give power to a political system that's not democratic either, Richard Wolff disagrees, and I, in that sense, disagree as well, that nationalization is not a means, but should not be the end. Like, you can nationalize programs, and certain programs should be nationalized. Like healthcare, in a sense, you have to nationalize it in a certain sense, right? You have to nationalize so that you can offset all the costs, because you don't know where a certain population is going to become sicker or anything like that. So in the case of healthcare, I'm totally supportive of a nationalization of healthcare. I think that he does talk about that, and he's totally supportive of that nationalization. He's even supported things like, he's like, a federal jobs program, it'll be okay. It's not it's not a terrible thing. It'll be better than what we have, but it won't go far enough because we've already done those things. And we had a federal jobs guarantee under FDR. He did that. We had that. And look what happens. Slowly but surely, those things get hacked away at by the capitalists until they dismantle those things, those reforms, those systems. So nationalization it can be a means, but it cannot be the end for us. And we have to recognize that sort of not building democracy into the nationalization of these institutions it defeats the purpose. We will end up, sure, we will get temporary reforms, but it won't be lasting reform, and it won't be sustainable, because we leave the people in power that are, all they got to do is just corrupt the handful of politicians who have control over those things, the people in Congress and the president. And we've seen they're capable of doing that if we leave those things, if we leave capitalist institutions in place. So that's why he's so critical of that and says, listen, this is where we have to, he also talks about how, yes, of course, we should talk about the macro. We should definitely talk about the macroeconomics, things like Medicare for all, nationalizing programs, things like that. That's macroeconomics. But what the focus that we missed, and he talked about it in that last clip, was the thing that was missing from our analysis as socialists was that we didn't focus enough on the actual day-to-day work inside of the workplace. And we have to focus on the microeconomics of the actual day-to-day work in the workplace, because that's what really impacts workers. And that's what really impacts the economy and what ends up impacting the policy as well. So that you are correct that he does not talk about nationalizing things, but if that's what you consider going far enough, I think that's a step. It can be an okay step, but it's just not the end. And we have to be also concerned about making sure that democracy exists within these nationalized institutions. If you nationalize without building democracy all throughout, then you just give way for state capitalism, for them to be the employer. If we have a nationalized program, right, but they nationalize and they don't have democratic workplaces within that, then we end up with the same systems. People are going to be taken advantage of. Workers are going to be exploited. People are going to be sexually harassed. Primarily women are going to end up getting sexually harassed by people in power over them. If we leave those people in power, that's the real issue. So yes, he focuses on that microeconomics of the workplace, but that's because we missed that key part when we tried to reform and have these revolutions around socialism in the past. So let us get to some more comments. Thank you so much, Shin. That was a really good comment, by the way. Really good question. Okay. What Up says, have you seen his breakdown of the New Deal? So yeah, exactly. When he breaks down the New Deal, he talks about it and says, listen, there are some good things about that. And those are reforms that we should push, and we should push in that direction. Green energy and supporting this, green reforms. And he's even like, okay, a federal jobs guarantee, sure, that'll be okay. But he has the advantage of having all the history behind him and understanding the history and knowing, listen, we did a federal jobs guarantee and they took it away. The capitalists slowly, and we played a clip earlier about how the capitalists, no matter if you leave them in power and you don't democratize the workplace, they will slowly but surely hack away at our reforms until they undo everything that we did. So when he talks about the New Deal, he says, listen, we got to take it a step further and try to build democracy into the New Deal. I want a democratic Green New Deal. That's what I want. I want a Green New Deal that says we're going to build green jobs, but they're going to be democratic jobs. We're going to build democratic institutions. We're going to build regional and local banks that will support these local, these democratic workplaces, and have, capitalists have all kinds of banking and funding and financial support in their system. We need that kind of financial support for a socialist system. And so I am totally aligned with Richard Wolff's mindset and focus, and I believe that he is correct in that analysis, that is the change that we need to make in order to eradicate all, and it's not going to be perfect, and there will be issues, and we're going to have to wrestle with certain things about, and he talks about this, like, we're going to have to wrestle with things about how do we relate to each other as different cooperatives. Are we going to exchange goods with money? Are we going to be exchanging money and trading off in that way? Will we exchange, are we going to exchange just goods? Will we have this, we're going to have to think about how we relate to other cooperatives and how we interact in that way, how we build our systems outward from there, like banking, education systems, policing systems. How do we organize those things? So it's not to say that it's going to be perfect, but it is the major step forward that we need to take in order to eradicate a lot of these sort of social and economic ills that we face today. Shin Sung says, do you think police shootings are related to capitalism and the profit motive? And if so, how? So I think that yes, absolutely. Capitalism, it creates the need, right? So the organized law enforcement was actually, it was born out of, we discussed this a little bit earlier, but organized law enforcement was born out of slave patrols in the South and out of a need for the wealthy to extract taxes from the working class people in the North. And so it was always about, and also, protecting their property, for the wealthy to protect property from the working class people who they extracted the surplus from, right? And used it to buy all their private goods, their personal goods, I should say. And they so they have that incentive there. And under capitalism, the capitalists need a force of people to protect their property, right? They need a set of people to protect their property. And so under capitalism, you're going to have a system where, because the focus is on, private property, and we can have a discussion and should have a discussion about the difference between private property and personal property. Those are not the same thing. Those are two different things. Socialists believe that people can have personal property, but it's private property that's the issue. And I will have a discussion on that. I'm not prepped for that and not ready to go on that. So I don't want to mislead or misinform in any way. So we won't talk about that right now. But I do believe that these police killings are related to capitalism in the sense that we have no democratic control over our police force, right? Right now, there are people want to, if in Black communities all over this country, we would support things like defunding the police and reinvesting that money into social services, mental health services, addiction services, better education systems, right? We have a screwed up education system. The way that we fund education in the US is that we base it off of local property taxes, right? And that's how we fund our education. So the nicer the houses in the area, the nicer the education system. Like we could change that if we had true democracy. You wouldn't allow. Why? It's our taxpayer money that pays for the police, right? And so capitalists are incentivized to create this force of people and pay a set of working class people, because it's not, capitalists aren't going to do it. They have all the money. They don't need to work. So they're not going to do it. So they pay a working class person to hold down the other working class people. And they did this. They had overseers in slavery. They would pay some of the poor white people and give them a little bit of power over the slaves. And that was enough to quell their sort of, any ability to build solidarity. And it keeps us from building solidarity, right? So we have this force of police it creates tension between different working class people. And so I think that what you end up having, and we've seen under capitalism, is police forces funding is in New York. The funding they fund their police. It's like $6 billion a year in New York for funding for police. That funding comes at a cost, as President Dwight Eisenhower said earlier. Every time we build a bomb or a bomber, that comes at a great cost to the rest of our society. We're making a decision there to build some F-1 fighter jet that costs like $1 trillion to develop, instead of putting that into paying down all of student loan debt, right? $1.4 trillion for the cost of like what we put into like one of those bomber jets, really. Like developing one bomber jet is like literally we could have canceled student loan debt in this country. But we make that political decision. And in the same way, right, we fund police because why they want to, they get more property, there's more inequality, they hold more property, they recognize that there's more people that they need to fend off, because if they'll be damned if the working class people finally realize who's robbing them blind and rise up against that. And so yes, they pay police to oppress the rest of the citizenry. And under capitalism, we've seen enormous amounts of funding go to police in the U.S., particularly in the U.S. System of capitalism. We've seen an enormous amount of funding go to police and be diverted away from things like education, health, mental health care, addiction services. Drugs should be decriminalized. All drugs should be decriminalized, potentially legalized, all recreational drugs, legalize, tax, regulate, but definitely decriminalize and treat it like a health issue like they did in Portugal. And we can see the reality of what happens when you do that. They went from having one of the highest rates of overdose in all of Europe to one of the lowest, I believe the lowest in the country. And so I think about 3 out of every, I think it's 100,000 or million people, 3 out of every million, it's either million or 100,000 people in the country die from overdose in Portugal right now. 3 out of every million, call it. It could be 100,000. I'm sorry for not having the stat ready off the top of my head. 3 out of every, I think it is actually 100,000. 3 out of every 100,000 die from overdose in Portugal. In the US, it's 148. Okay. So that's the difference between, and that's just, on raw, per capita essentially. So I think that when you fund police organizations like that and you increase funding to police organizations, it creates an incentive to militarize the police, right? They have excess amounts of money, so they militarize the police. They get stronger equipment, heavier equipment, right? So the police become militarized. And then once you have a militarized police force, that's untrained, poorly trained, because there's no incentive there under capitalism to train these people to be, it's not a peace. They're not trying to keep peace. They're trying to protect property, period. And we can see that in the language of around the rioting and the looting. People are all condemning that. Joe Biden's condemning damage to property and equivocating that equivocating that with people being murdered and cops murdering civilians and vigilantes and domestic terrorists murdering other civilians. And he's equating that to people burning cars and destroying buildings. And that is not equal. Damage to property and damage to human lives is not equal. And if that's equal in your mind, and not talking to you, Shin, at all, but if that's equal in somebody's mind, then they got something broken in there that they need fixed. And not saying that to Shin at all, of course. But yeah, so as far as profit motive, I think it's not necessarily, you have a profit motive in things like jailing, right? Like that's where the prison industrial complex is where the profit motive really comes in. I don't think policing has a profit motive per se. I think things like the prison industrial complex are where the profit motive comes in. They've incentivized profit in the prison industry. So people that make the clothes, provide the food, provide the infrastructure, do the security, all those sorts of things have profit motives around them. And you'll see that those people end up lobbying for things like tougher regulations, tougher laws, fighting against things like legalizing cannabis or legalizing drugs, because they want to lock people up. It gives them both there's two incentives. They get both people that now have to purchase these goods, right? The clothes, the food, which is poorly maintained, the unhealthy food. So there's been cases where they have like maggots found in the food in prison food. Some sick people might think that human beings deserve that because they're being punished. But some of these people, I mean, keep in mind, that's really sick one, in inhumane and cruel and unusual punishment, which the Constitution, rules against essentially, or legislates against. And then also a lot of these people are nonviolent criminals. Why do they deserve that? For doing drugs, for doing a drug, you think, or stealing a candy bar or something, you think that somebody deserves to eat maggots? I'm sorry, but no, that's inhumane. And you shouldn't think that way. And so I think the profit motive comes in through the prison industrial complex. So Shin, you are dropping some amazing questions. I want to thank you. Just thank you so much for these great questions. That's been awesome. I really appreciate Shin's a new commenter here and really just on fire in this stream here. So appreciate all the comments from Shin Sung. Really, really appreciate that. And let me know if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I deeply apologize. As somebody with the name Kamali, you can imagine probably happens a lot here. And so I understand and I appreciate that. So I apologize if I get anyone's name wrong. Please just correct me in the comments and I will get it right. Do we have any other comments that we want to get to, Tammy? And shout out to Tammy for our dope producer, Tammy, who has done so much to improve the channel and gave us great designs for our thumbnails and some of the different screens that you see come up, been helping just to produce the show, helping with the comments and moderating the chat. Also, shout out to all of our other moderators, Mark McKeever. Steve isn't in the building, but shout out to Steve if you watch this after. All right, next comment is Shin Sung saying, if you're against class reductionism, then don't you think race reductionism is also bad? Most socialists say you can't really separate racism from class. Absolutely. I totally agree with that. I don't consider myself to be a class reductionist or a race reductionist. These things are certainly intertwined. And I hope that I never present myself that way. And I'll try to be very careful to never, present arguments around like class reductionist arguments or race reductionist arguments. I think that honestly, race reductionism, I'm sorry to say this, as a Black person, I do find race reductionism to be more dangerous than class reductionism. I think that class reductionism can lead to things like, social ills, but not economic ills, And so I think that the economic stuff is a lot more important around substantive issues, right? I need somebody to have food, housing, the healthcare that they need before I worry about how offended they are by a microaggression. I'm sorry, like that's just my take. And I'm somebody who has literally lost my job over dealing with too many microaggressions that just built up over time, and I could not take anymore and had to call out a white coworker and ended up being fired the next week. So listen, I'm somebody who speaks with an experience of having been transgressed against in these very ways of microaggressions in the workplace, racism, covert racism in the workplace, the issues around sexism, misogyny, patriarchy, and police harassment. And so I've, dealt with the criminal justice system in this country multiple times in my life. And I'm considered one of the good ones. And somehow I still get wrapped up in it as a Black male in America. And so I don't believe in either, but I do think that there are people that are called class reductionists that I highly respect, like Adolph Reed Jr., who gets called a class reductionist. I don't think that he is, but sometimes he call himself a class reductionist because he thinks that you can fix all of those issues and not create tension around it while subtly actually getting to the root cause of issues by being a class reductionist. So I don't think that either are, healthy views of the world. We should tie those two together and recognize that class cannot be separated from racism. In this country, particularly where race was invented, and race was also, Europeans are not off the hook. They also have, they also did their part to create, this social construct of race and whiteness and blackness before people were just like Irish and English and Swiss and Scottish and Portuguese and Spanish. And now it's like, people, you have this social construct of whiteness. And that was invented around times of slavery and the slave trade. And so we have to recognize that capitalism literally was built hand in hand with racism. And so it's directly tied into it. We've used class to maintain racist institutions and racist structures. And so we shouldn't ignore it. It's not just race, it's not just race. It's also, issues around, you can have, there's all kinds of different layers to that we have to recognize in an intersectional reading of these issues. And so we have to bring intersectionality into the fold, recognize that it's even more difficult, not just for if you're black, but if you're black, if you're gay, trans, all those layers compound, foreign born, those layers all compound. And so we can't reduce down on any of that. I think that in a lot of ways, these things, we can talk about overdetermination and those sort of theories of things being overdetermined, which is just that idea that Marx, I think, coined, where it's this idea that things are events are determined by so many different factors in society that it's very hard to say it's just one single there. You can't just tie it to one single thread. It has to be, there's a lot of factors that contribute to determining the outcomes of different things in our, in our society and in these different systems. And so it is very naive to try to reduce down to simply race or class. We have to tie those two things together, but never lose sight of class. Never lose sight of class, because that is the key identity that they are, falsely dividing us up along and that allows the system to sustain. So do we have any more comments we want to get to? All right, cool. We will push along here. Listen to some more Richard Wolff. We are 4 hours into this stream. Thank you so much to everyone that's here with us. If you haven't already, please do me a favor and hit that like button below. Subscribe, share this video out far and wide. We really, really appreciate it. If you can afford it, please drop us a tip. We don't have super chat enabled, but you can tip us. You don't have to create an account or anything like that. You can just head over to ko-fi.com, ko-fi.com/radical democracy, and just tip us whatever you can afford, $1, $2, $100, $1,000. If you got it, do it. No. And there's no fees when you do that. So that's the most direct way to get us some money is through Ko-fi. But one way that we really appreciate is through Patreon, because if you become a subscriber, a member on Patreon, that's what's going to give us, recurring income that we can use to then bring in new, improve the show, get a producer. It is so much work to produce the show. Let me tell you, I have to record the show, and Tammy's helping me with some of the production stuff, and it's a massive help with the live production. But I'm also doing right now I have to do all the video editing, and so it's very difficult to do. I cannot do 5 episodes a week right now, because otherwise I would have no time to edit videos. I cannot edit 5 days of videos in a weekend. It's just impossible. And also, I don't want to wait until the material gets stale to cut it up into the clips and release the clips. So I have to really do that right away. I need another person that I can pay to do that. I cannot expect somebody else to do that work without paying them. And so I really need to we got to get up to, it's going to take probably at least a couple of thousand. I know it's a lot, a couple of thousand pledged a month. So we'll grow it slowly but surely. But if you can, please head over to our patreon.com. We would really appreciate it. Even at $1 a month, if you can contribute $1 a month, it's you're helping, you're contributing to a democratic workplace, democracy in the workplace, what we're talking about here, developing these institutions that are fair workplaces. And it really starts by supporting these sorts of institutions, and also support independent media, the corporation and corporate media that are screwing us all over and have so much immense power. They gain that power through the funding that they get through their advertisers. I don't want to have to take that funding. I don't want to be controlled by advertisers. I want to have a democratic, build a democratic institution. And so the way to do that is with grassroots support from the community. We can only do it with your help. And so I need you to do me a massive favor and just head over to our Patreon, patreon.com/radical democracy, and just whatever you can afford, even if it's just $1 a month. And it is massively appreciated. It will help the show grow and to continue to exist. And we will shout you out. We will give a big shout out. We'll have some more, we'll have some higher tiers eventually, and we'll do some stuff. We want to get some merch going and build some merch and get some gear and such for Radical Democracy. We're working on a logo with one of our community members. Shout out to _ AKA X, AKA No Name, who I saw pop into the chat earlier from Hawaii. Shaka.
You said you didn't like the word hire.
Yeah.
So, like, you can just say partnering, but also compensating.
Yeah. So, and Tammy pointed out, I said earlier that I don't like to use the word hiring people into this thing because it just feels so capitalistic. And so she suggested either compensating, which I like, or what was the other? Partnering. Yes, partnering. I like collaborating. So we could collaborate, I like collaborate as well. And cooperate, definitely cooperate with, so we can cooperate with democratically. Okay, so I don't think we have any more comments to get to right now. All right, so I will forge ahead here. Next up, we have, all right, I think I made to skip this one. So yeah, this one just talks about, we kind of covered it in the last clip. So I'm going to skip one of these and we'll go right to Richard Wolff talking about more on democratizing the enterprise. So a little bit more on this. Hopefully won't feel too redundant here. I will cut it short if it is, but I believe it's a good bit to listen in on. So let me just pull that clip up for us here. Okay. All right. So this is Richard Wolff with a little bit more information on democratizing the workplace.
We all work. We all help to produce. We all contribute to the profits. How do we know that? The drunken chairman told us on Christmas. We know. But we have no say over it. No democratic control whatsoever over the fruits of our own labor. You know what that's like? It's like being a slave. They don't call you a slave, but you're a slave. Not a slave like African Americans in the South, but a slave like black and white people today who permit this crazy undemocratic outrage to persist. So what is the solution? It kind of jumps out at you, doesn't it? The solution is to not permit this way of organizing the production of goods and services to continue. This crazy arrangement in which a tiny number of people with no democratic control can decide what to produce, how to produce, where to produce, and what to do with the profits. And the solution? Easy. Democratize the enterprise. Here's how it works. Every day, workers come to work, they do their work, and then once a week, once a month, it doesn't matter, the workers all get together and decide democratically what to produce, how to produce, where to produce, and what to do with the profits. And believe me, folks, you don't need to be a genius to understand. Suppose the question comes, should we close the factory in St. Louis and move to Shanghai? That would take the workers, I don't know, 6, maybe 7 seconds to decide. We ain't going anywhere. End of discussion. And why would the workers do that? Because they're not going to eradicate their own jobs, destroy their neighborhoods, screw the banks that lent them money, stop paying taxes to the community that pays for their schools. Come on, they're not going to do that. He wouldn't have had the exodus of American industry because they wouldn't have permitted it. End of story. And let's talk about distributing wealth. At the end of the year, the corporation has profits. If it's a worker collective, if it's democratically run, the workers all get together and decide how to distribute the wealth, the profits. You think they're going to give a few people billions of dollars while the average person can't send their kid to college? Not going to happen. They won't pay everybody the same. They'll have some differences, but nothing like what we have. You want to do something about inequality? Here's the solution. And folks, it's the only solution. You know how we know that? Because we tried everything else. We have every kind of tax arrangement, every kind of redistribution. We tear ourselves apart as a society over the redistribution of wealth. Mr. Trump and the Republicans tried from November 9th when
All right, so that was Richard Wolff dropping some more knowledge there. Great phrase, democratize the enterprise. I love that. I use that one a lot. Love it. And he also talked about how you don't have to, the way that the decisions get made, you get to decide that. You get to decide whether you meet weekly, monthly, annually, quarterly. That's part of the decision-making process, and that's part of what we're all going to have to learn how to do. And when we learn how to participate in democracy in the workplace, and this is another point that he makes a lot, is that once we teach people how to participate in democracy in the workplace, they're going to understand how to participate in democracy in our political system as well. And so they're not going to, people will be much more active in politics, I believe, and Richard Wolff believes they'll be much more engaged because they will have learned it their entire life and been used to having a say in what happens to them when these decisions get made around them. A lot of us have just sort of come to terms with the fact that other people are going to decide. It's out of our control. There's nothing we can do about it, even though collectively it's all of us that are creating all of this, producing everything that's keeping the system running. And we saw it. We know it's the truth because look what happened when we hit a pandemic. Who were the essential workers? Did you see CEOs as the essential workers? Were CEOs going into work? Were they the essential workers? No. Was it the board of directors? No, they were not the essential workers. The essential workers were the people on the front lines, these people that are these low wage jobs. Walmart was, it was Walmart. It was these places that are union busting, anti-labor organizations, and it was them that their workers were considered the essential workers. And we saw who was really essential, and that was just proven to us who's essential in this economy. It's the low wage workers and the folks, the people in the food industry, the restaurant, the waiters, waitresses, the people that are cooking the food, the cooks, the mail delivery folks. We saw how important these folks were, and so that's who should have, and that's who really belongs with the power in this economy. And so let me see. He also said, I think that he made another great point that I just wanted to hone in on, which was that workers, if you gave them democratic decision making, like they wouldn't, if you gave them a choice, like workers in these factories in like Detroit that all got abandoned and all around the country, if you gave them a democratic vote, hey, do you want to move this plant to Mexico or China? Sorry to use those two as examples. I know they get used all the time, but those are where a lot of the manufacturing is moving to. So if you gave them the decision, do you want to move there? Like you said, it takes 6 or 7 seconds for people to be like, no, I don't want to move the entire thing over there. That would take my job away, it would destroy my community. Why would I ever vote for that? And you just wouldn't. Would the people of Flint, if they had an actual democratic say in what happened to their in their economy, if they could have decided, you think that if they had real democracy, that they would have decided to leave themselves with poison water? No, they have a fresh body of water right there with Lake Michigan, the largest surface area, fresh water in the entire planet. And yet the people that live right there are drinking toxic, poisonous water that is giving their children neurological problems. If we don't see that, that's not democracy, and democracy is not that's not a democracy there, because those people did not have a say in that. They weren't given a say. It was the governor working with Nestle Corporation. That's who ended up having a say there, really. Nestle is the one extracting all the fresh water there. For people that don't know, while you're enjoying your Nestle candy bar, you know, just remember that Nestle is out there, and there's no what do they say? There's no ethical consumption under capitalism. So there's no ethical consumables under capitalism. So don't feel bad when you have to consume this stuff. This is how the system is set up, so that they force you to participate in it. And there's not much we can do to get around it, other than to start to fight and build these systems that Richard Wolff is talking about here, democratic workplaces that will actually change the system. And a great example of this is, like, if you gave workers a decision, if you gave them a democratic vote, the Amazon workers, hey, would you like to give billions of dollars to the wife of your CEO? Would you like to do that? Would you like, with the all the surplus of all your labor, would you like to give tens of billions of dollars to the wife of the CEO of your company, while some of y'all are stuck pissing in bottles to, you know, so because you don't have enough time to take a break. You know, you got people. I saw a veteran who, like, was breaking down crying after he said after like a week he was in, you know, he was having to, like, go on, you know, he was crying after work every day because the work was so grueling and just inhumane in the way that they treat you like a robot until they actually can build a robot to just replace your job. And that's their whole goal. And I know this because I was part of the tech industry, that my job was to build software that took people's jobs away. And I was rewarded very kindly for building software that destroyed jobs. I mean, they praised it, and that was the thing that they loved about it. They literally said it on their website. Like, if we didn't have this tool, we would have had to hire 10 people. Holy well, that's makes me feel terrible. I would like 10 people to be hired. That's 10 more people with an income in that community, 10 more people whose families are getting supported, who have health care, benefits through their job, who can, pay taxes into their system so that they can get better education, fund their schools better. I don't want to take away 10 people's jobs. I don't want to do that work, but that's where all the high paying jobs are. You want to get a high paying job. They say, go learn to code, right? You got to go learn to code. There's all these initiatives to go encourage people to go code. Yeah. Well, they don't tell you when you get there what the job that you're doing really might be. And oftentimes it's about how do you make systems more efficient, which means make there be less use for a human being on that, take away something from a human being. And what do we do with the profits of that? We're not deciding collectively to now, Richard Wolff makes this point in other videos. I don't have it queued up for any of the videos we're going to watch today, but he does make the point that when we just completely lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry. Don't know. Do you remember what the hell was I just talking about? Does somebody tell me what I was just talking about? I completely lost my train of thought. Jesus Christ. I wish I could rewind this. Sorry, y'all. What point does Richard Wolff make? I don't remember. I'm spacing. Jesus Christ. See, I gotta quit smoking cannabis. I really do. That memory. Ooh, that memory. Okay. So don't know what happened there. I apologize. I completely lost my train of thought. It will happen from time to time. I smoke cannabis to deal with all of the rest of life's ills. And so until I find a other way to deal with the anxiety of living in this world, then that's what it's going to be. So deal with it. All right. Sorry about that. That is embarrassing. I apologize.
Amazon workers, and if you gave them a decision, replacing people. What upset replacing people?
Oh, yes. About, yes. Thank you so much. That was it. So thank you. Replacing people. So if we lived in a just system, thank you so much to What Up America for reminding me, replacing people. Thank you. That's what it was. So it's about, technology replacing folks. And I did it. I was a part of that system. I was a software engineer. I still am. Technically, I'm a software engineer. I built the software that took people's jobs away. And listen, every time we have a technology advance in this capitalist system, right? There, in any system, when you build that new technology, and Richard Wolff makes this point. Say you built, there's a bunch of people working at McDonald's. You build a tool that helps them to, process through customers, twice as many customers, right? Or they can do the same work. Say it's a tool that helps them do the same amount of work, but in half the time, right? What do they do with that tool, right? They got a tool that you can do the same amount of work in half the time, right? Allows all the employees to do the same amount of work in half the time. What happens in a capitalist system when that happens? Well, what they do, they have a decision in any system to make. Do you now, do what we do in the capitalist system, which is to say, one thing that we could do, let's say, is to say to all of the workers, okay, well, we have a tool that lets you do the same amount of work in half as much time. So now we're going to let you all come in half as much, right? You're going to keep the same pay, right? But you're going to have to work half as much, right? Because you can get everything else processed, same amount of stuff, processed half as much time, make the same amount of money. You could say, all right, we're going to let all of you work. You're all going to work 20 hours a week, and we'll be able to have the same amount of output, right? In this magical, in this scenario, just for ease of, discussion, we say it's double, but that's fine. And so, or you can do what we do in a capitalist system, and you can just fire half of the workers, right? Fire half of the workers, take the profit of their labor, right? And make those same amount of workers, right? Make half of the workers do the same job, right? And that's what keeps happening in capitalism. Whenever there's a technological advancement, we don't give the benefit to the workers. The benefit doesn't end up going to the workers. It ends up going to the capitalists, right? They end up taking it and saying, oh, we can take away some jobs, which is going to mean we can take the cost of their labor. Labor cost is often, I've been a CEO of a company. Labor costs are often your highest cost in a lot of these industries. Their labor costs are the highest cost. So if they can shed labor costs, they are saving money in a capitalist organization. So that's the trick, and that's the game that they play with technological advancement. So thank you so much to What Up America for reminding me what the hell I was talking about. I appreciate that. Do we have any comments we want to get to? Okay, let's keep pushing through. I got another quick clip from Wolff here, and this is another one. This is kind of ties to something that we talked about earlier. It goes a little bit further, it extends on it a little further. So it's Richard Wolff talking about how the capitalists use the profits from workers' labor to oppress workers. So he just goes into a little bit more detail here. So we'll check this clip out and then come back and discuss.
And you know what the rich folks at the board of directors, what they do is they accumulate wealth. They're not stupid. They know that they're accumulating wild amounts of wealth in a country that allows everybody to vote. That's very dangerous, because it's only a matter of time before the mass of people decide, gee, we have the majority of the votes and we can take it away from them with the votes. We can undo with the votes what they've done with the economy. Oh, let's try that. And because that's a danger, they have bought the political system, so we can't. That's what they did. And that's the logical thing for them to have done. They're using the money we give them that they take for themselves to prevent us from getting it. We are a joke. And believe me, there's plenty of people at the top who are enjoying the joke on us. The solution is to democratize the enterprise, to bring democracy to the enterprise and say, if the mass of people collectively in each enterprise made the decision of that enterprise, we wouldn't have the inequality we have today, we wouldn't have the loss of jobs, we would have a radically different economy, one that actually solved these problems rather than spinning our wheels, trying something that fails again, fails again, doesn't last. There it is, my final point. In case you're wondering, as I know people do when I say this, that this is a lovely idea.
Okay, so we're gonna catch a little bit more from that clip in a second, but I just want to cut there really quickly. So that's just him talking about, again, just expanding on that idea of how the capitalists, the employers, use the profits, the surplus of our labor, the workers' labor. They take that surplus and then they make the decisions on what to do with it. And those decisions ultimately serve their same purpose of upholding the system that has continued to push us further and further down. Wages have remained stagnant for over 40 years now. And you actually made more in real wages in 1973, the average worker, than the average worker today. So real wages, how much you can buy with the wages that you make, has actually slightly declined since the 70s. So it's, 40 years of stagnation is something that we should be concerned about, and recognize that the lesser of two evil voting is just leading to more of the same. And so, movement building is where I think the focus should be. And then also trying to pull our focus, recognizing that we have a dual power that Professor Wolff discussed earlier, the idea of dual power, where these systems are failing and they're flailing, and we have a chance to take power and to build new institutions in the ashes of this, fallen society and fallen empire. And we have the chance now to build new institutions in its place. And we have to decide, what kind of institutions are we going to build? Are we going to build up institutions that are going to do the same damn thing that these previous institutions have done and just feel good about it because, well, it's a temporary Band-Aid fix and it gets us to point B for now, knowing that the reality is, if history is any indicator, then ultimately those reforms are going to be stripped down and destroyed and ultimately undone by the people that we leave with all the power and the incentive to do this stuff again. Sorry, my phone just buzzed. So that, let me get so we have to be very cautious of repeating history, and not, those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. And so we have to acknowledge the history, use that as a lesson, and not act like this time is so unique. Everybody always likes to say it's so different, and it's technology, and the technology is different, and so we have to social media and the internet. And there were always technological advancements that made it easier to communicate than the era before. The advent of just mail, postal, services, like those were major advancements as well. And the Industrial Revolution happened. We made massive technological advancements in a very short time. To discredit that, or to act like history can't be a tool for us to learn from, it would be a fatal mistake to make, I believe. And so here is Richard Wolff doing his best to try to forewarn us with his time here on this earth. He's done his absolute best to try to show us that he is somebody who studies this, and he has seen the rise and collapse of capitalism, the instability, the inequality, everywhere that capitalism has existed in the past 200 to 300 years. So if we're not talking about dismantling capitalism, then we're not talking about fundamental change. So I'm gonna let Professor Wolff now talk about some of the examples of worker cooperatives, the example of Mondragon he'll talk about here, and a few of the benefits of worker cooperatives. So let's hear from him, and then we will discuss, folks. We'll come back and get some comments.
You're wondering, as I know people do when I say this, that this is a lovely idea, but you could never work, or it's beyond hope, or it never succeeds. I'm going to end by telling you where it is happening, so you know that this isn't a new idea and this isn't pie in the sky. The most successful example of this is called the Mondragon Cooperative Corporation. It's the 7th largest corporation in Spain. It exists in the Basque region, which is the northern part of Spain. Here's the story, very quick. In 1956, a Catholic priest, and Spain is a Catholic country, the Basque people are Catholics. So in 1956, a Catholic priest named Father Arizmendi makes a joke to his Catholic parish. If we all, they're all unemployed, it's very poor up there. If we wait for an employer to come here and give us a job, we'll all die of old age before that happens. So let's hear what we do, he said. Let's become our own boss. We'll set up a business as a co-op. So under the protection of the Roman Catholic Church in Spain, Father Arizmendi sets up a co-op with 6 workers. Over the last 50, 60 years, that company has been very, very successful. That's why today it employs 100,000 people. It is the most successful cooperative, worker cooperative in the world today. It has its own university, it has its own bank. In the university, they teach courses open to anyone, anywhere, how to set up a co-op, how to finance a co-op, how to run a co-op, how to solve the problems of a co-op, how to coordinate among co-op, all of it. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We don't have to start from scratch. It's all there. And if you didn't know that, that's your education, I guess. Sorry, but what can I do? Here are a couple of the rules of the co-op, Mondragon. Adopted by the workers together. Nobody can make more than 8 times what anybody else makes in any co-op. You know what the ratio in this country is? 300 to 1. CEO gets roughly 300 to 1 for a large corporation. There, nobody can, guess what? They don't have inequality of income. Problem solved. Didn't take 40 years, didn't take lots of legislation. Bingo! You don't have to struggle over redistribution for a simple reason, because you didn't distribute it unequally in the first place. You know what we do? It's like this. It's like I have 2 children. When my kids were young, occasionally my wife and I would take them out for ice cream. Now you have a choice if you get 2 ice cream cones. One thing you can do is give the 2 ice cream cones to one kid. And then you can give a lecture to that one kid about why he or she should redistribute the wealth to their sibling. You can do that. This produces a level of sibling hostility that will haunt these people the rest of their lives. You can struggle over the redistribution. But most of you would understand there's a much better solution than coming up with a clever way to get them to redistribute. Like, look, dear, and snatch one away. That's a redistribution program. Here's the better way. Give each of them 1 cone, you idiot. Then there isn't the problem, is there? If you don't distribute the income unequally, you remove the need to fight each other over getting it redistributed because it's so unfair how you did it in the first place. Come on, these are not, that's what worker co-ops do. Let me give you a second example.
Okay, we will come to a second example. Don't worry, I'm just cutting back here for a sec, but we will go to a second example of worker cooperatives, and it's a good one. But that is a great bit on Mondragon. For folks that aren't familiar with it, please look it up. You can check it out. There's lots of cool videos on YouTube about them where they just kind of like, maybe I could pull up one. I should have pulled up one actually from Mondragon and shown you kind of like take a look at what it's like there, because it's amazing. And I love the ice cream cone story. One of my favorite. That's probably my favorite Richard Wolff little anecdote that he likes to give about the redistribution of wealth and giving you got 2 kids. Would you ever give one kid 2 ice cream cones and then give him a lecture after that about why you should redistribute the wealth to his other sibling? Like, you create such a tension there. You just distribute it equally in the first place, right? And then we won't have that problem. And he uses the example of Mondragon, where they have these democratic worker cooperatives, and what they have decided there is that no worker can make more than, on average, it's about 8 times. Each worker cooperative gets to decide. Some of them it's 1-to-1. Some of them it's 1-to-2 or 1-to-4. Some of them, it can be anything. But on average, they don't go above pretty much one person making 8 times as much, you know, and then in the US is McDonald's, it was like thousands. It was thousands times more. It was for the CEO of McDonald's versus his average worker salary. And then we have on average, it's something like 300 to 400 times for CEO salary versus average worker salary. So imagine if we had rules and we could actually democratically decide we are going to get in this workplace and at radical democracy, workers here are going to decide how much differential any worker can make over another. And if we democratically decide together, when I get 3 people in here and we might decide, hey, my position and my actual position is that every single worker should make the same amount, because I want people to have the freedom to move around between jobs as well, and to be able to cross over, learn about the other jobs. That's something that happens a lot at worker cooperatives that does not happen in capitalist workplaces, is that workers will be able to train within other departments of the job, so that you can learn everything and go to the different departments. And part of that is if the pay is the same, then it's fair, right? You can just easily jump between either job. I think that gives you an added liberty. So my position will be all workers should make the same amount. I don't want to make any more, even if I'm the face of this thing or something. And even if I were the only face of this thing, I would not want to make any more than anyone else that worked here. I don't care if there are, if they're doing, customer service type stuff, not that would really need to exist, but like, you know what I'm saying? Whatever the other jobs are, I don't want people making less than what I make. I don't want to have to make that decision and try to determine what the value of another human being is. I don't want that responsibility. So that will be my position that I'll put forth, and we'll vote on that. And if folks want to decide that they want a differential, I can understand in the case of like people specializing and stuff like that. But honestly, specialize, you get the glory of being a specialist, and we don't really need to have that sort of, I don't really care for seeing a differential at all in the workplace. I just think that that's how you even things out. Don't distribute the wealth unequally in the first place. Maybe have a differential for things like if you're a parent or something like that, I could see. But then also it's like, well, if you're not a parent, whatever, you should also get that advantage of just like, whatever. So, but I could see doing something like giving a little bit of a differential, give a little bit more to parents to help out, because we want to help out. You got kids, like if it's not enough and we're making enough, and it's like you got kids that you need to put through school or whatever the case is, if we're still funding education systems that way, then we definitely want to help out a little bit more to folks with kids and such. So fine with that. I'm fine with coming up with, and it can change over time. It can change as we vote on it and what people decide. And you should have just like in a democracy, have an amendable constitution. You have a constitution, a workers' constitution that you get to vote on, you get to decide on. And it's easy enough to amend that, to change the rules. And honestly, I've seen worker cooperatives. Richard Wolff interviewed somebody who ran a worker cooperative, and they vote every year. They decide the rule set for the upcoming year. And there's some rules that are set in stone, like you cannot change. I think there's pretty much one rule that's set in stone, which is that you cannot convert it into a capitalist workplace. Like that is the one rule that is like unchangeable in the Constitution. But everything else is essentially amendable. People can change it based on democracy and them voting on it. And I think that's the best system I can imagine, and something that would give you a feeling of ownership. They find that worker cooperatives are more productive. I think Richard Wolff mentioned that here, how they actually find that they're more productive in worker cooperatives than they are in capitalist institutions. Why? Because of course you feel like it's you own it. You do. You feel like, hey, they love to use language in industries, like as a worker, they'll tell you like, own this, and like, you really got to own this thing. And like, in that sort of language, it's like, but I don't own it. So I can't act like I own it, and own this stuff, because I don't own it. And it's not mine. And you're alienated from work. David Harvey has a great piece on alienation of work, and how we're not just alienated from we're not just alienated in the sense of being isolated and jobs moving to like remote jobs more and more social isolation, but also being alienated from the work in the sense that every day that you leave that workplace, you got to leave behind what you create. It doesn't belong to you. And when you get fired from a job, whatever you built in a capitalist organization, that belongs to the employer. And so if I build software, and I've done it and built software and developed things and written algorithms, and when I lose my job, I lose access to that. They cut you out of the code base and you lose access to that. And all the work that you did no longer belongs to you, even though you did that work, even though you may have built that system from scratch, which I've done and been fired from jobs where I built built up their systems from absolute nothingness, from scratch. And so, but I have no stock ownership in that company. I have nothing to show for it, but some mental health issues from being fired for what I believe to be discriminatory reasons, for speaking out against systemic racism and misogyny, sexism, really systemic racism and sexism in the workplace, and didn't really like standing for it, and didn't like sitting by and watching it. I couldn't sit by and watch it any longer. And then 1 week later, every time it's 1 week, you say some real stuff to a capitalist, and then within a week, you no longer have a job with said capitalists, you know? So be careful, unionize, form solidarity, build solidarity. Don't risk your job if you can't, you know, if you don't have a safety net. I surely didn't, and it landed me in a really tough place. So don't do the same, and unless you really can and you have the ability to support yourself after. So that's why we gotta build things like mutual aid networks, where we support other people that are gonna that need to go on strike, right? We need to have build mutual aid networks. But I can't I can't help support a mutual aid network until, you know, you got to cover yourself first, right? We all got to be covered first. So that's how we're going to do it. We got to first build up institutions where we're actually getting paid what we're worth, where we have dignified workplaces, and we get paid what we're worth. And then we should have a surplus from that we can control, and we can. In Mondragon, they have rules like every cooperative, it's about 2 to 3% of their profit. Whatever you make in profit, 2 to 3% of your profit for every worker cooperative goes into the cooperative bank. And then that cooperative bank is able to lend money out to new organizations, to new democratic organizations that need funding. And so there's a set of people that are democratically elected that then get to work at this bank and decide who, you know, what other institutions end up getting developed. That's one way of organizing it. So, all right, let's hear from Richard Wolff again. Oh, nice. I see, just real quick before I get to it, I just see that Oshi Fancy's in the building. Nice, awesome. What's up, Oshi Fancy? One of our Twitch followers who is you know, a prolific emojiist. And so yes, really appreciate you being here. What's up? Glad to have you here. See another comment I'll throw up there. Tammy says, as long as your economics and foreign okay. Nope. Tammy says, nope. All right. Got to listen to the producer. See, I am not, you know, democracy.
Not relevant.
Democracy, y'all. Okay. So let's get to the next clip. This is Richard Wolff, and he's going to give us another this will be another take on another example of a worker cooperative, and not just a worker cooperative, but legislation that we could be fighting for right now. We could fight for this legislation. And I hope you will fight for legislation like this wherever you work, because it's possible. And with legislation like this, we can actually help build democratic workplaces. 1 second, my producer is flagging me down here.
Like 2 comments.
Okay, let's take a couple of comments before we cut to this. Mark McKeever says Israel has passed laws to cap executive pay at 44 to 1. Wow. Okay. Lowest paid employee. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Lowest to highest. And that's another point. It's not when I said those stats for Mondragon, it's not average to top. It's lowest to highest. No worker can make more than 8 times another worker in the Mondragon Corporation. So in some places it's like 2 times in some of the organizations within Mondragon. So Mark McKeever says Israel has passed laws to cap executive pay at 44 to 1, lowest paid employee. The US is at 300 to 1 and growing. We also support Israel with billions per year. We're so fucked. Yeah, like we support Israel. We give money to a country that they have universal health care. Like our foreign aid pays to a government who they are already providing universal health care to their citizens, but we are over here giving aid to them, and we don't provide universal health care yet to our own citizens. And mind you, the funding that we pay to Israel, it helps them to damage, destroy, assault Palestinians, and to create an apartheid state in Israel and in Palestine. And so they've created this open air prison in Gaza and the West Bank, and it's but they're able to get these reforms and have these nice policies and stuff, and we can give foreign aid to countries that have all this stuff, but we're not providing it for our own citizens. Like, I'm not against foreign aid, and I'm totally cool with us supporting foreign governments. I do think that the foreign governments we should support the money shouldn't be going to destroying and damaging other people, and when it does, we should withhold that funding. So in the case of Israel, who is, still participating in creating an apartheid state in Israel, they're annexing Palestinian homes, and the killing, the killing. Look at the stories. It's always like, Israeli soldiers, 2 Israeli soldiers wounded, 50 Palestinians shot dead. It's just like, it's so unequal. The power imbalance, it's always so unequal. You see it when they moved the capital to Jerusalem. There were protesters out there throwing with slingshots, shooting slingshots, and the Israeli soldiers were sniping them dead. Some of them were medical workers, which is against the Geneva Convention. So no, our funding should not be going to Israel. We should be sending funding to Palestine instead, to support them and help them build safety and democracy, and actual democracy, not the American CIA FBI bullshit democracy. Talking about actual democracy in their economy, and just to protect themselves from the constant assault from the Israeli government. And you can be supportive of Israel in folks in Israel and the working class people in Israel without supporting the right-wing fascist, government, essentially. And I maybe fascist taking one step too far, one small step too far, but he is definitely fascist adjacent for damn sure. So Shin Sung says, Mark McKeever, the U.S. military should protect the Palestinians from the Israeli government. Yeah, exactly. Like, we should be, protecting the Palestinians, not funding the Israelis. Or in the case of like Saudi Arabia, where over here, Trump did weapons deals with them, and Obama had, agreements with them and was doing weapons deals with them. And these weapons are being used to literally like murder and commit genocide against the Yemeni people in Yemen. And so that's something that our taxpayer money goes into that. Our taxpayer, they make us complicit in that, unfortunately. That's our taxpayer money being used they have, it's mass starvation and hunger issues and through blockades created by Saudi Arabia over Yemen, and then also just providing them with the weaponry to murder, to maim, to destroy these people, these human beings in Yemen who deserve to experience their full humanity. And we should not be supportive of a government that supports that. So I am absolutely against that. And yeah, great comment there from Shin. Let me pull up. I don't see it. I just need to drop that. And I'm going to pull up the next clip here. Just need to pull that. All right. So let's pull up the next clip here. This is going to be Richard Wolff now speaking on just a second example of another worker cooperative, where worker cooperatives have succeeded in this world already and where they are succeeding right now. And also about a piece of legislation that helped that to happen. So let's hear about that. And then we will come back and discuss. Let me just. Can't find it. Okay, got it here.
In Italy, there's a whole region called Emilia Romagna, a very famous part of Italy. In that part of Italy, co-ops are very successful. And co-ops do 40% of the business in that region of Italy. By the way, why would Italy have so many worker co-ops? Simple reason. There are many reasons, but here's a big one. 1985, in Italy, they passed a law. It's called the Marcora law, the name of the Italian legislator who got it through. The law says if you become unemployed in Italy, you have two choices. The first choice is like what we do in this country. You can go and get a check for a year or so while you're unemployed. But you have a second choice. The second choice is this. If you get 9 other workers unemployed like you, to do what I'm about to describe, they'll all do the same thing. Here's what the government will do. We'll give you your entire unemployment right up now as a lump sum today. And we'll do it for all 10 of you. On one condition, you use that money that we give you as the startup capital for a worker co-op. Been on the books now since 1985. Has it ever been proposed in the American Congress? No. Has it ever been discussed in the American Congress? No. How many of you knew about it? Don't raise your hands. Why don't you know about it? It's the same story. All over the United States, there are worker co-ops. The biggest source of worker co-ops we now work with. And here it is, it may surprise you. It's not workers who want it. There are plenty of those who are doing that. But what's coming to us at Democracy at Work in New York are the following: 60 to 70-year-old American couples who started a business 30 years ago, who did it well, who accumulated their business, and they're now 60, 65 years of age, and they don't want to do this business anymore. They want to travel. They want to see the world. And their children have other lives and don't want to continue in that business. So they got 66 employees, to pick an example, and they're in Sheboygan, up in the north, and they're upset. What can they do? They could close the factory. They don't want to do that. That's their life work. They developed that thing. They're proud of their little baby business. Plus, they don't want to destroy the lives of those 66 people. So they don't want to close it. Well, they could sell it to another business, but they don't want to do that for the same reason. They don't know what that other business is going to do next week, next month. And they could go public. They could sell shares and give it to, but again, it's the same problem. So they're agonized. What are they going to do? We arrive and we say, hey, we got a solution for you. Sell your business to your own workers. Let them continue it as a worker co-op. They keep their jobs. The town keeps the business. The taxes keep getting paid to the community. It's the solution you want. It's the only solution that's secure for you. Well, you convinced them.
All right. So I let that clip run a little bit longer than I wanted to, but that's okay. So that was Richard Wolff describing, initially talking about the Marcora law, which was really the key point that I wanted to take home from that. And that law is a law that says that if you become unemployed, like many millions of people have in this country recently, if you were able to get 9 other people together and to agree, you could take out your entire unemployment as one single lump sum, as long as you agree to use that money to form a worker cooperative. And so by creating that law, you build the institutional power for worker cooperatives to exist. And that's a law that we could have. And if I ever run for public office, I'll tell you that's going to be the main plank of my platform, would be building democracy into our economy and democratizing our economy. And so the Marcora law would be a key plank of that in order to establish worker cooperatives in and around this country. We do have them. They exist in the US, but they don't have a lot of support. And they, places like, if you ever heard of like Land O'Lakes butter, that's a technically a farmer cooperative, farmer owned, farmer directed cooperative, but it's not exactly like the Mondragon style, and they don't have the same amount of democracy. The less democracy you build, the worse the conditions will be. It's just like, it's a direct correlation. We just see it. Why? Because the people aren't going to do screwed up stuff to themselves. They're not going to screw themselves over. People aren't going to screw themselves over. So are you going to pollute the river that your kids play in? No, not going to do it. You're going to pollute the air that you have to breathe? No, not going to do it. Like, you're going to look for better ways to build the systems. And so you're not going to cheat on those on those ends. And again, building democracy, you can also extend that out to members of the community and the consumers of your business. So the Marcora law is institutional power that we should be talking about and fighting for. And so that's that's a, something that I think needs to be more in the discussion in this country right now, because otherwise we're missing the key point. We will put band-aids on these bullet holes, no pun intended, knowing all the shit that goes on in this country right now. But and the bleeding will not stop, and so we have to finally suture the wound here and build democratic workplaces, build sustainable democratic institutions. And this is how we do it. And it's laws like these and legislation like these, fighting for legislation like that can really make an impact. So, all right, 1 second. Do we have any comments we want to get to here? Shin Sung says, have you ever heard of anarchism? In my opinion, it sounds like you believe in anarchism, not state socialism, but that's okay. Yeah, I know of anarchy. I don't know enough about it. I honestly, I'm learning. I definitely consider anarchists my comrades. I consider them just, if you're an anarchist, you're an ally, you're a comrade of mine. I think that we are pushing in the same direction. And so I am not anti-anarchist for sure. I am pro-anarchy, but not in that total sense. I do still believe in, I don't think that I still want to have governance. I just think that it would be more democratic if we had these institutions developed first, and then we could talk about having more like councils. I don't think that we necessarily have to have per se a president. I think having more like a council might be, democratizing that a little bit more, spreading out power a little bit more. Totally cool with that. I don't think that we necessarily need to have one person ruling over the country. That I don't see a need for it. I don't see it as a crucial part of the system. But I know that an anarchist would say, no, I'm not an anarchist. I fight in electoral politics. And you'll see from my show that I chat a lot about electoral politics. I still find there to be value in that, and trying to gain power within the state as well, and use the state as an apparatus for our socialist platform. But that's definitely not anarchy there. And so one of my favorite public intellectuals is Noam Chomsky, who is a anarcho-syndicalist. And I think I highly respect his opinion. And I think that he's been right about so damn much that it's very hard to try to challenge him. So when he speaks on these things, I certainly listen, and I certainly find myself pushing in the same direction as anarchists. I just don't think that I would qualify as one according to anarchists, and I don't technically consider myself to be one. I consider myself to be cosmopolitan, would be the best description of what I am, which is the idea that all people across the world essentially should somehow be part of one population, one community, and we need to start to see each other as one single organism, one population, one community, and we establish democratic, control over that community and governance over that community. Really not control. I don't want people being controlled, but democratic governance over that community together. And so that's my sort of cosmopolitan ideology. And I'm learning more about cosmopolitanism. I'm new to these. I didn't have names for this stuff before, and I'm finally being able to put names to my ideology. So I'm not anti-anarchist. That's for damn sure. Do we want to take some more comments? Thanks for the comment, Shin. That was awesome. Really appreciate you. Have just great questions, great comments. Really appreciate them. Keep them coming. Keep them coming, Shin.
I can do quick flashes of the emojis.
Okay. Yep. Tammy would just like to show off some of Oshi Fancy's awesome emojis, and maybe Thanatos's as well. We got just some awesome emojis. Oh no, that's awesome. Oh, that's so cute. But it also kind of looks like a Pepe a bit. So I don't. It is Pepe. Oh gosh. Yeah. I'm like, as I look closer, I'm like, oh boy. Oh, cool, nice. The purple fist. I like that. I like the purple. Nice. Awesome. Who is that?
It's a cute anime character.
Okay. Awesome.
It's Oshi's Fancy's personal emoji that she made.
Oh wow, these are Oshi Fancy's personal emojis. These are created by user created.
That one.
This one in particular. So Oshi Fancy created this one. Really cool, actually. That's awesome. So this is what you get on Twitch, folks. By the way, oh, that's adorable. I've been watching a ton of anime recently. I don't know if we got any anime fans out there, but I've been watching a ton of anime and loving it. I'm still new. I'm like an old school, like mainstream anime kind of person. I didn't watch a lot of anime, and then been watching a lot. Maybe one of the side effects of, I won't even finish that thought. Okay.
All right, that's enough.
All right. Nice. All right. So we just showing off some of the fun that we get to have here on Twitch. Thank you so much to everyone for being here. We've been going for 5 hours now. I know it's a long stream, but that was the point of this stream. We're doing a long stream today. Goal is actually 8 hours. I know that sounds crazy, but the part of this stream, it's a Labor Day special stream. And part of it is that we're trying to build up our watch hours on this channel because we have to hit 4,000 in a year in order to monetize and use super chat features on our channel. So you're helping us by hanging around. If you stick around, you are helping this channel to grow. So please stick around right now. Just leave this stream running. If my voice gets annoying, which it absolutely can from time to time, hit the mute button and just leave the stream running, walk away. You will be massively supporting this stream. So if we can keep this thing going for 8 hours and we get, 10 people watching, that's 80 watched hours there. So on average, so that's fine. That's exactly what we need. Keep it coming. Stick around, folks. Hit the like button if you haven't already. You better have, but hit that like button, subscribe, and share the video. I don't know why I forgot that one, but like, subscribe, and share. All right. I think we got a comment here. Shinsung says, you should look into anarcho-primitivism. It says that humanity should return to prehistoric hunter-gatherer ways to help the environment. I can say without a doubt, I'm explicitly against that. I don't think that it's a good way to convince people that we should like return to like hunter-gatherer. You're not going to convince others that's the way to move forward. People have gotten comfortable with certain technological advancements. It's about using those technological advancements to benefit the masses of people and not just the people at the very top. If the benefits of that technological advancement were shared amongst all of us, then I welcome technological advancement. I want to use technological advancement. I want to use software and whatever hardware and technology that we can build to build I like the idea of, what do they call it? Like luxury space communism or whatever the hell, luxury communism or whatever they call it, like where we've advanced technology to the point that we don't even need to work, right? We have machines that do all the work, and then human beings can focus. We shouldn't be so attached to work and feel all of our meaning and purpose from just the work we do. And oftentimes it's work that we don't even want to do. Let's be real, right? So once we do away with all of that unwanted labor and we replace the need to do that labor with machinery and technology that can do that for us, then we should all be able to sit there and to really, think, philosophize, to explore our full selves as human beings, travel the world, communicate with others, learn, educate ourselves in different ways, advance society in new ways that I literally can't even think of that we could do if we weren't so bogged down by having to constantly think about working. And I think that a return to hunter-gatherer is just I don't want to send us on this backwards, trek towards a place that we already know what it's like and what ends up happening in hunter-gatherer societies, right? There are definite physiological advantages that one set of people are going to have over another. Masculine people will have over feminine people, and they can use that physiological advantage over a masculine person can use their physiological advantage over a feminine person in a hunter-gatherer society. I don't want to create the atmosphere or the environment for that to thrive. So I don't agree with anarcho-primitivism for sure. I don't want to return back there. I want to keep advancing technology, but using those advancements to benefit workers.
Not just masculine and feminine, but like ableism in general.
Oh, and great point from Tammy there, who says not just masculine and feminism, but ableism in general. Exactly. Absolutely. There will be people who are more able-bodied that can then use that over, as to disadvantage people who are not. And so, yeah, I don't. And Tammy also points out, and this is why we need to get Tammy and Mike here, is that, we don't want a survival of the fittest dynamic playing out again. And that we know what happens there. And I don't want to go to that. I don't want that. That's, it has those same ills and issues that capitalism has. And so I don't want it to be like that. We've advanced technology to the point that we should use those technological advancements to help the folks that need the help, that need the support, and help improve their quality of life. So I don't want to, for a disabled person living in a hunter-gatherer society, I mean, they're at a massive disadvantage. And so I don't want to create that sort of society. So thank you for the question. And that's a cool thing to sort of think through. But no, I can say without a doubt, I'm explicitly not a anarcho-primitivist. And I will look into it more, though, just for the sheer curiosity of the ideology and learning more about the history and folks that actually believe in that ideology and kind of hear from them on it, see what the arguments are in favor of it. But I can make a lot of arguments against it right now. So thank you so much for the comment, Shin. Appreciate that. And if to everyone that's here, please do me a favor right now. Don't wait another second. Hit the like button. It's over there. Hit the like button down there. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and share the stream out far and wide. Whatever social media you use. Also, if you can afford it, please support the show by contributing to our Patreon for as low as $1 a month. If you're buying, you're supporting independent left media, you're supporting, independent Black media, you're supporting democratic workplaces. Please support the show, patreon.com/radical democracy. And if you would like to just leave a one-time tip, which is essentially replacing our super chat feature until we can get that enabled, then please head over to ko-fi.com, ko-fi.com/radical democracy, and drop us a tip there. We're going to be streaming for a long time today. I'm going to be sore after this stream. And so, yes, but it will be an enjoyable, hopefully engaging one. So I think we got another comment we want to get to here. What Up America says, from a strictly sustainability point of view, it would be great to practice less hoarding of food and less waste associated with basic survival. Yeah, like this is where local sustainability comes into the picture. And I'm really interested in, I believe in local sustainability. I've lived under local sustainability. When I lived in Jamaica, my father's a farmer, my brothers are farmers. I farmed you essentially farm to survive. You farm your own food. That's what you live off of. And it's very much local sustainability. You care much more about the quality of the water, the quality of your river that you're bathing in or washing your clothes in, or, having to, use as the water to, like for whatever, washing your dishes in, that sort of thing. You collect that water, or you have to use rainwater. You're much more in tune with the seasons and the weather and the ground. You don't pour chemicals onto the ground why? Because your plants are right there. Your food is right there. So you're not going to dump chemicals onto nowhere. We do not. And where we're growing food, because it's for us that we're eating, no pesticides, nothing like that. No herbicides, no pesticides. We're not doing it because we're eating that food. We're going to taste it later. So we grow natural food where I'm from. My father still lives like that. That's how my father lives. He's never been to America before. He lives in rural Jamaica, and that's how my family lives. It's a lot of food and cannabis farming. That's what they live off of. And so there's still some exchange and trade happening. When you grow enough cannabis, you got some excess, you can sell, that sort of thing. And so you can use what you sell to buy some of the other stuff. And also you got to buy staples. Most people don't grow rice, don't harvest wheat and grow their own, create their own flour. So you buy flour, you buy rice, you buy sugar usually, but you can use sugar cane for certain things. We make some tea. We'll we'll chop down a sugar cane and squeeze that thing into some tea. So I've had tea sweetened by fresh sugar cane before, and the food tastes so good, y'all. I just wish you could have some. It's like I get the food up here, the same food up here, and it's terrible. I mean, they are sending their worst, let me tell you, and so what we get down there, like you'll never have what they call a Graham mango. I think they're saying Graham in Jamaica and Patois, and what they refer to as a Graham mango. I've never seen one of those in the United States of America. Maybe they have them in Florida, but that is the sweetest mango I have ever tasted. It's something that if you don't experience it, you are missing out on something. But that's local sustainability, getting, harvesting food locally. I believe in growing locally as much as you can. We're looking into right where I live here, right outside of Boston, trying to create, add some raised beds outside of the place where I'm staying and grow some little veggies, tomatoes, mint and different, basils and those sorts of things, some peppers and all that sort of stuff. So I totally agree and love the idea of local sustainability and believe that that's the moves that we have to make. And what the other benefit, the other advantage of local sustainability is that it's a decentralization, right? So the way that our economy is set up right now is that we have these hubs where like all of our manufacturing of a certain thing will happen in one place, right? And if that place is susceptible to, say, hurricanes or anything like that, flooding or whatever the case is, then when that center is harmed, it ripples throughout the entire economy and through the entire society. It's much harder to manage that sort of damage versus having, locally sustainable areas where if something happens, and because of climate change, which is going to happen, rising sea levels, less, people are going to have to move off of the coast, right? And if we put certain hubs and certain centers and they're located in around these coasts, and there are some, then we're going to have to figure out how we're going to, get certain meat processing or certain, citrus or whatever the case is. When we've cut, when one of these areas is cut off, it cuts it off for the entire country. Versus having a bunch of local sustainability where everyone's producing, locally, all the crops that they need through growing indoors, greenhousing, the sort of botanical, advancements, growing our own food locally. Also, you would be much more concerned about what you're growing. You would have much better say over what gets grown and what gets put into that food. Are we going to, grow our animals with, pump them full of hormones and grow our crops filled with pesticides and herbicides? I'll tell you, you don't. I've eaten meat that was, chickens that were raised up the road from where I lived, and the meal, it just doesn't taste like what we eat. I can't explain it. I can't describe it, but that's what local sustainability is. That's what that provides. So I think absolutely in the case of waste, that's another key, just important point. Thank you so much for making that point. What up, America? The waste we create by having to then package a lot of these things in plastics. We have to do so much packaging of vegetables and other things in foods in plastics, especially when you get to like preserved foods, frozen foods, that kind of stuff. Like you got to do a lot more packaging in plastic. We do not create a lot of waste in Jamaica. The carbon footprint of, my father, my family, they have definitely done more good to the earth than harm that they've done. So they have a, whatever you would call that. I don't know if it's called a positive carbon footprint or what, but their carbon footprint is the good one. It's where they've helped the earth. They've made it a better place through all the trees that my father has planted. He has done a lot more to remove carbons from this earth than he has to, generate them. And he doesn't support the systems that do that. He doesn't need to support the system because he's able to grow and support himself just off of the food that he grows. One comment from Tammy here.
Also, like the energy that's used behind mass producing.
Yeah, and Tammy talks about the energy used behind mass producing, which is the all the fossil fuels that end up getting burned just to create these plastics. So we have to be cognizant of that when we by putting this stuff off and pushing it off from. Yeah, and Tammy just factories, the carbon that's pumped out from there. We got to be cognizant of these things. We end up by pushing these things off and saying in abstracting them further away from ourselves is the other issue, is that they become more abstracted away from us. Oh, food processing, like in Jamaica, you grow your own food. You know exactly what's going. When you eat a pot of food, you know where that yam came from. You know where that coconut came from. You planted the tree that coconut grew on. I've literally eaten coconuts off of trees that I planted. It's an amazing feeling. It's a beautiful feeling that I think everybody should experience. And also, you get clean, preservative-free food that it tastes better than anything you taste up in America. I'm telling you. And so we're just so abstracted away from that we have no control over it at this point. And that's part of building democracy. Is local sustainability is a big part of that. And I think that's how we get there, is like we generate less waste when we do things locally. But in order to do things locally, we got to make sure that those local institutions are democratic institutions. Otherwise, they will eventually be broken down and taken away, because some greedy people want to have more than others, and they just want it all, even though other people are the ones generating all the production and doing all the work. They still want to sit on their behinds and collect all the surplus of that labor. So we got another comment here. Shinsung says, environmentalists are divided on whether or not to use nuclear power. Where do you stand? From my understanding, and I don't have a well-developed enough understanding to take a strong enough position on this. I think that there is room to maybe research with nuclear power, but from my understanding, it takes more energy to build and develop a nuclear plant. It takes essentially 10 years of a nuclear plant functioning for it to make up for all the energy that it wastes in order to get to the point that it's actually a productive, nuclear generator. And then also the risk factor. These things are unstable things that we do not have control over. And from time to time, they just melt down and Chernobyl happens. And so we have to be very careful of nuclear power. I think that it also generates a waste that is very, what they do is the waste that's created by this, they like bury it. Nuclear waste, they bury it underground. And so we have now nuclear waste sitting under the surface of our earth, just waiting for some weird fucked up shit to happen, because what the hell is that going to do? I don't know, but I don't like the sound of that. Nuclear waste just sitting under our feet. And do you want to live in the area where that's happening, where the nuclear waste is being dumped? Like, I don't. Who the hell's going to live there? Who's going to have to deal with the environmental effects of that? I'll tell you who usually ends up dealing with the environmental effects of that. Indigenous people. That's who we usually put that shit on. So no, I'm not. And sorry, I don't want to get too hype here, but I don't think that nuclear power is something that we should be necessarily. I think that there could be advancements in it that could help us do things with, in space. But you know what? Before we worry about space, maybe we should worry about what the hell we're doing right here on this planet and how we're treating people right here on this planet before we go try to, do stuff elsewhere. And so that's my main concern. And so for that, I don't think that we need to be at the point of developing nuclear energy. I think that it's going to be put in the hands of, capitalist, governments and institutions that are going to use it in dangerous ways that put us all at risk. If you see the doomsday clock, they keep moving us closer and closer to doomsday because of the nuclear threat. And Noam Chomsky is very, adamant about this, that these are the two greatest threats that we face are a climate crises and a nuclear crisis. And that's because even if we don't go to nuclear war, it's still a threat that at any moment we can have one of these nuclear reactors melt down. And we suffer the consequences, and the consequences are we're still discovering what those consequences are. In a place like Chernobyl, that's just unlivable. And how many places on Earth can we do that to before we have nowhere left to live? So not a huge fan and not a huge supporter of nuclear energy at this point. From my understanding, I do not support the use of nuclear energy. From my understanding, it's just not a very efficient energy at the moment. And of course, yeah, you got to do technological advancements, blah, 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 blah. It's also a very dangerous, highly dangerous form of energy. I would much rather use the sun that is pitching down nuclear bombs worth of energy at us every single day. So.
Like you were saying with the environmental injustice, it's not just indigenous indigenous, where are these plants usually placed? In poor
Okay.
communities.
Yeah, Tammy, who really needs to get a mic, is what we definitely decided. That's going to be one of our next fundraisers. We're going to get Tammy a mic because I really want to get her. She makes great points, and most times, all the shows that I watch, the producers pop in and say some stuff. So we're going to get Tammy a mic, maybe eventually a camera, and get Tammy set up so that she can pop in here and hopefully, you know, share these thoughts. But she shares another great point, which is that, and it makes it so that we don't have to pause and have this empty time on the screen where I'm listening, you know, and it's just like dead time for the viewer. So all that said, Tammy made the great point that also when you talk about environmental justice, and that's a big issue that we see in things like the Green New Deal and discussing environmental justice, these things aren't just happening in indigenous communities. Of course, that's one of the communities that we see it happening over and over again, and we should definitely point that out and support indigenous peoples wherever we can. It's also happening in poor communities all around the country. They do this. This is where they have these plants. This is where they pollute the air. There's this measure that they make where it's about how much pollution do the people in an area generate versus how much do those people get exposed to. And disproportionately, Black and Latino and indigenous communities are, it's highly disproportionate where they don't generate a lot. They're not the cause of, because they're not the people in charge of these nuclear plants or these these factories that are polluting the air or polluting the water. They're not the ones in power. They're not the ones in charge, but they're suffering the consequences of the decisions that are being made. Again, anti-democratic to its core. And so these people are stuck suffering the consequences, right? The people of Flint are just a great example. Also happening in New Jersey with the lead in the water. So, and this is happening all over the country, but nobody covers it except for folks like, shout out to Status Quo, who covers this stuff and doesn't shy away from it. And so shout out to Jordan Sheridan and Status Quo. Check out their work if you haven't already. They're a great, left media, independent media outlet who they do investigative journalism. Jordan Sheridan is a great investigative journalist, and he really exposes a lot of the corruption in these places that has led to, no pun intended, the lead poisoning in the water in these places. So Tammy is,
they buy cheaper land, which is associated with
Yeah.
the land value in poor communities. Same with prisons. That's why it ends up in poor communities.
Yeah.
Because the residents have less power to speak up, and it's cheaper.
Yeah. So Tammy just points out, and I'm telling you, I'm gonna stop letting her do this because she got to get a mic, because we got to make her talk. She doesn't want to talk publicly, but she's gonna start. We got to tell her in the comments that y'all want to hear her talk so that she can come out of her shell there. And we won't pressure her too much, of course, but be nice. But please tell Tammy that you do want to hear from her, and you don't want to hear her words through me anymore. Let's get a woman's voice up on this stream and start to expand out, because I don't want it to be just me. And so we need more voices in here. That's what democracy is. So she makes the point that they buy up cheap land is how it starts, and that's how they do this. These capitalists are looking for cheap land, and the places where you find cheap land are where there are low property values, which means they're going to be poor people in that area. So this is a part of how the system is structured, and until we change the system, we will not change these things. And these things will be these are, until we overthrow capitalism, essentially, we are going to be stuck with these sorts of damaging, destructive institutions, weighing us down. And do we have any more comments that we want to get to? Okay, Mark McKeever says, impressive comments here today. Such great insight and thought-provoking statements from your subs. And I'm over here saying, politicians bad, workers good. Where's my rubber band to keep me entertained? Get out of here, Mark. Mark always has some awesome comments, and this is another great one. So injecting some great humor into the conversation. Don't you even, Mark. You are a great part of this community, and we definitely appreciate you. So and Tammy says, we'll send you a free Radical Democracy rubber band someday as merch. And yes, we absolutely can. We will. No, we can't, but one day, someday we will. We got you on that rubber band. All right. Or some keys, at least some little metal, something to jingle, right? Keep Mark entertained. We got to keep Mark entertained. All right. That's what we're here for. All right. So please, in order to keep Mark entertained, please do us a favor. We can't entertain Mark if we don't have, you know, food on the table and housing. And so that happens through literally, I'm not even exaggerating that, patreon.com/radical democracy. If you want to support the show and support us as, you know, the human beings that we are behind this. If you would like to support that, and you can support only if you can afford it. Honestly, if you can't, don't worry about it. It's not, I don't want you to feel any stress or pressure or anything like that. If you can afford it is the only time I want you to do it. Even $1 a day. I mean, sorry, not $1 a day. Whoa, that's a lot. $1 a month. That's all. You know, $12 a year. If you got $12, you know, scrape up some change in your cushions, you know, do whatever you got to do if you can, and get $12 and, you know, commit to $1 a month on Patreon. And it also just makes a statement that you support the show. If we can get more Patreon subscribers, I really want to get to 10 Patreon subscribers. We got 7. Join our Patreon community, please. We got some more benefits coming for Patreon community. We are building we have a Discord server. It's done. It's already built. We're going to be sending out invitations to our Patreon community. So if you join our Patreon community, or you make even a single donation on coffee. So anyone who donates, if you contribute to, if you make any financial contribution to the show, you will be given access to our Discord community, where we will have lots of hopefully engaging discussion and try to build a movement right there. And build some democracy into the platform as well. So keep an eye out to all of our patrons and anyone else who has supported the show. Keep an eye out. If whatever email that we have for you, or whatever method we have to get in touch with you, we will do so through Patreon, through coffee, whatever it may be, to send you an invite to the Discord server. And Oshi Fancy says, set up donation on Twitch too. Yes, I don't know how to do that yet, but I absolutely want to. So I need to figure that out. Maybe Tammy could hook that up in the meantime, because I would like to get that going. So Mark says, get Tammy a mic, but with a cool robot voice modulator. Yeah, so she's worried about, her voice in any way. Or we can just do it just for the fuck of it, right? Yes, I support that. I am in favor of giving Tammy a robot mic. What of America says, remember to get a mic for Tammy with a mute switch like the Blue Yeti, so she can cut in and out without feedback. Yeah, exactly. That's what I got here. I got a Blue Yeti. So a Blue Yeti is like $140 essentially. So if we could get $140 donated through coffee, we will buy Tammy a mic. As we need lights as well, but I think I would rather get Tammy a mic before I get lights. So we'll change that goal. The goal is, we'll set the goal. Our goal will be to get Tammy a mic. So Oshi Fancy says she will happily send some money, which is awesome. We will set up our Twitch thing like now if we can. I honestly don't know how it works yet, so I got to figure out. And so maybe Tammy can go hook that up. Well, can you give me a nod if you're doing so? Yeah. All right. Tammy's going to check into that now and see if she can set up our Twitch that way. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. And it will, that helps to sustain the show and help build democracy in the workplace. So we really appreciate you. You are doing the Lord's work, as they say. All right. So just going to quickly check in on our Patreon page. Okay. No. Okay. Awesome. We got Tammy's. She's got this all under control. I need to stop worrying about any of this. She's got it all under control. Shout out to our great producer. Okay. Let's keep it going. Okay, up next, so we're going to kind of shift gears a bit here. Next up, and what I'm doing today, so this is our, if you're just joining us for some reason, this is our Labor Day special live stream. It's going to be a longer than normal live stream. We are planning to go for about 8 hours, although I'm going to get hungry at some point, right? Like a brother's got to eat, right? We'll figure that out. So maybe order some I don't know. I want some I don't know. What do I want to eat? I don't know. Pho? I don't know. Yes, always. It's super hot in this room too, so we'll have to figure something out. We have dropped this time. I don't know what else we can do. I'm gonna play a clip and maybe we can turn the fan on to let this room breathe a little bit while we do. Okay. All right. So let me stop messing around here. Shout out to everyone for commenting. It's been amazing. Really, Mark, I sort of glossed over the key point that he made there, which was, the bit of seriousness in there, which was that there really have been some great comments today, great, chat, and very impressive comments, like Mart said. And so very insightful, thought-provoking stuff. So thank you to everyone. And I'm so glad that we have you here. Shin, I hope you've already subscribed to the channel. You better have, because we want you back here. So Shin is a new subscriber to the channel. Shout out to Shin Sung for subscribing. Thank you so much. And that's awesome. We appreciate it. So love that. All right, let's keep it going. Next up, so in what I'm doing today is in honor of Labor Day. Labor Day was yesterday. Didn't want to work on Labor Day, respecting the day. In honor of Labor Day, we are doing this live stream, and I picked a bunch of my favorite Richard Wolff clips. Pretty much, I love Richard Wolff, and I think that he's somebody that we should all be listening to. And so I picked a bunch of my favorite Richard Wolff clips to play for you as part of my Labor Day special. So you're just gonna hang out with me today and listen to Economist and I don't even know, just economic wizard. I don't know what I would title him as. Just all around great public intellectual Richard Wolff, dropping some knowledge on the stream here today. One day we will have him live on stream, and that will be, or just in the stream we'll do some, or have him on the channel, have him on the show. So we will definitely do some of that someday. If we grow enough, he will absolutely, I know he would come on this podcast. So I'll reach out once we grow big enough, and we can have Richard Wolff come in and drop some, man, if I get to talk to Richard Wolff, like y'all don't even know. Please, let's get there. Let's grow, and let's get to that point that we can have Richard Wolff on the show, because that's going to be amazing. For everyone that didn't hear earlier, we are going to be doing a live stream next Tuesday. We're going to be streaming tomorrow as well, about tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern. We're going to stream about Jessica Skarain and and chat a little bit about Jimmy Dore. I think those are going to be on the same stream, but we may do a morning stream and then an evening stream. So if that happens, the Jimmy Dore may be held for the evening possibly, or we'll figure it out based on who's in the stream when. We really want to get our literal biggest supporter, Steve Alvarez. We want to get him on the conversation, because he sparked such a good conversation, and I really want to get his input further, or just let him be here for the stream if he can be. So we'll try to get him in here. All right, so yeah, so I'm just showing off some of my favorite Richard Wolff clips, and the next one that we have up is technically technically the last clip that I have to play. So we're gonna play this clip, and then we'll figure out where to go from there. This stream may get cut around 6 hours. We might not make it till 8, but still, I think we went strong here. We went strong. So can you see on the YouTube stream manager, if you check it out, it'll tell you how many playbacks there are.
Yeah, 111.
Okay, cool. All right. How many likes?
It says like 11.
Okay. All right. Yeah, 10% is usually the rate that it goes at. All right, we got 11 likes on this stream right now. If you're watching this and you haven't liked this stream right now, I don't know what you're doing, but you need to hit that like button right now. Like right now, don't go any further. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Hit the like button right now. Okay, now. So I want to see those likes go up. I know the 11 people that are watching it right now are not the 11 people that hit that like button already. So I know a few of you have not hit that like button. Hit that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell if it's not too annoying to receive the notifications whenever we go live or launch a new video. All right, so next up, we're gonna hear this clip. It's okay. This is a longer clip, so just a warning. It's about a 10-minute clip we're gonna listen to. If you're watching this, if you're not live, feel free to speed it up a little bit, but it's Richard Wolff. I always like to get the full effect. So this clip is about 10 minutes, and Richard Wolff is going to break down the 3 different types of socialism. And I just think that it's something that we should be able to draw the distinction. And this is it touches on what some of what Shin was talking about as far as like the authoritarian nature of certain socialist systems. And so I think it's something that's worth listening to. And just another one of my favorite little Richard Wolff bits, because he drops so much knowledge in such a short amount of time. So he's going to break down the 3 different types of socialism. And I think that anyone listening to this stream is going to likely falls under one of these categories. So he will break it down here. Let's check him out, and then we will come back and discuss as always.
So here's the first one. In this view, socialism has to do with the government. That's right. The government is to come in and regulate, control a private capitalist economy. That's right. An economy governed by private enterprises owned by private citizens who trade with one another in an institution called the market, where they buy and sell their labor, their work, their products, their services. That's right. It's a capitalist economy, private enterprise, markets, but one in which the government is brought in. Some people mean socialism by that. And they mean particularly that the government is brought in a certain way. Number one, the government is to regulate what the private enterprises do so that they are less self-serving, profit-oriented, and are more socially concerned. That's why minimum wage is something socialists always supported. Many of them want there to be limits on how much prices can be raised by corporations or how much profits can be earned by them. And the second reason socialists want the government to come in is to redistribute wealth, because capitalism has this tendency to concentrate wealth in very few hands and deprive the mass of people. So the socialists want the government to come in using taxes and using government spending to do a bit of redistribution, to equalize a system that turns unequal very quickly. So for these people, socialism means that the government comes in, regulates and taxes to make what we might call capitalism, because it leaves business in the hands of private enterprises and markets, but we could call it capitalism with a humane face, capitalism with a certain welfare focus, the welfare of all the people. And here are some examples. Denmark, Norway, Germany, Italy, France. Those countries are often referred to as socialist. Their governments are often governments of socialist parties, and that's what those parties mean, that they will have the government do this regulating and redistributing. That's one concept of socialism around the world. It's pretty close to what Bernie Sanders means in the United States or what Jeremy Corbyn means in Great Britain. But here's the second one. In this second view, this first one doesn't go far enough, because yes, the government comes in and controls things and redistributes, but it's in a perpetual war, which the government often loses with those very private enterprises who try to get around the government regulation, who try to get around the government taxation. We're all familiar with those examples of companies, for example, Amazon, which has earned billions in profits the last 2 years and paid absolutely no taxes to the United States government. Indeed, this last year, they're getting a refund in excess of $100 million. So we know that private corporations do everything in their power to use their profits, to use their political power, to undo, to evade all of those socialistic regulations and redistributions. And this has led some socialists to say you have to go further. It isn't enough to regulate and redistribute. The government should, here we go, directly take over the enterprises. There shouldn't be private enterprises, because those will always be run for the profit of the private owner. If you want the economy to serve everybody, then the agent of everybody, the government that we all elect, at least in theory, should take over and run the businesses so they behave in a way that's good for everybody. And there isn't this perpetual war between a regulating government and private enterprise. And the same argument says we shouldn't allow the market to decide who gets what, because a market always delivers whatever is scarce to the people with the most money. It's a institution for those who are rich and who stay that way by using the market. So these socialists go further. The government should take over enterprises, literally own and operate the factories, stores, and offices. And instead of the market deciding who gets what, it should be planned in terms of what we want for the society as a whole. These kinds of socialists, after the 1920s, took the name communists to signal that they went further than the other socialists in order to take over through the government the apparatus of the economy. So some people mean by socialism government regulating a private capitalism to make it more humane, to make it less unequal. And other people say, no, 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 socialism means for them that the government takes over the enterprise and plans the distribution of output rather than leaving it to the market. And this second group of socialists often, not always, but often takes the name communist to show how they're different from the first group. And in those kinds of examples, the Soviet Union, the People's Republic of China, and for parts of their history, Cuba, Vietnam, and so on, are examples. Now let's get to the third kind of socialism that's contesting in the world today. To become the important kind, to become the kind believed in and followed by most people, to win your interest as well. And this approach is in a way an evolution out of the other two. It's a kind of critical evolution because it is advanced by people who see some merits in the first kind of socialism, government regulation, the second kind, government operating enterprises, but say we don't think that's enough in one way and it's too much in the other. Here's how it's not enough. It's not enough because it doesn't change the workplace, the place where the mass of people do their economic thing, using their brains and muscles to transform objects into the goods and services we all need to live the lives we want to live. It doesn't change it enough. Meanwhile, it does something too much. It gives too much power to the government. As a government that has this much power to regulate and redistribute, let alone a government that takes over owning and operating, is a government that runs us the risk that it'll do a lot more than these economic things, using its power for political or cultural controls of a society that we have seen and we don't want again. Well, then these kinds of socialists have a new focus. For them, what will really make a difference, what will take us beyond capitalism and be a better way of organizing society, focuses on the enterprise, the workplace. And it goes like this. We have the economic system we have, with its good points and its bad points, in large part because we don't allow democracy into the workplace. And these socialists say capitalism never did that. Capitalism is a hierarchical way of organizing an enterprise. A few people, the owner, the shareholders who have the big blocks of shares, they run capitalist enterprises. The mass of us have no control at all, and they run it for them. And the way to change society to make it better is to have the people who work in an enterprise, all of them, one person, one vote, have democratic control of the workplace as just as important as having democratic control of the community in which you live, the neighborhood in which you exist, and so on. This kind of socialism is micro-focused. It says, let's not talk only about the government and private enterprise. We don't mind private enterprise. The government doesn't have to control everything. There has to be some coordination. But the big issue for us, say these socialists, is the transformation of the workplace, the socialization of the workplace. So it becomes a community run democratically rather than something run by a small number of people who put their benefits, the so-called bottom line, as profits for them rather than a good life for everybody. Okay, those kinds of socialism are arguing with one another for your attention and your allegiance. To be interested in socialism doesn't mean you're necessarily the believer of one or the other. Most real socialist societies have mingled the control role function of government with the ownership function of government. What most experiments have not done is really tried that other kind of socialism that revolutionizes the workplace, brings democracy to the workplace for the first time, and says that's the way to get beyond the limits of capitalism, its inequalities, its instabilities, its injustices. So the question that's being fought out is not the question capitalism versus socialism, or at least it's not only that. It's also a struggle going on among these different definitions and meanings of socialism that are just as important to what's going on as the so-called struggle between capitalism and socialism that was so crucial in the last 100 years.
All right, so that is the wise Professor Richard Wolff there, dropping so much knowledge there about just helping us to define these economic systems and to differentiate between these economic systems so that we don't get caught up in these traps of defending things that we don't believe in, something just because you have to be able to differentiate. There are different types of capitalism. There's not one type of capitalism that, I think he points out that, excuse me, or he pointed out before, Saudi Arabia has a version of capitalism. They call their system capitalism in Saudi Arabia. They call their system capitalism in Nigeria. They call their system capitalism in the US. Those are different types of capitalism where they exist. And so in the same sense, there are different types of socialism. There's no such thing as one socialism. And so whenever somebody says, this is what socialism is, just dismiss them immediately. That's just, it's inaccurate and it's just untrue. There's not one type of socialism, and we got to be able to differentiate between the different types and distinguish between those. And so he really draws really clear, distinct lines between those three types of so-called socialism. And so a lot of socialists, I've been guilty of this in the past, have been guilty of the sort of no true Scotsman fallacy, where every time somebody mentions something about socialism, socialism that we disagreed with, a version of socialism that we disagreed with fundamentally, we would just say, oh no, that's not real socialism. And that's not an effective argument to make. We can't make that argument. We have to make effective arguments here when we're trying to convince people of our position. And we need to be able to convince people from the left. We have to be able to get them over to our side because we aren't yet the popular entity in the country. And so we have to, and if in order to gain popularity like that, we're going to have to bring people into the fold, and we have to do so by convincing them of why our ideology is the one that is the most likely to provide the most dignity and decency and justice for the mass of human beings. And we have to convince people of that, of why they should want to be, follow this ideology or fight for these sorts of things like democracy in the workplace. Why is that so important? And so he breaks it down here. He talks about, the three types of socialism that he laid out were social democracy, big C communism, and or what some people call authoritarian socialism, big C communism, and then socialism, or what people are calling nowadays democratic socialism, right? So that's the three: social democracy, communism, socialism, or democratic socialism, we can say, just to be super clear. But we have a member of our community here who's named Social Democracy. They have their own YouTube channel called Social Democracy, and they are a social democrat. They believe in that regulation, heavy government regulation over capitalism. Still upholding a capitalist system. There will be private and public employers, some public jobs, some private jobs, and the government should come in and heavily regulate that economic system in order to provide a social safety net. That's what a lot of people that I know today, that's sort of the ideology that they hold. It's the sort of Elizabeth Warren to some extent, but Bernie Sanders is a social democrat. He's not, I wouldn't identify him as myself. I wouldn't label him as a socialist, but he's a social democrat. He believes in social safety net, providing these programs through the government, regulating the hell out of Wall Street and these, in corporations and the wealthy, and then using that to sort of redistribute wealth that way. Communists they said, oh, well, we think private ownership is the problem. So they shift from a private ownership over, private employers to public employers, and they take control. They also centralize planning, right? So they do centralized planning and under communism, that's centralized planning, and also public employers, right? The state is your employer, which leaves the capitalist system in place. The employer-employee relationship is still maintained under the big C communist system, the authoritarian socialism, or what Richard Wolff would describe as state capitalism. So it's still capitalism because capitalism is defined by the employee-employer relationship. I should pull up that video of Richard Wolff's where he talks about the definition of capitalism, why it's so important to be able to define it for us. So we have to be able to define capitalism clearly and recognize, and you define something so that you can distinguish it from another thing, right? We define a dog as a dog and a cat as a cat so that we can distinguish them from one another, right? They're not just every other animal or mammal, right? And so we define, this piece of furniture as a chair and this piece of furniture as a desk, right? And this one's a chair, so that we can distinguish. I can say chair, the basic properties of a chair, the basic properties of a desk, right? And so, both chairs and desks may have, or tables may have 4 legs and a flat surface, but we all know that there are other things that distinguish, okay, this is what makes it a desk, this is what makes a chair. So in the same way, we got to define our economic systems, capitalism, socialism. We got to have clear definitions over them, or we're just talking past each other and we're moving nowhere at that point. So I also think that he answered in a way Shin's question from earlier about just the critique of earlier that Richard Wolff doesn't go far enough with his economic ideology. He disagrees, and I disagree that in some ways, because it's not quite arbitrary, but it's all about where you hold it relative to, right? And let me clarify that. You say it doesn't go far enough, but his argument is that communism didn't go far enough. Big C communism, state capitalism didn't go far enough in that it did not ever, democratize the workplace. So that is further, in his opinion, that's taking it a step further, right? Democratize the workplace, give people, enable democracy in the workplace. They also went too far, he says, right? In other places, like it went too far in empowering government. We saw that the government was able to oppress some of the citizens, suppress, speech and free speech, and to suppress certain peoples within the country, right? And to oppress certain people. And you give people a power over others that they can abuse that power over others. So in some ways, communism doesn't go far enough, but in other ways, it went too far. So we gotta have a bit of a nuanced take on it, and he shares the nuanced take, and then he offers up his take on democratic socialism, and that being the system that he believes in, and that's about extending democracy from politics into the economy, which is what the original definition of socialism was, and why some people just refer to it as just socialism, or to make it easier on some folks, democratic socialism. So I'll be interested in the comments. Do folks identify any certain way? Do you know what your ideology is? What do you believe in? Which one of these types of socialism do you think is the the correct type or the best type? Or do you disagree? Are you a capitalist and you want to just be a capitalist to your bones and you hate and despise anything called socialism or social democracy? Let me know that as well so that I can yell at you and tell you why you're wrong. So do we have any comments that we want to share here? Shinsung says, did you know during the primaries, Bernie Sanders once admitted he would be willing to do a military strike to North Korea to preempt them from doing a nuclear missile test? I did not know that. I really would need to look into that to confirm that, because I was a close follower of Bernie Sanders and I don't remember him saying anything like that. And that is completely antithetical to everything that he believes, everything he espouses. I don't see any reason why he would even suggest preemptively striking North Korea, a small little country that cannot damage the U.S. in any real way and is no real threat to the U.S. I do not believe that. And so I need to see some evidence. If you can provide me a link to a credible resource where that was reported, I will stand corrected for sure. But please, if you're, you got to drop some references in with that, because that's a tall order to believe something like that. That's just completely antithetical to his entire platform and his foreign policy. So I've never heard that, and I'm not familiar with that whatsoever. So I would, if you have some information though, I will stand corrected. I will correct myself and I will stand corrected, and I will be super pissed at Bernie Sanders for taking such a dumb, terrible, awful position. I was supportive of Donald Trump when he was doing all that stuff to try to build some diplomacy with North Korea. Now, Donald Trump was doing it for stupid ass reasons. Like it was just an anti-Obama thing. He literally just did everything against Obama. So on the one hand, he's over here making, trying to do, build diplomacy with North Korea. And really his diplomacy was like, just not getting in the way. That was the diplomacy, is like, can the US just get the fuck out of the way, stay out of people's business, get the fuck out of North Korea's business and let them make amends, right? And so it was literally like, just get out of the way and stop contesting it, because we just want to maintain military position there in South Korea. And so just to maintain our military position there, we are willing to keep up this facade of North Korea being some big scary place that America has to worry about, and them getting nuclear empowerment. I don't support nuclear proliferation in any way, but let's be real. Look what happened to Libya when they gave up their nuclear weapons, right? Libya, Obama said, give up your nuclear weapons if you want to maintain peace or whatever. Gaddafi was like, okay. They were like, what? And everybody was like, I didn't think they was going to do that. He did it. And then what did they do? He caught a bayonet up his asshole, and then he got dragged through the goddamn streets of Libya, right? Like that's the outcome that we have. And you had people like John Bolton talking about we should use the Libya model on North Korea. So we got to commend Trump for those little stupid things, even though he only does it because it was anti-Obama and because Obama wouldn't do that. What he should have done there, that would have been good foreign policy to bring North Korea and South Korea to the table diplomatically and to try to help solve that, decades long rift between them. And really, it's just, again, they're willing to solve it. We just got to stay out their damn way. And that's all we got to do, and stop opposing it. And if the US just didn't oppose it, they could get a peace treaty done. And we wouldn't have to, we don't need to do this fear mongering about North Korea. They're not some big, scary, dictatorship that's going to come and take over America. It's not real. They're not going to attack. They're not going to commit a nuclear attack against the US. They're like this freaking big. And the US has so much military power and nuclear power, they will wipe them off the face of the earth. And nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. Kim Jong-un doesn't want to see that. I don't want to see that for damn sure. Nobody but these crazed neocons want to see that. So that would be a crazy position of Bernie's to take. Somebody please drop some receipts on that, because that's hard to believe. Do we have any other comments that we want to get to? Oshi Fancy says, to be honest, I don't know any of the people mentioned or majority of the topics, but I do enjoy the t-shirts and posters and atmosphere here, which I love. So thank you so much. I hope that through listening in, you will learn some about, absorb some of this information about some of these folks. And hopefully we can slowly but surely radicalize you. If you're not already an avowed socialist right now, we will turn you into a socialist, Oshi Fancy. So be careful, because we are going to turn you into a socialist here if you stick around too long. So she also says, Oshi Fancy also says, I'm always lost, but that's okay, because I'm enjoying good content. I appreciate that. I will try to work on being even clearer in my points and not being overly technical in my points, because I don't want to, create a barrier to this information in any way. And I hate people that just try to sound smart, but don't convey the information properly. So I don't want to be one of those people that just like try to pride myself on sounding smart when I'm not really conveying my points in an effective way. So that's more important to me. I would like to make it so that this is content that you are able to absorb and hopefully learn from and learn about some of these folks. And Richard Wolff is a great resource. And a lot of us don't feel bad that you're not exposed to this stuff, because it took, so a crisis in my life and in unemployment and having a lot of free time on my hands to be able to dig into this sort of stuff. It's truly in a weird twisted way, it's a privilege to be able to get access to this information, to have the time. Noam Chomsky talks about it. He says, in order to like have a strong media literacy, it's a privilege. It's a privileged position to be able to read the New York Times and the Washington Post, and those subscriptions cost money. By the way, shout out to the Patreon community. Because of the Patreon donations, we were able to, and honestly, Steve Alvarez was able to, through that, we were able to buy, with Steve's donations recently, access to the Washington Post and the New York Times subscriptions, so that we can get the news of the day sooner and get access to that information, full access to that information. So shout out to our Patreon community, everybody that supports us financially in any way, our coffee community, our Patreon community, FL on Coffee, Steve, and everybody else on Patreon, Mark, Ben, everybody, you know who you are. Scott, shout out to my brother Scott as well. Big shout out to Scott as well. Huge help, massive help, and massive support in my life. So shout out to my brother Scott and my little niece Penny. All right. What's up? I probably shouldn't say whatever, but yes. Okay. I'll keep that private next time. Sorry. Okay. Also, if you would like to support the show, please, if you'd like to drop us a tip, one-time tip, head over to coffee.com/radicaldemocracy. We are working on setting up Twitch donations. Tammy's working on getting that set up now. So we don't have Twitch donations in place yet, but we will have that. We should have that set up by our next stream. And if you can head over to coffee.com/radicaldemocracy, ko-fi.com/radicaldemocracy, and drop us a few dollars there. We will read out any comments that we see come in with those tips. Thank you so much to FL for the generous $10 tip earlier on the stream. That's amazing. I don't know how to thank folks enough. I just can't thank folks enough. And I don't know how to thank you. Steve, massive. I talked about it earlier. I just got to keep on repeating it. Steve dropped us a massive tip on coffee, $80 on coffee. And Steve is already a $10 a month Patreon subscriber. So Steve has contributed a massive amount to us, and we appreciate it so much. And Steve's just like working in like public education in New York. This is not like a rich person or anything like that. So Steve is extending himself pretty far to support this show. And we can't thank you enough. We really can't. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. We're going to do a show kind of focused around some of your comments that you've left on videos recently that were really in-depth comments that deserve some discussion around. So we're going to have some discussion tomorrow on our live stream tomorrow about some of that. So look forward to that and hearing some feedback from the community on those questions you posed. Really, really interesting topics, insightful stuff. And I'm really looking forward to that. So please, if you haven't already, thank you for being here. But if you haven't already, please do me a favor, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We should have more subscribers. I see about 150 people have played this, watch this video, or at least 100 people have watched this video. I want to see, 10 new subscribers out of that. So please hit that subscribe button. You don't have to get the notifications. If you subscribe, you don't have to be notified about anything. You can subscribe and then hit that bell and choose none to get no notifications. If notifications bother you and you're concerned about getting notifications from a subscription, don't worry about that. Just hit the bell and click none to not be bothered with any notifications whatsoever. If you can and it doesn't bother you, please hit all instead and get all of our notifications so that anytime we go live or launch a new video. And that's a massive way to support the show, is to just show up to these streams and hang out with us. Because one of the things that we have to do for YouTube in particular, if you're on YouTube, it's particularly helpful right now to help us get over the watch hours. So there's like this 700. We need 700 more watch hours. I'm pretty sure we've picked up at least 30 or so out of this stream right here. Maybe by the end of the week, we'll probably pick up like 50 hours out of this stream alone. And then we're going to do another stream tomorrow, maybe 2 streams tomorrow. So this one has already gone on for over 6 hours. It's pretty massive, pretty intense. Tammy and I are going to need to eat food soon, so we're going to have to take off at some point in the near future. But we can keep this thing going for a while. We want to get make sure that Oshi Fancy gets to work okay first. So we're going to hang out with Oshi Fancy on our ride to work for sure. Oshi Fancy, hope that you are driving safe. Don't pay too much attention to us. Please pay attention to the road. I hope you're not hearing this right now. I don't want to see any comments from you. Drive, focus on the road, Oshi Fancy. I don't want you getting into an accident. We can't have you getting hurt. We want you getting to work safe and sound. So please feel free to let us know what you do for work. I think you may have already, but maybe not. I think you're a nurse, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Timmy said. Okay, all right. So, you shared that publicly. Hopefully that's okay that we share it. Oshi Fancy is a nurse, so shout out to our nurses out there. Shout out to Oshi Fancy for being on the front lines of this pandemic and doing what she does to keep folks, safe in her community. And so thank you. Thank you so much, Oshi Fancy. Seriously, for what you do. Thank you so much. You deserve to be applauded every day that you show up at work and leave your house, and there should be a crowd there cheering you on. So thank you so much for what you do. If I can be that crowd for you, I will. Yeah, Oshi Fancy. Okay, so all right, so that's me doing my crowd, my best. I'm a crowd impression. So you deserve lots of respect and it's just to be valued properly in the society. I just wish the society valued workers, especially healthcare workers, properly. I wish that, you can support, if anybody would like to, please support our nurses, support Oshi Fancy by, if you are interested in gaming, she has a Twitch channel where she does some gaming and chatting about that. And she is a wonderful person to listen to. I checked out some of your videos, loved them. And so Oshi Fancy, you can check her out at twitch.tv/Oshi Fancy, OHSHE Fancy. Come on, y'all know how to spell that. So Oshi Fancy, She Fancy. So twitch.tv/OHShe Fancy. All right. And check her out, please. Support the community. Help. We got to grow. No comrades left behind. No comrade under 1K. If she has, she should have more than 1,000 followers on her channel. If she doesn't, we need to be doing that. I followed her on Twitch. I followed you on Twitch, Oshi Fancy. I hope you saw that. So I followed her. If you're on Twitch, please follow Oshi Fancy and give her channel some views there. So check that out as well. Got to support our community in any way we can. So I hope to. If anybody else has anything they need me to shout out, by all means, throw it up in the comments and I will shout you out. If you are trying to grow your own platform, I want to be spreading that, this is unity, this is solidarity right here. I'm trying to not just talk it, but live it. So would love it. Do we have any other comments we need to get to right now? Nothing that's jumping out at us. All right. Well, at this stage, we are 6 hours in. We're going to hit about 6.5 hours on this stream. I think we've been going long enough here. Probably going to, okay, I think we got another comment here. So, Mark McKeever says, President Sump Pump, every time, President Sump Pump did have good intentions to make peace between North and South Korea, but he hires the worst people. His administration sabotaged it by their ignorance and inability to govern. Yeah, I mean, luckily, yeah, for one, unluckily, yes, you're absolutely right. He hired a bunch of neocons into his administration. John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, head of the CIA. Like, these are terrible. These are neocons. And they are a danger to and a threat to our all, civilization everywhere and just democracy everywhere and working class people everywhere. And so these are twisted neoconservatives there. And they absolutely are they've never seen a war they don't like. These are like Dick Cheney-like figures. And so Mark McKeever is absolutely right. He staffed his administration with all of these neocons. And so they fought everything, all of his instinct to try to not, exacerbate the tensions between North and South Korea were undermined by his administration. Luckily, I think that he's still, because of his rhetoric, I think that it was enough to at least put that stuff on the table in a way that it hasn't been for all of my lifetime. I've never seen, there was historic seeing, them cross that demilitarized zone, the DMZ, to cross over and across each other's borders. And it was a cute thing where, what's his name? Kim Jong-un, is holding the hand of, I think it's Moon Jae-in, is the president of South Korea, the new president, after they had their former president arrested, charged with corruption and, put in jail for corruption. And we don't do that in the US. It's a shame, or else all of our former presidents would be locked up in jail right now, essentially. Maybe Jimmy Carter would have got out on on early release for his housing, humanity housing project, whatever it is. So he built enough houses. He's done his restorative justice. So and he was the least worst. Obviously, he did the least damage. I think he claims that not a single bomb was dropped while he was president. I don't know. I'd have to fact check that. So I don't want to give Trump too much credit also, because just to be clear, Trump is doing this stuff because Obama did the opposite. Obama didn't do it, so he's trying to do that so that he can say, oh, look at I undid Obama's legacy. I one-upped Obama in some way. And he's doing the exact opposite. So you can tell this isn't ideological for Trump, because he's doing the exact opposite with Iran, and he's exacerbating the issue. He killed the general there, who I am blanking on his name right now, but he had a general assassinated while they were visiting, visiting Iraq, and he drone bombed him and killed him. Completely unprovoked attack, did not need to happen. And after already withdrawing from the Iran nuclear deal, which is absurd, that was a good deal, that was something decent that Obama did, to fight against nuclear proliferation. That is absolutely a step in the right direction. And so Trump's motivations are anti-Obama. That's it. He just wants to do the opposite of whatever Obama did. So I try not to give him too much credit, because it doesn't come from some strong, some moral ideology or anything. It's literally just this childish, I hate Obama because he clowned me at, this whatever dinner, correspondence dinner, White House correspondence dinner, or whatever it was. So yeah, it's really a shame to see, honestly. So, all right, do we have any more comments we want to get to? I would love to hear from you. Please share your thoughts, questions, ask me anything, whatever you want to chat about here. We're just trying to keep the stream going, hopefully get some support, get up our watch hours. So if you're watching on YouTube, please stick around, watch, keep the stream up, hit the mute button if I get too annoying, but leave that stream up so that we can hit these hours requirements, so we can monetize this channel and start to do super chats and just help to grow the channel that way. Thank you so much to everyone who supports us elsewhere. So we got another comment we want to get to here. Shinsung says, if Trump wins re-election, 100 million people will lose protections for pre-existing conditions. Do you think that is a good enough reason to vote for Biden? So I don't think that that's true. First off, there's no guarantee that happens. They've already been in power 4 years and it hasn't happened yet. They tried everything to repeal the ACA. Those provisions are universal and they're liked by too many people. So it's very hard to undo that sort of stuff. When you build universal programs, those are very hard to undo. They tried everything they could. I cut a Richard Wolff clip short where he talked about that, where he said, listen, They just tried and they just failed to repeal and to do the repeal and replace ACA. They can't. These things are very hard for them to try to undo. You cannot get rid of that pre-existing conditions protection because that damages too many of Trump's base. That's going to disproportionately impact like lower income, not college educated voters. That's Trump's base right there. So white working class kind of folks. So that's Trump's base, and he can't go damaging his own base. So I don't believe that. I don't think that that's going to happen. And I don't think that we're any safer under Biden. 50,000 people die every year under the ACA. 50,000 people, 500,000 people go bankrupt from medical debt every year because of the ACA. Like upholding these things and empowering the next set of people that are going to uphold these same broken systems is very dangerous. We empowered Obama, and I empowered Obama with my vote. And look what he turned around and did. He's damaged Black communities with a lot of what he's done. And so we got to reckon with that. And so I don't accept the premise of the argument here that 100 million people will lose protections for pre-existing conditions. I do not accept that. I do not think that will happen. I hope I don't get proven wrong. I really do. But I just don't think that will happen. And I don't think it's any more likely to happen under Trump than it is under Biden. I think that they believe in the same policies. They're both anti-Medicare for all. Neither of them. Trump never said that he would veto Medicare for all. Biden said that he would veto Medicare for all. If Medicare for all reaches Biden's desk, he said that he would veto it. Already, he's told you right to your face. And that was before he was elected, before he's been given all this power. You think that you're going to change his mind after? There is 0% chance. Hear me now, quote me later. There is 0% chance that we get a Medicare for all system under President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. I promise you that we will not get Medicare for all, no matter how hard we fight and what we fight for. The best they will give us is the terrible program of public option, which will fail and will be used to then smear Medicare for all plan. So, we got to be careful with trying to predict and act like we, know for certain what's going to happen. I disagree with your premise there. I don't think that that's going to happen under Donald Trump. It didn't happen for this past 4 years. I don't think that anything is going to be different about the next 4 years. They've done the damage that they could do to the healthcare system. He'll do little things and he'll tinker around to try to, take away from it as much as he can, defund it as much as he can, shift support away from it. You see that he instantly defunded Medicare and Social Security. Nobody batted an eyelash at that. The same Democrats that are like, oh, you can't use language like defund police. But the dude just literally defunded Medicare and Social Security. He took out the payroll tax until the end of the year. He just ended the payroll tax until the end of the year. That's how it gets funded. He just defunded Social Security and Medicare for all for the next few months, and nobody batted an eyelash. I'll take a 4-month defunding of police where we just don't fund them, period. Okay, I'll take that. But that's not happening right now. So the same people that say that that's too radical or extreme of language are the same people that just sit idly by while Trump defunds Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. So and he did that with executive orders that he recently passed. So we gotta be aware of this. But also note that Joe Biden is hostile towards Social Security. I could pull up videos, and maybe I should right now. Let me pull up a video of Joe Biden on. We all know, we've all seen this video of Biden, of course. All right, pulling this up for us right here. We can't forget who Biden is. Here we go. This is Joe Biden right here.
I introduced the balanced budget amendment in 1984. It got nowhere. I'm one of those Democrats who voted for the constitutional amendment to balance the budget. I have introduced on 4 occasions, entire plans to balance the budget, knowing I'm not president and I'm not the leader, but for illustrative purposes. I tried with Senator Grassley back in the 80s to freeze all government spending, including Social Security, including everything.
I mean, he just told you right there. I mean, I tried, on multiple occasions to freeze spending on Social Security, on everything, Medicare, Medicaid. That's what he's referring to when he says everything, all government spending, Meals on Wheels, all social programs. That's what he's talking about. This guy is not, he's hostile towards these things. So to act as though, I'm not going to pretend like Joe Biden is not hostile towards these very things. And it's a misreading of history and reality to suggest that Joe Biden is friendly towards these social services or things like a Medicare for all system or healthcare, universal healthcare. These people are hostile towards that. He's gets funded by all of this, health insurance companies and big pharma. He's just as likely to do that. And you know what? When Joe Biden does it, there's not going to be outrage in the streets. People aren't going to take to the streets. People aren't even going to pay attention. They're not even going to recognize. It's going to be wrapped up in some other bill, and they'll pretend like it was some grand, victory for Democrats if he gets elected. And that's what we get. So I don't think, I don't know what your position is, Shin. I'm not suggesting that you are taking one position or the other. I know it was just a question. I don't think that it's a reason to vote for Biden, particularly if you're in a safe blue state like me. There is no reason to vote for Biden in a safe blue state for any leftist. I would be voting, not withholding my vote or voting green. I'm voting green in my state for the small chance, which is unlikely to happen, of getting the Green Party over the 5% threshold, which likely won't happen, but whatever. At least I can feel like my vote counted towards something. So do we have any more? And please, if anyone else has a thought or opinion on that, like, how do you feel? Do folks feel like that's a reason to vote for Biden? Do you feel like that's a reality, that Donald Trump could actually manage to undo the pre-existing condition clause in the ACA? I don't see that happening. So what else do we got? Do we got any more comments we want to get to here? Okay. Shin says, if Trump wins re-election, he is not going to care if it's unpopular to get rid of Obamacare because he will not have to worry about re-election. I just don't see it. I don't see it. Sure, he doesn't have to worry about re-election. Every Republican has to worry about re-election, right? And Trump can't do that. Trump can't end the ACA. Let's be clear. He can't undo this. These were acts of Congress. The only way that this can get done is through acts of Congress, right? So whatever was done by an act of Congress can only be undone by an act of Congress. So to say that Trump can do it, it's not possible. It's not actually possible. He has to do it through Congress. So it's, not needing to be reelected. Sure, he doesn't need to be reelected, but another Republican wants to be reelected. They want to hold power for the next, administration. They would like to keep it in the Republican hands. There's down ballot Republicans who would be the Congress people having to vote on that kind of bill. It's just not going to happen. It's too unpopular, and there's no way that these folks are going to be able to, again, there's a really easy way we're going to be able to tell if Donald Trump ends up winning this, which would be, it's not beyond the realm of imagination here at this point, but it would be a travesty for the Democratic Party if they lost to a buffoon like Donald Trump again. That's for sure. But I don't think that Trump has been sitting here being patient and playing some long game. They tried, it failed. People will be out in the streets protesting because you know why? Everybody's got a pre-existing condition right now. Everybody's got a pre-existing condition, and you're not going to do this in the middle of a pandemic. It's just not going to happen. People will take to the streets. So that sort of stuff, universal programs, you try to attack that. People take to the streets. They did it when he tried to do it before and tried to repeal the ACA. It matters. Down ballot voting matters. Those Congress people care about holding on to their power. They expect to be in Congress well past Donald Trump's election, so they're not trying to risk their seat. So I disagree. I don't think that he'll have the power to. He can't do it through an executive order, and he would have to do it through an act of Congress. So it's just it's slim to none. Chances of something like that happening are slim to none. And once again, I just don't think that, I don't put anything beyond the Democrats either. So But I don't think that's going to happen under Democrats or Republicans. I don't think that anything like the pre-existing condition clause is remaining. It's too popular of a policy to not be maintained. Do we have any other comments we want to get to? All right, let's keep them coming. Thank you for the great comment, though, Shin. You have been on fire with these, with just really great thought-provoking comments tonight or today. I just always feel like it's night. Tammy says, we've had this discussion before in other streams, but there's a lot of different strategies on the left when it comes to the presidential election and Biden versus Trump. Yeah, exactly. There's tons of different strategies to approach it with. I'm not overly concerned with the fight between it's really, if you're in a safe state, I don't want you voting for Joe Biden because I don't want him to don't give these people your vote. They don't deserve it. They didn't earn it. If you're a leftist, don't give them your vote. But so Tammy says we're in a safe blue state, Massachusetts, so we're more comfortable voting third party green than Biden. Exactly. You got to always keep that in mind when we talk. Tammy says, and we're not trying to stop people from voting for Biden. We don't have an issue with people voting for him, but I don't think people need to deny or downplay his harmful policies and political history. Exactly. So it's just being real about what he is. Cornel West says you can vote for Biden, but you don't have to endorse him. And if you live in a swing state, you got a much tougher decision to make. I can't tell you which decision to make because I don't know the right one. Seriously, I just don't know the right one in a swing state. I can tell you if you're in a safe blue state, exactly what the right decision is. And that's to vote green. If you're in a safe blue state, that's my position. Vote green. Don't give up your vote completely. Use your vote to potentially empower a third party. Probably not going to happen. Don't be too naive about it. Probably not going to happen. Last time, Greens got freaking 1% of the vote. It's practically nothing. No matter how many they get, if they get 0.1%, the Democrats will still blame them for the loss of the election. So gear up for that as well. Or in Russia, they'll blame Russia and the Green Party and every third party voters and non-voters. It's all of their fault, but it's not going to be the leaders of the party. It's not going to be Joe Biden's fault for not offering people something that they care enough about to go vote for him. So we really got to get right with that and make sure that we recognize that and do not do that on the left here. I do not want to see that on the left, is people blaming other leftists for voting their conscience. Don't do that. Don't vote shame. So Shin says, replying to Tammy there, I think the best strategy is vote for Biden if you live in a swing state, but don't vote for Biden if you live in a blue state. I totally agree with you. Shin. And honestly, don't vote for Biden if you live in a safe red state. If it's a solid red state and you have no chance of getting of your vote counting towards getting Biden actually elected in that sense. If it's a safe red state, same thing applies, not just safe blue state or safe red state. I don't think you give your vote to Biden in a safe red state either. You use that vote to try to build third party power. It's not likely to happen, but what the hell else can we do? What else do we do? All right. So next comment. Tammy says more local politics, such as Congress and even mayors, etc., has more of a direct effect for progressive change. The more progressives in Congress, the better chance we'll have. Exactly. The lower you get down, the more local you get, the more power there is behind your vote. You're one of fewer people making that vote. So local elections do have consequences. We should definitely be wary of those. Also, ballot initiatives can be very important. We have a ballot initiative coming up in Massachusetts this year for ranked choice voting. If you are living in Massachusetts, I hope you are voting yes on too. So to any of the folks out there, if you live in Massachusetts, please tell me you're voting yes on too. If you are not voting yes on too, please tell me in the comments so I can convince you otherwise. We need ranked choice voting. And so we need to support all movements for ranked choice voting. It is an expansion of democracy. We should support that. Definitely here at Radical Democracy, we support any expansion of democracy, true expansion of democracy. So yeah, definitely correct about the local. What Up America says, I think there's a bit of mental health argument for Biden. The boomers are tearing their hair out and offloading their stress onto young people. Yeah, I think I'm trying to understand exactly what you're getting at there. I don't know if you're saying, I don't think you're questioning Biden's mental health there, which I would do. I think that both him and Trump are in cognitive decline. And I think that's a sad thing that we've done, which is offer up two people potentially with dementia, very elderly people with dementia that are, or some sort of cognitive decline, And that's the two choices that are being given. So I don't think that was what up America's point, but I just want to note that Biden's mental health is something we should all be concerned by. Same thing for Donald Trump. I mean, scary. But What Up America says, I'm also just super tired of Trump's BS in the news every freaking day. It's ultra distressing. I totally get that. Like, it's like, but some of that, it comes with consequences there. That stress is what pushes people to be out in the streets. That kind of stress is what allows the atmosphere for the movement like the George Floyd protest to exist. So I definitely think that, there is, I understand people being tired of that, but that's more about personal comfort than the substantive rights that can change based on, who's in power. And I don't necessarily, I'm not arguing that Trump is better. He's going to be better for us than Joe Biden. He's pretty much on every issue. I'm a little bit closer to Joe Biden than I am to Donald Trump. So I would agree more with a Joe Biden policy than a Trump policy on most things. And yeah, sure, I think he'll be out of the news, but that can also lead to a lot of people becoming complacent and ignoring, the problems and the ills of society when they happen, and not standing in solidarity with, say, Black people and the Black Lives Matter movement, or other forming other solidarity or labor unions and things like that. Exactly. Tammy says, Biden can end up doing the same types of dangerous things, foreign wars, exacerbating those issues, handing over all of our wealth and the surplus of our labor to corporations and Wall Street. Supporting the police, increasing funding to police. Joe Biden has already said that he would increase funding to police. He doesn't talk about abolishing ICE or dismantling ICE in any way. He's hostile towards those sorts of movements, and said that, reminded us that he has no sympathy for young people. So don't think that he cares about what we think or when we push, or that we're going to, I don't believe in this idea of pushing Joe Biden after he gets into office, or choosing the person you want to fight against. I think you're limiting yourself. Just, you got to think beyond that, beyond 4 years. Right? We got to think beyond 4 years. We're empowering not just Joe Biden, but Kamala Harris as well. And that's part of my fear, is that we empower the next neoliberal who reigns over us for the next 12 years instead of just 4 years with Joe Biden. We get 4 years of Joe Biden followed by 8 years of Kamala Harris, a young, neoliberal who has all the worst policies, in mind, and is backed by all the worst policies. So yeah, the pushing Biden thing needs to happen before the vote. You withhold your vote until, you got to show them that you're willing to withhold your vote, and you can't just tell them you're handing it over. You at least got to threaten them with it, right? And just, you should be making your decision to vote for Biden. I saw somebody put it this way: you should be making your decision to vote for Biden the minute you walk into that booth. That's when you should be making that final decision, because honestly, until then, you should not be handing over your vote to them and saying, no, we're going to vote for you. Because once you do that, like AOC did and Bernie's done, and all these folks once you do that, you give up your power to challenge. Tammy says we need to push Biden before voting. Exactly. Otherwise he's entitled to, this is Tammy. She says, otherwise he's entitled to our votes without being held accountable for his own policies and not listening to the people. He's shown nothing but contempt for the left. And he's been so, hostile towards the left from the beginning of his campaign. I think that it's a major mistake to just suddenly give up, and hand over power to Joe Biden, who, this early in it, he's not met any of our demands. He's not moved to the left on anything. He's moved to the right on issues. Hillary Clinton was going to lower the Medicare age to 55 or 50, I believe. Joe Biden said he'll only lower it to 60. This is not the most progressive campaign in the history of the country, like people want to suggest, or that Kamala Harris will be the most progressive vice president in the history of the United States. Get out of here with that. Miss me with that. These people are hostile to labor. And as we talk about, this is a Labor Day special. These folks, Joe Biden is hostile to labor, and he's been hostile to labor his entire career. So we have to show some hostility towards him to push him in our direction and to pull him over into our direction. At least, that vote is the power that you have. So you got to be willing to at least threaten them with that. And that's why they're always willing to court the 8% of Republicans and ignore the 40% of progressives, because they know the 40% of progressives, you got nowhere to go. You're going to vote for them because who else are you going to vote for, right? You're not going to vote green because then you're afraid of being called a spoiler, right? So you're afraid to vote green because you're afraid to be called a spoiler. And you're not going to vote for Republican because they're horrendous. They're far worse than the Democrats, right? So they literally tried to roll out a campaign slogan for the 2020 like Democratic like or 2018. They tried to literally roll out a campaign slogan that was like, "Have you seen the other guys?" That was it. That was the campaign slogan. Have you seen the other guys? They admit it. They don't care. It's like, well, we're not as bad as them. So the Republicans will just roll out the worst person possible, and they'll just be one iota better than that. And then you're expected to vote for them. We got to do better than that. This one more thing I want to say before, just real quick, Tammy, before I jump in. One more thing I want to say is that before I lose my train of thought, which I feel it slipping right now, it's gone. Okay. Yeah, Tammy says their campaign slogan is essentially, "What choice do you have?" And it's right. And so like, yeah, I lost my train of thought on the other thing. I apologize. Hopefully it'll come back. Let's get to another comment here. Shin says, Biden has a foreign policy record that's actually worse than Trump, Iraq war, Gulf war, etc. Exactly. Like Biden's foreign policy record is beyond anything. Biden's policy record, period. He has done more damage to Black and brown communities than Trump could ever dream of. And so I just dismiss this idea that Biden's going to be immediately better for poor, working class, Black, brown people. I just don't buy it. I don't buy it. Black Lives Matter started under Obama and Biden. It's going to continue under Biden. And so we're not going to get any relief. He's already expressed that he's willing to fund these people even more, willing to increase funding to police, not to defund them. So know what we're getting ourselves into, and let's not misrepresent him. Let's call it what it is. What Up America says, but the boomers who have the power won't entertain any critique of the Dems, however legit, because it's supporting Trump. So let me just read that again. But the boomers who have the power won't entertain any critique of the Dems, however legit, because it's supporting Trump. I absolutely agree. The older voters they're gone. We're not going to convince older voters. What we have to do is, some of this is going to realistically, we just got to be real about certain things. There may be no hope for the next 10 years. I know people don't like to hear messages like that. You want to have hope. You really want to have hope. But the reality is the system may be so effective at doing what it does that there is no hope for at least the next 10 to 20 years because of the way the voting works. Young people don't come out and vote enough. We just tried to do the Bernie campaign. That was our best chance we had, really. Like, I don't see young people being energized in any other way more than what we just got. And it still wasn't enough to overcome the massive turnout from the older voters. They're reliable voters. Younger voters are not. They're still learning civics, and we don't have enough of a civic education in this country. So by the time you turn 18, I mean, I did not get into politics until I was 28 or 28 or so. That's when I got into politics. That's when I started paying attention. Before then, I was a mindless voter who just punched a card, Democrat down the ticket, didn't care. Whoever's the Democrat, oh, we got a Black president, I'll vote for the Black guy. That was me. That was my analysis. That was my full political analysis. That was the depth of my political analysis until I turned about 28 years old, because we don't have a civic education in this country. So What Up America says, really good points. I'm kind of playing devil's advocate since I overall agree. Totally cool. I appreciate it. What up? It spices up the discussion, and I appreciate it. So keep it coming. Sometimes, folks, just get used to me. I get really overexcited sometimes, and it can seem a little aggressive. It's not aggression. It's also, be careful that you're not being a little racist. Not you, What Up America. I'm not talking to you. But be careful that you don't interpret my loudness or excitement. Don't interpret my excitement for anger. That's something that gets done to Black people a lot, and part of just a small little microaggression thing. I know that can be a sensitive hot button topic for people, but just be careful not to try not to interpret my excitement as anger or anything like that. I'm not saying that you were doing that, What Up America. I'm just saying that this happens to me in my regular life a lot, and it's part of something that I have to deal with always, because I'm a big Black guy and I get super excited, and then people start to get afraid of me sometimes, and it's I hate it. I don't like it at all. I want people to interpret my excitement as what it is. It's just excitement. I'm just excited about this stuff, and I'm not getting angry. I'm not upset about it anyway. Not directing at you at all. What up? So don't take that personally at all. It just reminded me of something that happened, not what you did at all. So Mark McKeever says the sump pump administration is still trying to fuck with the ACA. Yeah, they try, and they do. They've done damage. They've managed to get about 7 million people have been kicked off of health insurance. But you know what? Joe Biden and Barack Obama created a system that allowed Donald Trump to do that. So my big issue is, why put, we're going to put more people in power for the next however long, that are just going to set up the conditions for this to happen every single time. So what I'm talking about is breaking the cycle and saying, I totally agree. Everything that everyone said here, I totally agree with. And I know the damage that's being caused. It's just that it's very hard to weigh that against the damage that can be caused by, these were the conditions. We're putting in place the same conditions that led to this. So I'm sick of people being without health insurance and this constantly happening over and over and over again. So Mark just shares an article there about, the Supreme Court is going to hear a Trump administration case against Obamacare after the election. So, this is what they do though, right? They threaten you with this stuff. So just notice what it is, right? It's these threats, and the Democratic Party has failed us because they keep on allowing this to happen. And they give us candidates that aren't candidates that excite people. Joe Biden could have done so many things to get my vote. He could have done so many things to earn my vote, and not just my vote, but my enthusiasm, my support, my volunteer work, right? The progressive base is the most excited, active base within the Democratic Party. We're the folks that actually knock on the doors and go and campaign for people. You have to bring us into the fold. You can't spit in our face, because then you don't get the activism and the grassroots support, and you need that in order to win in a Democratic race. So I look at this and it just makes me frustrated about the Democratic Party. They don't mind losing. They would rather lose to a Republican than to win with a progressive. And that's the real problem. And what does the lesser of two evil voting do? What has it done for the last 30 years since we talked about Reagan earlier? What has lesser of two evil done for the past 30 years? It has continuously shifted what they call the Overton window to the right. We've shifted our political system to the right over and over and over again. And that's what lesser of two evil voting does. And that's the outcome. That's the results that we've gotten from lesser of two evil voting. So we just have to be real with it. I'm not saying that third parties are definitely going to do it and they're going to be the solution. I don't know. What I believe the solution to be: building democratic workplaces, build democracy in the workplace. That's how you do it. You do it one workplace at a time, give people real democracy, and build out from there, because we don't have we've lost control over our actual democracy, our political democracy. We don't get a real control over it. The DNC can screw us over. They came out, there was a court case against the DNC, and they literally said in court that the DNC could go and decide who the nominee is in a smoke-filled back room. And they said there was nothing that the people could do to challenge that, because that is, if that's the party rules, which it is, then they have the authority to do so. The Democratic Party is a private institution. That is a private institution. That is not public. We do not have public control over the Democratic Party or the DNC. We do not get a Democratic vote in the goings on of the DNC. No, they are a private institution. It's a private party that is allowed. They structure themselves hierarchically. They function within a capitalist system, and they will, just like everything else in capitalist system, they will uphold capitalism, the same political party. So we got to just be aware of this stuff. And let's take some more comments. Shin Sung says, to play devil's advocate, a good argument to vote for Joe Biden is that there is at least a small chance to move Biden, but with Trump, there is no chance at all. That argument, I just think, take the issue, pick the issue. And I think on different issues, we've seen that, Trump he did executive orders and gave the $300 thing stimulus. He tried, does Joe Biden do that? Does he have to? Is he under the pressure to do that sort of thing? I don't know. I just don't know. But it is I accept that as an argument. I've heard other good arguments in favor of Joe Biden as well. And that's one of the good ones, is like who you're going to pick to fight. Radical Democracy, David Dole, that's his argument as well. Like, choose the person you want to fight. That's who you should vote for. Vote for who you want to fight. Tammy says, I think Trump is just doing whatever he thinks will get reactions, backed by his bigoted views. But Biden knows what evil he's doing and not budging. Whereas Trump, I feel like he does whatever he feels in the moment. So yeah, Trump is much more, it's a spontaneous thing. Also, I think that Trump is at odds with his administration in a way that Joe Biden won't be. Him and his administration will be simpatico and in step and in sync in a way that they will be able to effectively do damage to working class movement. So Tammy says, I'm basing that off of his additional stimulus proposals. Are you referring to Trump there with the additional stimulus proposals? Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. All right. We are approaching 7 hours on the stream. That is a massively long stream. I think that we've gotten about an average of somewhere between, we're gonna get at least 50 hours of watch time off of this stream. So thank you so much to everyone that supported us by just sticking with us. I know it's just been a long one, and it was intentionally done as such because we are fighting, pushing to get to cross that 4,000 watch hour mark on YouTube. And so if you're watching this on YouTube, we really appreciate it. If you're watching it elsewhere, we still appreciate it. We definitely appreciate Oshi Fancy and for bringing lots of fun and engagement to the chat. So thank you so much to everyone for all the great comments today. We've had some really awesome comments, some really awesome engagement with the community. I am getting very hungry, thirsty, hot. These are all things that I'm feeling right now. So I will soon need to get out of here, get going. I see a question from Shin in the comments wondering how Mark is able to send links. Mark is able to send links because he's a moderator. What I will do is I will approve any user that makes a donation to the channel, and you will be approved to send links as long as you don't abuse the chat in any way. As long as you don't abuse the chat or send any sort of inappropriate links or anything like that, then we will continue to grant you that power. So if you would like to get the ability to send links in the chat, then please just all you have to do is make a donation to the show on Coffee or on Patreon. I think, you know what? I think that we're going to make it a Patreon. We'll probably end up doing it as a Patreon only. Right now, it's definitely for all of our Patreon members. So if you sign up on Patreon, we'll definitely do it. It's just easier to keep track on Patreon. So if you sign up on Patreon, all of our Patreon members will be trusted users in the chat, and we'll be able to, we'll try to keep up with it. Send us a message if we miss out on you for some reason. We'll approve you so that you're at least a trusted user, and you'll be able to drop links in the chat. So please support the show, patreon.com/radical democracy. We would love to have you in the community. Join us as a patron. We will also take Patreon, questions from our Patreon community that we will prioritize, anything like that. So, and hopefully have some merch in the future there. So support the show, patreon.com/radical democracy. Or if you'd like to leave a one-time tip, you don't have to sign up for an account or anything like that, through coffee.com, ko-fi.com/radical democracy. If you're not able to support the show financially, which is really crucial and really critical at this moment, if you can't support the show financially, please just like, subscribe, share. That's crucial too. That's really critical to help the channel and the platform grow. So just hit that like button, follow if you're on Twitch, hit the like button, subscribe, and share. And bye to Shin. I see you. Shin left a comment saying that they got to head out. Thank you so much. I can't believe you stuck around for so long, Shin. Thank you so much. That you are a trooper. Yeah. And maybe you might have taken off and then come back. So which we really appreciate. So. Maybe you never left. So thank you so much for sticking with us. That's been awesome. It's been really awesome to have you here. You were a great commenter, and we really enjoyed all the interaction engagement. We really hope you'll come back again for another stream. We'll be streaming again tomorrow. Right now that's the only planned one, but hopefully we'll get some more streams planned for the near future. We definitely got one for next Tuesday, September 15th. We're going to be streaming live results from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern time, streaming live results of the Delaware primary, focusing on the Senate race there. Jess Skarain is facing off. She's a progressive candidate, Medicare for all, Green New Deal advocate, facing off against anti-Medicare for all, anti-Green New Deal, corporate politician Chris Coons, so establishment Democrat, corporate Democrat Chris Coons. And so if you believe in the fight for Medicare for all and Green New Deal, you should definitely check out Jess Skarain. Come check us out tomorrow for sure. Drop in on that stream. We're going to be streaming starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. and streaming for a few hours at 9 a.m. And then we're going to stream again likely in the evening just to chat about. We're going to do streams for Jess Skarain and the Delaware primary just to highlight her race, and then we'll also her election, and we'll also pull in some community comments that we get. We got like comrade comments, I think we're calling that segment, and we're gonna pull in some comments from the videos, from our YouTube videos, and we'll build a whole discussion around them. We're gonna have a whole discussion. Steve Alvarez left some really some really good comments that we want to have some discussion around and see if we can generate some discussion in the community around that. Some really cool, important issues, things. One of the key ones that we'll talk about is Jimmy Dore, who's sort of a flashpoint on the left, and someone that I'd like to hear more. And I don't have I'm still figuring this one out. That's for sure. So I'm still figuring this out with Jimmy Dore, and it will be great to figure it out alongside all of you. So please join us for that stream tomorrow. We just crossed the 7-hour mark. We're going to get ready to wrap up here now, unless we get some more comments, questions, anything like that. We will take those before we go. Ask me anything, literally anything. Ask me anything. Like, you can ask me anything, whatever. I'll answer any question. So personal, whatever the hell it is, ask me anything, literally. So you got questions, throw them out there in the chat now. We'll flip through those before we go. I'll take a quick look at our Patreon and Coffee, just refresh, see if we got any new. We really got to work on that. We got to get some new Patreon subscribers, so we got to work on that. I'm gonna announce the channel to friends and family soon, and so hopefully we can pick up some supporters there. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to pick up some supporters there. If you can help us buy Tammy a mic, we want Tammy on these streams. We want her chatting on these streams. So if you would like to help us buy Tammy a mic and then eventually a camera, please contribute on coffee.com, ko-fi.com/radical democracy. The links are in the description box. You can open up the description box below if you're on YouTube and click the links for Coffee if you would like to leave a one-time tip, or Patreon if you would like to do a monthly subscription as low as $1 a month. Seriously, if you can afford it, please do it. $1 a month. You can be a contributor to this show and help us to build radical democracy in the workplace. This is a democratic workplace. We've done a lot of discussion around democracy in the workplace today. Really cool to be able to talk with so much, bring in so much from Richard Wolff. You could see how we could totally do a show with the actual Richard Wolff. It would be, we'll get there. We'll get there, folks. So we're going to get there. So please continue to support the show. We will grow. Next week, when we do our live stream for the election results, for the Senate election results for Delaware, we'll be focusing on the Senate election, but we'll do live results of all of the primary elections there. Nobody cares about any other races, to be honest, but that's what we'll be focusing in on. And we'll have the folks in from Vanguard. Gavin and Zach from Vanguard blog will join us, so check out their YouTube channel as well. They're at I think it's Vanguard or the Vanguard, and it's like two guys in a van covering politics through a left-wing lens. And so it'll be awesome to have them on the show, get there, hear from them on the, Jess Garain versus Chris Coons, what they think our chances are of winning, and, maybe talk a little bit about third party politics. They covered the People's Convention. They interviewed maybe a girl who is the first drag queen elected to public office. She is also a candidate for Congress. She ran against Adam Schiff, and she came within 1,000 votes of advancing to the general election. So she didn't run. She would be running against Adam Schiff, but in the primary, it's in California, they have a primary system where it's the first two past the post, essentially the two highest vote getters advance to the general election, even if the two vote getters are two Democrats. So it doesn't matter. All people are, all candidates are in the same primary. There's not like a Republican primary and a Democratic primary. Everybody's in the same primary in California. And the top two vote getters are the ones that advance to the general election. So in California, like for instance, Shahid Buttar is a really important race that I'm focusing on as well, and would like to pay some more attention to. And for that race, it's going to be two Democrats, Shahid Buttar against Nancy Pelosi in the general elections. Same thing, typically goes on in other districts. So maybe a girl was 1,000 votes away from being able to run against Adam Schiff in the general this time around. Hopefully she will run next time. They interviewed her. They've interviewed some other folks as well. Just other, they interviewed Jessica Rain. So that will be also an interesting look. So you can check out their work, Vanguard blog and the Vanguard. Shout out to Gavin and Zach, and looking forward to having a discussion with them. We've never spoken. We likely won't speak, verbally until we do the live stream. So that should be fun and interesting, and it'll be fun to meet officially and get to know Gavin and Zach, and you'll get to know them. We'll introduce them to the community, and also just hear their thoughts on the election, and get some guests in on the show. So, and also just sort of like help start to expand the show in that way. We want to continue to grow the show, experiment with different formats, bring guests onto the show. That's the goal ultimately. And so we are doing all the work that we can in that way to bring you that good content. So please, if you can afford it, support the show. Radical Democracy, patreon.com/radical democracy, or coffee.com, ko-fi/radical democracy. Thank you to everyone that was with us today. I really appreciate you all being here for this absurdly long stream. We made it 7 hours. I think we're going to cut it off because I'm starving right now, and not literally, but I need to eat some food. And so I think we'll probably cut it short here. We'll probably cut it off soon. Please, if you haven't already, I don't know what you're doing, you wild person. You need to like, subscribe, and share this video out. At least hit that like button. Super simple. Just hit that like button. Smash the like button, as they say. Smash that like button down there. And subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the bell to receive notifications anytime we go live or launch a new video. And come back. Join us again. Come back to chat. We love having you here. It's been an awesome conversation here. Very good, just great engagement from the comments. A fun Labor Day stream for me. Thank you so much to everyone. Shout out to Tammy for this stream was the most efficient stream I've done so far. Just really, the comments were great. The way that we were able to do that. So shout out to Tammy for all the work that she did there as well, for the production of this show. And to everyone that commented, everyone that, FL for the tip on coffee. Thank you so much for that. And once again, to Steve Alvarez for that massive tip on coffee, $80 on coffee. Thank you so much. Mark says later. I say later to Mark too. Thank you so much, Mark, for hanging out and sticking around, doing some mod stuff and showing off that blue name tag. So thank you to everyone. We're wrapping up here. Feel free to drop out here. I will let this thing run for a little while just to see if we get any last comments in. Again, ask me anything, whatever you got. Feel free to ask away. I will answer any ridiculous question you have. And I think, nope. Okay. Just seeing if Tammy had anything for us. All right. Thanks so much for being here, folks. The stream needs to wrap, but we do got 6 viewers in here, and every minute I get 5 more minutes of watch time, so I'm stealing time. All right. Any last comments? Leave them in the comments. Leave them in the chat. Thank you to everyone. We're back up to 9 people. Okay, yeah, just bouncing all around. So yeah, I will keep on sticking around. And anyone questions? Ask me anything. You got questions? Anyone? Go back and watch the rest of the stream. If you haven't watched the full stream, go back and watch the stream. It was a great stream. Lots of information. Very informative stream. Check it out. It's absurdly long. Nobody's going to watch the stream afterwards. So we got all the views that this stream is getting right now because nobody's about to watch an 8-hour stream of me or a 7-hour stream of me. So, all right. No more comments. Oh, and the stream cut out for the first time. Okay, nice. Okay, nice. There we go. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Please like, comment, share, subscribe. And if you can afford it, please support the channel at patreon.com/radical democracy. And on Coffee for one-time tips, no subscription, no membership needed, ko-fi.com/radical democracy. Thank you so much to everyone that stuck with us through this absurdly long stream. I love you all. Shout out to all my comrades. Appreciate you in every way, shape, and form. Join me again tomorrow. Join us again tomorrow for our next live stream tomorrow morning. And then we'll have more for you hopefully soon after that. We'll announce any other future streams that we're aware of. Okay. Shout out. Love you all. Left is best. Keep up the amazing work. Keep being your amazing selves. We got some music that we're gonna be able to drop on this soon. Let's end. Oh, do I want to? Okay, yeah, we can just cut it here probably. I wish I could just play the audio alone of Cornel West on the talking about radical democracy, but that's okay.